Chapter 318. Xiao Qin's gaze was focused on the golden-armored warrior. Like everyone else, Xiao Qian was very interested in this golden-armored warrior. However, Xiao Qian thought even further. Even if he obtained the golden-armored warrior, how to make it recognize him as its master was a problem. An iron-armored warrior required 3 breaths of time to recognize a master. The golden-armored warrior would definitely take longer. During this time, how to ensure that others would not make a move on him was the key. I have to think of a way to retreat in advance. Xiao Qian looked at the 2 intersections behind the throne. He thought quickly and silently turned around. Xiao Qian hid himself in the shadows. While everyone's attention was focused on the battle between the silver-armored warrior and the scarlet throne, he quickly made his way to the intersection. Xiao Qian avoided everyone's gazes and walked quickly to the intersection. 10 minutes later, he returned to the main hall without a sound. He already had a plan in mind. The light of the 2 silver-armored warriors had already dimmed. It looked like they would not be able to last much longer. Once the silver-armored warrior fell, the golden-armored warrior would probably wake up. At that time the true battle would begin. An inconspicuous patch of white appeared at the end of Duanmuking's black hair. Clearly, this was the prelude to circulating the profound ice incantation. A red figure was faintly discernible behind Hua Yunfei. The sword in his hand was spitting out a strange red sword light. Countless stars flickered in Ji Changkong's eyes. A resplendent river of stars surrounded him, slowly giving off a gentle light. Starlight shot out in all directions. Only one of his fate stars was dim and incomparably silent. The Guy Marquis wore golden battle armor and held the sky-splitting sword in his hand. He had a grave and stern expression, and there was a righteous qi gathering on his forehead. Xiao Qian shifted his gaze to Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun appeared very carefree. His expression was as calm as before. However, Xiao Qian could feel that the holy weapon on his back was gathering a boundless aura. It was even trembling slightly. He seemed extremely excited, waiting for the moment he unsheathed it to shock everyone. The other cultivators below also rubbed their palms in anticipation. They controlled the iron-armored warriors to draw their weapons and unleash their auras without holding back. For a time, undercurrents surged in the main hall while various imposing auras surged without end, yet it seemed to be extremely quiet. This was the calm before the storm. Other than the sound of the sword key produced by the silver-armored warrior, even the heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard. Everyone's attention was raised to the extreme as they stared at the golden-armored warrior sitting on the throne. Their eyes were filled with a crazed desire. The 2 silver-armored warriors finally ran out of spiritual energy and fell to the ground with a bang. The instant the golden-armored warrior fell, 2 strands of golden light suddenly appeared in the empty eyes of the golden-armored warrior. He stood up from his throne. Clang clang. The golden battle armor on Xiao Qin's body clashed with each other, giving off clanging sounds that reverberated in the main hall. The golden-armored warrior drew the golden sword at his waist. Instantly, an aura equal to that of a peak inferior grade martial king spread out from his body. However, just at this moment, the killing moves that the 10 of them had prepared for a long time were finally unleashed without holding back. Astral swordplay gathering stars. Ji Changkong shouted and the sword in his hand released an incomparably dazzling light. The star that belonged to him immediately lit up with a resplendent light within the river of stars that was overflowing with light. Blood soul possession. Blood killing the world. Hua Yunfei roared ferociously and the indistinct scarlet figure behind him finally solidified and merged into his body. His eyes immediately turned scarlet and his lips curled up in a sinister smile. His aura rose infinitely and the scarlet sword in his hand gave off a bright red light. It seemed like it could engulf the world. Profound icebreak absolute zero. Duanmuking's black hair suddenly turned snow-white. His eyes lost all worldly fire. He looked like an emotionless fairy from the heavens. Countless snowflakes drifted down from the sky and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The cold penetrated deep into one's bones. The Guy Marquis Ing Xiao did not say anything unnecessary. He swung the holy weapon in his hand and a vague fluctuation appeared in the natural laws. He drew on the power of the heavenly Tao and attacked the golden-armored warrior. The 10 demonic geniuses made their moves one after another. Lights of various colors bloomed and shockwaves spread through the air. Many of the cultivators preparing to join in the fun were knocked back by the shockwaves. Such a horrifying attack had been prepared for a long time. Even a regular medial-grade martial king would not have any other ending. They would die on the spot. They would not even have the chance to dodge. Xiao Qin's eyes were like lightning. Just as he was about to use the lightning evasion, he suddenly stopped and stared at the scarlet throne. The instant the golden-armored warrior stood up, the scarlet throne seemed to rise by 2 centimeters for no reason. Furthermore, Xiao Qin's spiritual sense felt a strong mental energy on it, disappearing in a flash. What's going on? Did I see wrong? Xiao Qin thought suspiciously. Just as Xiao Qin was feeling suspicious, the attacks of the 10 peak martial saints struck the golden-armored warrior at the same time. There was a loud sound and a horrifying shockwave exploded above the throne. Boom! The 12 stone pillars in the main hall shattered. The cultivators below could not dodge in time. The shockwave struck them, causing them to vomit blood and fall to the ground. The entire main hall started to shake violently. Rocks fell from the ceiling like raindrops, crashing down incessantly. The main hall looked like it was going to collapse soon. Dust filled the air and rocks fell like rain. The people on the ground fled in all directions. The place was extremely chaotic. Ha! Amid the chaos, a golden light suddenly lit up as the dust filled the air. It was as dazzling as the sun, dazzling everyone's eyes. It was Chu Chaoyun, who had been silent for a long time, making his move. Golden ripples appeared in the air as if the entire world was being torn apart. In an instant, Chu Chaoyun suppressed the peak attacks of the 9 cultivators. The 9 cultivators were all knocked back. This was Chu Chaoyun's strength. The moment he drew his holy weapon, a sword light appeared and suppressed everyone. Although Chu Chaoyun had the advantage of striking after the enemy attacked, this strength could not be erased, no matter what. Bang! Chu Chaoyun held the golden-armored warrior, whose energy had been drained by everyone, in his embrace. Then he smashed a large hole in the wall behind the throne. Then he jumped in without hesitation. This palm added a fire to the shaking hall, and it began to collapse with a loud rumble. Let's go quickly. The hall is going to collapse. If we do not leave now, we will die. When the other cultivators saw that the situation was bad, they executed their trump cards to flee the main hall. The 9 cultivators that Chu Chaoyun knocked back did not hesitate. They revealed furious expressions as they followed Chu Chaoyun and jumped into the large hole in the wall. Boom! 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 The majestic and dignified hall completely collapsed. The huge rocks from the ceiling fell with a loud rumble, shaking the ground. It was like the sky was collapsing. After a long time, the hall, which was rumbling non-stop, finally quieted down. The hall, which was originally in perfect condition, was now in ruins. The hall was extremely dilapidated. There were broken fences and broken walls everywhere. Dust covered the ground and smoke billowed. Kase! On a pile of stone pillars and rocks, pieces of broken bricks slid down rapidly. A badly damaged warrior in iron armor stood up with a loud bang, and the rubble and rocks completely slid down. Xiao Qin, who was lying on the ground, patted the dust off his body and stood out from the middle, completely unharmed. Xiao Qin looked at the badly damaged iron-armored warrior and smiled faintly. He said, "The defense of the iron-armored warrior is indeed astonishing. It helped me block the endless rocks from above. Unfortunately, it looks like it is about to be scrapped." Xiao Qin shook his head slightly and looked at the now empty ruins. Then he shifted his gaze to the dust-covered scarlet throne. Then he walked over with a determined gaze. See. Stepping on the rubble and tiles on the ground, Xiao Qin arrived at the scarlet throne step by step. However, he was not in a rush to check on the situation on the throne. Xiao Qin looked around. After he verified that there was no one around, he returned to the side of the throne. Just as he was about to check on it, he noticed the battle armor of the silver-armored warrior in a corner of the rubble. Xiao Qin sent out a few palm winds and blew away the rubble on the ground, revealing 2 silver combat puppets. Aside from the dust on the surface of the battle armor, it was surprisingly undamaged. It looked like the defense of this silver battle armor rivaled that of an inferior-grade martial king. Compared to the iron-armored warrior, it was much stronger. Xiao Qin gently waved his sleeves and immediately swept away all the dust on the silver-armored warrior. Xiao Chan squatted down and opened the small door on the back of the silver-armored warrior. As he had expected, the silver-armored warrior had indeed used medial-grade spirit stones. There were 20 of them, no more, no less. Xiao Chan took out the discarded medial-grade spirit stones from the grooves and erased the will of the predecessors. Then, he started to recognize them as his own. This recognition took 5 minutes before Xiao Chen's will was completely imprinted on them. After a while, the 2 silver-armored warriors were recognized by Xiao Chan as their masters. After he filled them with medial-grade spirit stones, the silver-armored warriors immediately recovered their vitality. When Xiao Chan swung his sword, a sharp sword chi rampaged through the rubble. Everywhere it passed, the broken walls turned into rubble. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. With the addition of the 2 silver-armored warriors and the broken iron-armored warrior, he should be able to deal with Chu Chaoyun's golden-armored warrior. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chan shifted his gaze back to the Scarlet Throne. He controlled the 3 combat puppets to move away the large rocks on the throne. After that, Xiao Chan waved his sleeves and blew away all the dust. The Scarlet Throne finally appeared in his vision. The entire throne was made of a mysterious scarlet material. When Xiao Chan touched the patterns on it, he found it very strange. This was the material used to polish the throne. It was not made of metal, spirit wood, or even rock. It was heavy and cool to the touch. Xiao Chan thought of the strong mental energy he felt earlier. He placed one hand on the armrest of the throne and slowly infused his spiritual sense into the throne. Chapter 319. Boom! The instant his spiritual sense entered the throne, an intense explosion resounded in Xiao Chen's ears. His mind buzzed as a boundless state of massacre infused into it. The horrifying state of massacre was like a scarlet sea. It instantly infused into every one of Xiao Chen's nerves. An uncontrollable murderous intent arose in Xiao Chen's heart. His eyes instantly turned scarlet, and his fine black hair fluttered about. His delicate face turned sinister and horrifying, like a man-eating demon. How can it be like this? Xiao Chen was horrified. He wanted to let go, but a huge force held his hand in place. He could not let go at all. I can't go on like this. My will be filled with massacre. After that, I will lose all reason and become a true murderous demon king. This state of massacre is too horrifying. Xiao Chan circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and guarded his dantian. He sank his consciousness and did his best to maintain a trace of clarity in his divine pedestal. The surging state of massacre in the Scarlet Sea was boundless and overwhelming. As Xiao Chan resisted this energy, he felt incredible pain. His skin turned incredibly pale. The capillaries under his skin were clearly visible. They looked like they wanted to break free from the restraints of his skin and burst open. This feeling was several times more painful than when the blue dragon martial spirit first awakened. It was not something a human could endure. Amid the torment, Xiao Chen's consciousness started to turn blurry. He could no longer endure it and howled in pain. Bang! 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 The capillaries under Xiao Chen's skin ruptured. Tiny drops of blood instantly covered his skin, making him look like a man made of blood. Give up. Accept this unbridled state of the sand. All your pain will immediately disappear. You can even enjoy boundless power. As Xiao Chan held on bitterly, an ethereal voice rang out in his mind. The voice resounded in his ears continuously, luring him to give up resisting. No way! Xiao Chan clenched his teeth and ignored the voice in his mind. He clung to the last trace of clarity in his divine pedestal. Once he gave up resisting, he would completely become a slave of slaughter, and his original self would completely disappear. Suddenly, Xiao Chan recalled some of the records in the Compendium of Cultivation. This Scarlet Throne should be a secret treasure. However, it was not a secret treasure of the righteous Tao but an evil Tao's secret treasure. The owner of the secret treasure should have already died, but the evil will born from the secret treasure had not disappeared. However, it had been silent for such a long time, so this will was definitely not very strong. I was just caught off guard. If his spiritual sense was really stronger than mine, he would have already devoured me. Xiao Chan gathered all of his divine senses together. With a thought, his divine senses immediately turned into a golden deity and flew toward the blood river in the deepest part of the throne. He had to find that will and destroy it. Otherwise, with such a passive resistance, it would only be a matter of time before he succumbed. The deity flew further and further away in the consciousness space. The boundless sea of blood seemed endless. However, Xiao Chun did not feel discouraged. There would always be an end to the boundless sea of blood. The consciousness space was no exception. Unless the other party was a true ancient emperor, they might not be able to condense an eternal sea of blood. After an unknown amount of time, the deity controlled by Xiao Chun finally arrived at the end of the sea of blood. There was a scarlet abyss there, and a huge scarlet head connected to the sea of blood. It looked at the deity from afar. The scarlet head roared angrily and opened its huge mouth, swallowing the golden deity in an instant. The golden deity closed its eyes and allowed the boundless blood to stick to its body. After a while, it suddenly opened its eyes, and a dazzling golden light pierced through the scarlet head. The scarlet head howled in pain. It gave up on swallowing the deity and retreated in horror. Indeed, it is as I expected. This evil will of massacre is very weak. I was just too rash. I did not have time to condense my spiritual sense and rashly sent it in. Hence I was caught off guard. This is a lesson. In the future, whenever I face something unknown, I have to be very cautious. The scarlet light in Xiao Chen's eyes faded a little. They were no longer as horrifying as before, and they slowly became clear. The scarlet head retreated to the sky above the abyss and waved its hand. A huge scarlet hand appeared above the sea of blood and smashed at the golden deity. Kill! The golden deity shouted angrily, and a sword shining with golden light appeared in its hand. It swung the sword, and the surging golden light chopped the scarlet hand into pieces. The golden deity pointed the sword at the sky, and a pillar of light rushed into the sky. Instantly, a bright light scattered down. The light turned into a golden liquid that dripped onto the sea of blood like rain. As more and more of the golden liquid merged into the sea of blood, the sea of blood started to boil and slowly turned into a golden sea. Ah! 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 The scarlet head looked like it was being boiled as it cried out in pain. When the sea of blood turned completely golden, its body that was connected to the sea of blood was completely chopped off, leaving only a lonely head. Back in reality, the scarlet light in Xiao Chen's eyes vanished. His sinister expression vanished and he calmed down. That heart-wrenching pain no longer existed. All that was left was Gu Linlin's head. In this spiritual world, it could be said that there was no way out and there was no way out. It tried several times to burrow into the sea of consciousness. In the end, when it touched the golden sea of blood, it cried out in pain. Furthermore, its head shrank. Xiao Chun controlled the golden deity to send out strands of sword light. The scarlet head scurried around in the air, dodging the horrifying golden light. In the end, it is just a paper tiger, Xiao Chun thought to himself. The golden deity took advantage of this opportunity. Its left hand grew infinitely large, and it grabbed the head. Don't kill me. I can recognize you as my master and establish a blood contract. I will never betray you. Also, I will tell you the secret of this massacre thrown in full detail. After the scarlet head was grabbed, it begged non-stop. Evil demon, what use do I have for you? Xiao Chun snorted coldly and crushed the scarlet head. This evil creature was crafty and capricious. When it grew stronger, it might immediately turn around and bite Xiao Chun. It could not be left alive. As for the secret of the Scarlet Throne, Xiao Chun could slowly dig it out. This was a matter of life and death. It was always better to be cautious. The instant the scarlet head was completely destroyed, the Scarlet Throne under Xiao Chen's hand turned into a red beam of light and quickly entered every part of Xiao Chen's body. After the beam of light entered Xiao Chen's body, the wounds caused by the exploding blood vessels all over his body healed at a visible rate. After a while, Xiao Chun had completely recovered. All the wounds had vanished, and his skin glowed with a white glow. It was even fairer and more tender than an ordinary woman's. Boom! The red light that flowed through every part of Xiao Chen's body gathered at his forehead, forming a red throne mark the size of a pinky finger. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and looked at everything that happened to his body. He revealed a doubtful expression in his eyes. Xiao Chun placed his left hand before his eyes and looked carefully. He saw that the skin was as white as frost, crystalline and translucent. This pair of hands was so beautiful that it was scary. Not only did the surface change greatly, But Xiao Chan also felt a huge force when he clenched his fist. His physical body was even stronger than before. When Xiao Chan saw the badly damaged iron-armored warrior at the side, he slowly walked over and casually punched the iron-armored warrior's chest. The huge force flowed through Xiao Chen's slender right arm and into his 5 fingers. There was a loud boom, and the badly damaged iron-armored warrior immediately shattered into pieces. The various metal fragments of the armor scattered all over the ground. However, they were so broken that they could not be broken anymore. There was no way to repair them anymore. Xiao Chan revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. He said with some uncertainty, "After the dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached the threshold of the 4th layer, dragon tendon tiger bone, the strength of my next strike reached 10,000 kilograms of force. A full power strike can only achieve 15,000 kilograms of force. However, that casual strike clearly achieved 15,000 kilograms of force. Could it be that after this scarlet throne entered my body, it strengthened my physical body?" Suddenly, Xiao Chan had a guess. With the increase in strength, would a few more acupoints on his right arm open? Xiao Chan checked the acupoints on his right arm. Indeed, it was as he expected. The original one had increased to 14. He was just short of 2 more before he could open all 16 acupoints on his right arm. It looks like it will not be long before the true blue dragon chi appears, Xiao Chan thought excitedly. After checking to see if there were any other changes, Xiao Chan took out a small knife and gently sliced his jade-like skin. Instantly, a small wound appeared and blood flowed out. However, not long after, scars appeared on the wound. Then they quickly disappeared. His skin became as good as before. There was no way to tell that he had been injured. Unexpectedly, his body possessed the ability to heal naturally. His strength also became more reserved. The exaggerated muscles that he had trained in the past had all shrunk back. Xiao Chan returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. However, the force he used had doubled. What exactly is the origin of this scarlet throne? Xiao Chan put away the small knife, his eyes filled with doubt. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chan carefully sensed the position of the scarlet throne. A scarlet throne floated in the sea of consciousness on his forehead. A supreme might spread throughout the entire sea of consciousness. The forehead was the source of all cultivators' spiritual world. It was known as the Sea of Consciousness. However, only people with extremely strong mental energy could truly open their own Sea of Consciousness. According to the cultivation realms of the Tianwu continent, only martial monarchs could truly open their own Sea of Consciousness. Ordinary people would never have the chance to open their Sea of Consciousness in their lifetime. Hence, they would not care about this problem. After opening the Sea of Consciousness, cultivators could truly cultivate their mental energy. Before this, cultivators only had perception. They did not have true mental energy. In the past, because of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, Xiao Chan could cultivate mental energy from the start. His mental energy was much stronger than a regular cultivator's. Could even be said that they were on a completely different level. However, there was still a long way to go before he could open his Sea of Consciousness. At the very least, his cultivation realm was not high enough. Unexpectedly, he managed to open his Sea of Consciousness because of the Scarlet Throne. Chapter 320. Xiao Chan had not seriously studied how to use mental energy in combat. He did not have any introductory methods, so he did not care much about it. He just used his spiritual sense to probe. Xiao Chan did not see any benefits from opening his Sea of Consciousness in advance, so he did not need to think about it. He summoned out the throne first. With a thought, the scarlet throne mark on Xiao Chen's forehead flashed with a red light. The throne in his Sea of Consciousness immediately flew out. Who? The scarlet throne floated in the air. Xiao Chen discovered that he was already sitting on it. He placed his hands on the armrests and leaned against the back of the throne. Below the throne was a layer of churning blood-colored clouds. The reason the throne was able to float seemed to be because of this layer of blood-colored clouds. Xiao Chan felt that this scarlet throne was like his flesh and blood. That sense of intimacy was much stronger than that of the combat puppets. The two could not be compared at all. When Xiao Chan sat on the scarlet throne, an uncontrollable king's might spread out. This king's might was released unintentionally. Even Xiao Chan did not feel it. There was only a small trace of king's might, but the aura and might it contained made one's heart tremble. This king's might was comparable to a regular king's might. If an ordinary person appeared here, they would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and fall to their knees. Fly! Xiao Chen looked ahead and locked on to a direction. The scarlet clouds drove the throne in that direction at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it moved more than 100 meters. Xiao Chen patted the armrest gently and muttered, "Just a casual move and I reached the speed of sound. Furthermore, it seems like I have not had enough yet. It looks like I can reach 5 times the speed of sound if I fly at full speed. In the future, I will have another option for escaping and traveling." This was the first time Xiao Chen experienced the flying function of the Scarlet Throne. He felt somewhat excited. He flew for a long time above the ruins before stopping. Hoo! Xiao Chen tore through the scarlet clouds and landed firmly on the ground. The scarlet mark on his forehead flashed with a red light, and the Scarlet Throne immediately turned into a beam of light and returned to his sea of consciousness. The Scarlet Throne really has many secrets. I will slowly dig them out in the future, Xiao Chen said softly as he touched the mark on his forehead. Suddenly Xiao Chen thought of something. He took out a bronze mirror from the universe ring and looked at his face. His appearance had not changed much, just that his skin was much fairer than before. Fortunately, the effects of the shape-shifting spell were still present. Otherwise, he would have been exposed and could only leave. Just as Xiao Chen was about to put down the bronze mirror, he glanced at the Scarlet Throne mark on his forehead. It looked like a drop of blood was imprinted on it. Xiao Chen's originally delicate face now had a strange demonic air to it. With one look, it would leave a deep impression. No, this mark is too eye-catching. If I do things here, I will be too high profile. Xiao Chen put down the bronze mirror and took out a blue strip of cloth to cover his forehead, covering the mark. After the blue strip of cloth covered the mark, Xiao Chen's delicate face lost its demonic air and gained a refreshing look. It no longer looked eye-catching, making him look very ordinary. However, if one looked at it carefully, they would feel a sense of comfort. It was very pleasing to look at. After Xiao Chen prepared everything, he led the two silver-armored warriors away. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered an empty hole below the Scarlet Throne. Unexpectedly, it is an intact secret tunnel. Xiao Chen looked at the hole and muttered, "The secret tunnel below the throne must be a whole new world. Let's go down and take a look." After Xiao Chen spoke, he ordered the two silver-armored warriors to jump down. Then he jumped down as well. This way, if there was any danger, the silver-armored warriors would be able to block it for a while. About 10 minutes after Xiao Chen left, a tall and stout cultivator quickly arrived at the rubble. He had an excited expression on his face as he searched the ground for something. Occasionally he punched, sweeping away the dust on the ground. This person was the strongest person in the Dongming province with a strong physical body, Wen Yanbin. After searching for a long time, Wen Yanbin's expression finally turned anxious. He cursed, "Damn it! I reacted very quickly already. Why did I not go and look for other secret treasures? Why did I not find the two silver-armored warriors?" Suddenly, when Yanbin glanced around and saw that the place where the throne had been was empty, he quickly rushed over. When Yanbin saw the hole below the throne, his expression became uncertain. After a while he said sullenly, "This person must have obtained two silver-armored warriors. If I chase after him, I might not be able to defeat him. Never mind, I'll go and take a look first. I can use 10,000 kilograms of force with my full power. If I do not use my essence, I might be able to sneak attack him." Thinking of this, when Yanbin no longer hesitated. With a resolute expression, he jumped down from the hole. Not long after, a few more groups of people arrived. Their goal was the same as Wen Yanbin's. Naturally, they did not find the silver-armored warriors. Instead, they discovered a secret passage. These groups of people did not hesitate and jumped down one after another. The secret passage under the throne was definitely not an ordinary entrance. It was not just Xiao Chen who could think of it, the others could as well. Bang! Bang! Two heavy sounds rang out as the silver-armored warriors landed on the ground. Dang! 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 The instant the silver-armored warriors landed, strands of sword chi flew over and struck the silver-armored warriors. Xiao Chen quickly executed the gravity spell and slowed down his descent. Then he looked down and saw a wide passageway. On both sides of the wall there would be an oil lamp every few meters, illuminating the entire floor. The passageway was densely packed with iron-armored warriors. With a rough count there were dozens of them. Fortunately, there were 2 silver-armored warriors opening the way first. Otherwise, if Xiao Chun had jumped down and suffered from so many attacks, he would not have had it easy. The 2 silver-armored warriors did their best to block the many iron-armored warriors. The sharp sword chi rampaged through the group of iron-armored warriors, giving off metallic sounds. The iron-armored warriors' sword chi shattered upon contact. They could not resist at all. However, the iron-armored warriors had higher defenses. Although the silver-armored warriors could shatter the other party's sword chi, their own sword chi could not kill them immediately. They needed 3 strands of sword chi to shatter an iron-armored warrior. The situation was somewhat anxious. Xiao Chun did not want to waste any more time. He recalled the 2 silver-armored warriors with his thoughts and decided to do it himself. After all, the iron-armored warriors were only medial-grade martial saints. Wuxia. Xiao Chun scattered the gravity spell and quickly landed on the ground. He drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed and sent out a purple light, chopping an iron-armored warrior charging at him in half. Glittering Wuxia. Xiao Chun shouted and infused the state of thunder into his saber technique. The purple divine Wuxia tree branch turned into a strand of saber chi flickering with electric light. The saber chi flickering with electricity flashed through the group of iron-armored warriors in the passageway. Bang! 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 Everywhere the saber chi passed, all the iron-armored warriors were chopped in half and fell to the ground. Wuxia transforms to chi. Xiao Chun shouted again and his saber light danced. The superior grade Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. In an instant, it turned into countless strands of purple saber chi flying around in the passageway. A series of shattering sounds rang out in the passageway. The sharp saber chi sliced through the armored warriors like they were tofu, effortlessly slicing them into countless pieces. When the saber chi scattered, the dozens of iron-armored warriors blocking the way were all smashed to pieces. They were all dead. If others saw this, they would definitely complain about how wasteful it was. Unfortunately, the combat prowess of these iron-armored warriors was nothing to Xiao Chun. He could only barely use the silver-armored warriors. What he truly wanted were the golden-armored warriors, which were as strong as peak inferior grade martial kings. Now that he was in a rush, there was no need to hold back. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and instructed the 2 silver-armored warriors to scout ahead. Then he followed. Along the way, Xiao Chun would run into a group of iron-armored warriors every 500 meters. The state of thunder that contained holy might infused into his saber technique did not stop at all. Everywhere the saber light passed, it swept everything in its path. Killing the iron-armored warriors was as easy as slaughtering dogs. They did not stop Xiao Chun at all. Sometimes, when quality was poor, quantity could not make up for it. What was the point of having so much trash? Just like that, Xiao Chun did not stop moving. After traveling for 5 kilometers and passing through a few forks, the end of the passageway finally appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. Xiao Chun stopped. There was a large door at the end of the passageway. After spending 5 minutes dealing with the guards at the door, he immediately controlled the silver-armored warriors to push the door open. After Xiao Chun saw that there was no danger, he slowly walked in. Behind the door was a small room filled with heavy bookshelves. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. This should be the Firely Hall's library. However, his expression immediately changed. The bookshelves were empty. He did not see a single secret manual. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Xiao Chun searched around the library. Finally, he found a book with a tattered cover at the foot of a bookshelf. Although the cover was tattered, the paper was well preserved. The contents were intact. Xiao Chun's face lit up in joy. He quickly flipped through the book. He saw the introduction to the ancient era's secret treasures. This book introduced the origins and uses of the various strong secret treasures of the ancient era. Seeing this, Xiao Chun's heart sank. This book might not be the same as the secret manual for forging secret treasures that he was looking for. Indeed, it was as he expected. As he continued reading, it was all introductions to the ancient era's secret treasures. Their uses, which owners used them, and how famous they were. However, there was no way to forge secret treasures. This was what Xiao Chun was concerned about. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. To think that I would look forward to a book used to pad the corner of a table. Never mind, I can only read it when I'm bored. Hey, this is the Scarlet Throne? The Scarlet Throne. A secret treasure refined by the ancient evil king. This secret treasure is a peak superior grade secret treasure. Xiao Chun suddenly saw a scarlet throne drawn on the page. He quickly looked at it seriously. However, after flipping through the book for a night, he discovered that someone had torn out the last chapter introducing the secret treasure. Feeling somewhat depressed, Xiao Chun said, "What's going on? I just got to the main point and it's already gone." Chapter 321. Xiao Chun casually flipped through the pages of the book. Suddenly, a map fell out of the book. Xiao Chun felt it was strange as he picked it up. He discovered that it was a map of the Firely sect branch. Xiao Chun's depressed expression disappeared. He smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, there is a map inside. Let me find where the refining room is." The refining room is the true location of the Firely sect's treasures. After Xiao Chun confirmed his location, he looked around quickly, searching for the refining room. He discovered that the refining room was a kilometer northeast of him. However, that was a straight line distance. According to the directions on the map, he would have to walk another 5 kilometers after making a few turns. Xiao Chun put away the map and placed the book introducing secret treasures into his universe ring. This book was still useful after all. He could keep it in case he needed it in the future. After confirming the direction, Xiao Chun punched the wall in front of him. When 15,000 kilograms of force struck it, a human-shaped hole appeared in the thick wall. After walking another 5 kilometers, Xiao Chun no longer had the patience to do so. Furthermore, time waited for no man. If someone got ahead of him in the ancient remnant, he might not be able to obtain anything. Since the distance was only a kilometer, he would use his fist to blast a path out. As Xiao Chun used his fist to open a path, Wen Yanbin followed behind him. When he saw the large number of iron-armored warriors scattered on the ground, he had an astonished expression. This is clearly not the work of the silver-armored warriors. Instead, it is this person's true strength. Is it right for me to follow him? At this moment, Xiao Chun hesitated for the first time. However, he destroyed so many iron-armored warriors. He must have exhausted some of his strength. I am not exhausted at all. My aura is still at its peak. If I attack him, I have a high chance of victory. When Yanbin found an excuse in his heart, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he continued to follow. Xiao Chun, who was focused on opening a path for himself, did not know that a group of people had already followed him. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. It would be fine as long as he remained cautious. Behind him, 2 silver-armored warriors completely covered the hole in his back. He only had to worry about the danger in front of him. Boom! When the last wall was broken, Xiao Chun finally arrived at the refining room. When the huge refining room appeared before his eyes, Xiao Chun's gaze immediately turned grave. On the floor of the artifact refining room, there were various artifacts covered in dust, but with a glance, one could tell that most of them were incomplete and not of much use. In the middle of the refining room, there was a huge 3-legged cauldron with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. The legendary Dragon Phoenix Cauldron? On top of the cauldron there were 3 balls of white flames. They were bone-chilling and floated strangely above the cauldron. They did not emit any light. Were these the legendary lunar flames? However, this was not the reason why Xiao Chun's gaze turned grave. Instead, it was because someone had rushed into the refinery ahead of him. The commotion Xiao Chun had had. The other party had noticed him, and he immediately "Do how?" After Xiao Chun clearly saw the other party's appearance, he exclaimed in astonishment. Didn't he go to chase after Chu Chaoyun? Why is he here? The combat techniques that this person displayed in the fight with the Scarlet Flame Chief left a deep impression on Xiao Chun. Although the other party was only a superior grade martial saint and had not reached the peak, Xiao Chun did not dare to underestimate this person. Compared to some high-profile people, this person's character and martial techniques belonged to the type that would erupt in silence. His strength could not be underestimated. Otherwise, Duamyuking would not have chosen this person to help kill the Scarlet Flame Chief. Du Hao raised his head and looked at Xiao Chun. His calm face revealed a grave expression. He said, Are you here for the Lunar True Flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron as well? Could it be that the Lunar True Flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron are real? Based on the words of this person, it seems like he understands them very well. There is no harm in getting some information from him first. Xiao Chan slowly walked forward and smiled softly. Could it be that the Lunar True Flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron are real? Du Hao's heart skipped a beat. He instantly knew that Xiao Chan did not know the origins of the Lunar True Flame. However, there was no harm in telling him. Perhaps he could avoid an unnecessary fight. Naturally, it is impossible for it to be real. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldrons in the Firely Sex Branch Hall are all fakes. However, they are necessary to refine secret treasures. The Lunar True Flames are only 4 strands that were separated from the lunar origin source. Your purple flame is of the Yang attribute. The Lunar True Flame is an extreme flame. It is useless to you. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a fake. I believe it is useless to you as well. You can have all the secret treasures on the ground. I only want the cauldron and the flame. What do you think? Du Hao suggested softly as he looked at Xiao Chan. Although many of the secret treasures on the ground were damaged, there were so many of them. It would not be difficult to find a few complete secret treasures. In the eyes of a normal person, choosing the secret treasures was more worthwhile. After all, as long as the secret treasures were not badly damaged, they could still be sold for some spirit stones. Xiao Chan smiled faintly. What if I make the same choice as you? When Du Hao heard this, he laughed softly. He said in a sullen voice, I already guessed your choice. In that case, we can only fight. After Du Hao spoke, he pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. He passed through the tall Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and twisted his waist in midair. Then he kicked out with his right leg. When Du Hao kicked out, a strong wind blew. There was a loud crack in the air. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He was not afraid. When it came to physical strength, he had never been afraid of anything. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward with his right foot and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. The image of a dragon and tiger surrounded his body. There was a whistling sound as he clenched his right fist and punched the incoming kick. Boom! When the fist and leg collided, there was a loud explosion. A horrifying shockwave swept past the two of them, blowing away all the damaged secret treasures on the ground. Du Hao's body quickly spun around in the air. He did not land on the ground. Instead, he kicked out with an even faster speed, piercing through the air in his way. Interesting. Right now, my ferocious tiger leaving the mountains can already achieve close to 40,000 kilograms of force. My opponent's physical strength is, at most, 1 grade higher than Wenyin Bean's. There is still a significant gap between us. Logically speaking, after receiving my punch, you should be knocked down from the sky. However, my opponent seems to have grasped an extremely profound technique to deflect force. Not only did he neutralize my force, but he also used my force when he spun around. Xiao Chan merged his own force together and kicked out even more ferociously. In that case, let's see how long your deflecting techniques can last. Xiao Chan shouted and shifted his feet, moving to the side. Xiao Chan moved in a semicircle and dodged Du Hao's sharp kick. Then he arrived at Du Hao's side and punched at Du Hao's waist. Du Hao's expression remained calm as he looked at the position where Xiao Chan instantly moved. He quickly withdrew his move and somersaulted in the air. Then he increased the force of his earlier kick by 10%. Du Hao's right leg was like an upside-down hook as it chopped down at Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen's punch missed, causing the air to tremble and form ripples. At this moment, Xiao Chen could no longer dodge. He could only defend. He pulled back his right leg and crossed his arms above his head. Bang! The huge force was like a small mountain pressing down. Xiao Chen did not move at all. However, the stone floor could not withstand this horrifying pressure. The stone floor shattered and pieces of the floor flew into the air, heading for the ceiling of the refining room. Du Hao quickly retracted his leg in midair and somersaulted backwards. Xiao Chan shouted explosively, and all the energy in his body trembled. The surrounding floorboards immediately shattered with a loud rumble. Dragon hisses, tiger roars. A tiger and a dragon flew out from behind Xiao Chan. The tiger's roar and the dragon's roar accompanied each other, raising their auras. The moment Du Hao landed, Xiao Chen's fist had already arrived in front of his face, not giving him any chance to dodge. Hu Qi! Du Hao took a step back at lightning speed. Then he loosened his fingers and pressed them against Xiao Qin's wrist. Xiao Qin's peak punch contained 25,000 kilograms of force. When it flew over, it was like a large truck moving at high speed. Its speed and force were both at their peak. However, when Du Hao's palm strike landed on Xiao Qin's wrist, it easily pushed away this roaring punch. In an instant, the wind from Xiao Qin's fist deviated. This was the move that Du Hao used to deal with the Scarlet Flame Chief. When he used it on Xiao Qin, it was unexpectedly effective. Xiao Qin immediately felt a force pulling him forward. Because the force was too ferocious, he could not stop in time. Du Hao smacked away Xiao Qin's attack with his palm. Then, his body slid gently and nimbly arrived behind Xiao Qin. He looked at Xiao Qin, who could not stop in time. Du Hao clenched his right hand tightly and a horrifying force burst out from his palm. Then he punched at Xiao Qin's back without hesitation. If this punch landed, Xiao Qin might end up like the Scarlet Flame Chief. At the critical moment, Xiao Qin remained calm. His thoughts were highly focused, searching for a way to break out of this situation. Xiao Qin's forward charge was too ferocious. Regardless of whether he turned around or moved to the side, it would be problematic. Before he could do anything, he would be struck by the other party's fist. Xiao Qin could not see how strong Du Hao's punch was. However, he was sure that it was no less than 15,000 kilograms of force. Boom! At the critical moment, Xiao Qin punched the ground ferociously. Boom! 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 A horrifying force of 25,000 kilograms of force smashed into the ground. It was like a mountain had landed on the ground. The entire refinery started to shake uncontrollably. The floorboards around Xiao Qin immediately shattered and countless rocks flew into the air. The rocks happened to block Du Hao's path. Bang! Du Hao easily smashed all the rocks into dust, scattering them in the air. The rocks successfully helped Xiao Qin block for a breath of time. Although the time was short, Xiao Qin, who had already neutralized the force, was sufficient to dodge Du Hao's attack. Windwalk Shoes, Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Qin instantly activated the Windwalk Shoes and executed the Azure Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. He was like a flood dragon moving gently from his original spot. He moved in a purple arc and appeared 200 meters away in an instant. Chapter 322. Boom! Xiao Qin's figure had just disappeared when Du Hao smashed the floor with his fist. He rushed over, but he only managed to shatter an afterimage. In the end, his punch missed. Xiao Qin turned around and took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. When he saw Du Hao walk out from the dust, he slowly placed his right hand on the saber hilt. Xiao Qin had to admit that Du Hao's close combat skills far surpassed Xiao Qin's. Out of all the people Xiao Qin had seen, only Mu Hong, who used his physical body to comprehend the saber Dao, could compare to Du Hao. However, Xiao Qin's true strength lay in the saber and not in close combat. Xiao Qin only wanted to experience different martial techniques by fighting with him. Take the secret treasures on the ground and leave. After I draw my saber, you will no longer have a chance, Xiao Qin said softly. There was no grudge between the two of them. There was no need for them to fight to the death. The corner of Du Hao's lips curled up. He smiled coldly. What big words! I want to see how you will not give me a chance. Traceless autumn water. After Du Hao spoke, he shouted and leaped into the air. He quickly circled around Xiao Qin. Du Hao was like a stream of autumn water as he moved quickly in the air, creating countless afterimages. When the afterimages merged, they looked like a blurry river with gentle ripples. So, he has comprehended the state of water. No wonder he is so confident, Xiao Qin thought to himself. However, this state has just been formed. It is far inferior to Duanmuking, Morongchong, and the others. Before his state of thunder infused with holy might, how could it stand a chance? Boom! An earth-shattering clap of thunder suddenly rang out in the refining room. The moment the thunder rang out, the rippling river immediately began to ripple out of Du Hao's control. Kase! The instant the thunder roared, Xiao Qin quickly drew the lunar shadow saber. It was like a bolt of lightning flashing by. The purple saber chi struck Du Hao, whose state was suppressed. Bang! A horrifying wound was left on Du Hao's chest as he fell heavily to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. His opponent had actually completely suppressed his state. As long as it could have been used, it would have definitely been able to turn the situation around, but it had collapsed midway. It was truly hateful. Xiao Chun took light steps and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. He did not even look at Du Hao as he headed for the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the lunar true flame in the refining room. Du Hao, who was on the ground, bandaged the wounds on his body. He looked at Xiao Chun and said coldly, "Even if you defeat me, you will not be able to obtain the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the lunar true flame. Chu Chaoyun has subdued the golden armored warrior. He is not someone you can deal with. The 9 of us were scattered by him. Once he finds this place, you definitely won't stand a chance." It was easy to understand the mentality of such a person. If they could not obtain something, they would not want others to obtain it. Hence, even if they failed, they would use this self-deceiving reason to console themselves. Xiao Qin's gaze was fixed on the 4 clumps of lunar true flame. He said indifferently without even turning his head, "That is not something for you to worry about." When Du Hao saw that Xiao Chun was ignoring him, he snorted coldly. He found several broken secret treasures on the ground and left the refining room the way he came. The wound on Xiao Qin's chest contained the state of thunder. However, the wound could not heal quickly. His fortuitous encounters in the fiery sect remnant had come to an end here. Xiao Chun stared at the 4 clumps of white flames floating above the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. The flames did not have any light. They were pale white. Each clump of flames was about the size of a fist. They floated quietly above the mouth of the cauldron. When the wind blew, they swayed gently. Ao Jiao once told Xiao Chun that there were 4 kinds of strange flames in the world: human flame, ghost flame, dragon flame, and dragon flame. There were 2 types of ghost flame. One was in the profound Yin cave, and the other was in the 9 layers of hell. Xiao Chun suspected that the lunar true flame might be the ghost flame in the profound Yin cave. The possibility of it being the lunar true flame was very high. The 4 clumps of white flames before Xiao Chun were clearly rootless flames. Hence, they did not contain the lunar origin flame. However, they still stubbornly persisted for thousands of years. If no one interfered with them, they would continue to exist. The life force of these flames was very strong. Everyone knew that the fiery sect used the lunar true flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron to refine secret treasures. After the ancient era, only the fiery sect had the ability to refine secret treasures. It was very likely because of these 2 items. Xiao Chun had always been very interested in refining secret treasures. Naturally, he could not let go of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the lunar true flame before him. Although they were not the real deal, they were still very valuable. However, Xiao Chun was placed in a difficult position as to how to preserve the 4 clumps of lunar true flame. The cauldron was easy to deal with. He could just store it in the universe ring. However, he could not store pure energy in the universe ring. That would break the balance of the formation lines. A magic treasure to store the flames would require a special refinement. If it were a yang attribute flame, Xiao Chun could just use the purple thunder true fire to swallow it up. However, the lunar true flame was an extreme yin flame. It was difficult to merge yin and yang. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun sent out his spiritual sense from his sea of consciousness. He decided to figure out the nature of this white flame first. His spiritual sense turned into a thin film and wrapped around the flame. Xiao Chun carefully examined the internal structure of the flame. So, before Xiao Chun could react, the flame wrapped by his spiritual sense passed through the blue strip of cloth on his forehead and entered his sea of consciousness. Within the vast and boundless sea of consciousness, a strand of white flame floated quietly beside the scarlet throne. It was the dim white flame. Xiao Chun was startled. Then, he revealed a joyful expression. He said softly, "Could it be that the sea of consciousness has the ability to store flames? Let me see if I can summon it out." Xiao Chun closed his eyes and sensed the white flame in his sea of consciousness. With a thought, the flame immediately flew out from the mark on his forehead. With another thought, the flame returned with a so sound. This time there was no spiritual sense wrapped around it. The blue strip of cloth on his forehead was burned in half by the flame and could not be used. Naturally, Xiao Chun did not care about such a small matter. He immediately took action and placed the other 3 clumps of white flame into his sea of consciousness. After all the flames were stored in his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chan took out another blue strip of cloth and tied it around his forehead. Boom! Just as Xiao Chan tied the cloth, a loud shout came from behind him. A stout figure quickly leaped over from behind and punched at the unprepared Xiao Chan. The fist wind vibrated in the air, forming a ferocious shockwave. As it rubbed against the air, it gave off a piercing sonic boom. The attack was so fast that it did not give Xiao Chan any time to dodge or draw his saber. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold, and all the bones in his body crackled. Then he turned around and punched. Bang! The sound of bones breaking resounded. When Yanbin, who had launched the sneak attack, fell to the ground and cried out in pain. His entire right hand had turned into a pile of meat paste, swaying weakly on the ground. When Yanbin's right hand was completely crippled, there was no chance of recovery. He revealed a horrified expression on his pained face. When Yanbin had not expected that his full-powered strike, which contained close to 20,000 kilograms of force and a sneak attack that he had prepared for a long time, would lose to his opponent in one move. Just as when Yanbin was about to get up and flee, two swords were placed on his neck. It was Xiao Chan controlling the silver-armored warrior, preventing him from escaping. Don't kill me. My arm is crippled. I am already half a cripple. When Yanbin begged bitterly, Xiao Chan said coldly, cripple your left hand and you can scram. When Yanbin heard this, he was stunned. Crippling both hands would make him a cripple. The cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 10 years would have to bid farewell to the path of cultivation. When Yanbin saw Xiao Chen's impatient expression, he revealed a decisive expression. He circulated his essence to his left hand and broke all the meridians in his arm. When Xiao Chan saw the situation, he ignored Yanbin. He directed the silver-armored warrior to release its sword. From the moment Xiao Chan launched the sneak attack, he should have been prepared for the worst. Dong! 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 The 10-odd cultivators who had followed Xiao Chan to the passageway all rushed over. They happened to see when Yanbin's arms crippled. They all revealed astonished expressions. When Yanbin, why are his arms crippled? It seems like he crippled his left arm himself. He is one of the few experts in Dongming province. Who could have forced him to such a state? Look at the wounds on his right arm. It is clear that he was completely suppressed by his opponent's physical strength in a contest of physical strength. Who exactly is this strong? When they shifted their gazes to Xiao Chan, who was in the refinery, everyone immediately stopped talking, as the answer was obvious. They had to quickly move the Dragon Phoenix cauldron away. Otherwise, when Duamyuking and the others arrived, it would be difficult to move the Dragon Phoenix cauldron away. There are actually complete secret treasures on the ground. Furthermore, there are quite a few of them. We have made a killing this time. Haha. The one in the middle seems to be the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. That is definitely the most valuable. It is a necessity for refining secret treasures. After a while, everyone discovered the situation in the refinery. All of them cried out excitedly. Unexpectedly, they found several complete secret treasures among the pile of shattered secret treasures. Normally, they would rarely see secret treasures. However, they managed to find quite a few of them. The few of them did not hesitate to rush to the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. When Xiao Chan saw the situation, his expression changed. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, landing firmly on the mouth of the cauldron. Kase! The snow-white lunar shadow saber was drawn with a huang-dang sound. Killing chi was released from his entire body as Xiao Chan looked at the crowd below expressionlessly. Yi-chan, what are you trying to do? Quickly come down. You should have already taken away the lunar true flame in the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Don't be so greedy and think about taking the Dragon Phoenix cauldron away. That's right. Although you are strong, you are definitely not a match for all of us. When the people below saw Xiao Chan standing on the mouth of the cauldron, they all started to berate him. The people who could participate in this operation were not weak. When Yanbin's tragic ending did not scare them away, no matter how strong Xiao Chan was, the people present believed that even if they had the numbers, Xiao Chan would not be a match for them. Stop speaking nonsense with him. Let's attack together and kill this fellow who does not know his limits. Coincidentally, we can split the secret treasures and the lunar true flame on him. Chapter 323. The moment Xiao Chun spoke, a few bold and skilled people took the lead to attack. Soon, 10 odd outstanding talents followed suit. All sorts of resplendent sword chi and saber chi merged with the killing chi and surged over from all directions. Xiao Qin's lips curled up into a cold smile. He said sullenly, "How reckless! If you are not strong enough, what is the point of having numbers?" Wuxia transforms to chi. Xiao Chun shouted, and the ancient divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. Then it turned into strands of dense purple saber chi and scattered into the surroundings. Ding! 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 The purple saber chi clashed with the various colored sword chi and saber chi from the crowd below, giving off loud bangs. The extremely dense sword chi was extremely powerful. The incredibly dense sword chi shattered most of the sword chi in an instant. However, its momentum did not decrease as it continued towards the crowd with electric light. A few strands of sword chi managed to escape the net. However, Xiao Chun brandished his saber and flickered with saber light, easily blocking these saber chi. Xiao Chun stood above the cauldron, not moving at all. He appeared very relaxed. The saber technique that contained a state was not something these people could block. The horrifying and dense purple saber chi immediately disrupted everyone's formation. The sword chi tore through several people's protective essence. Horrifying wounds appeared on their bodies, causing them to bleed profusely. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. His sharp spiritual sense detected 3 people flying over quickly from behind. They emitted killing chi and pointed their weapons at his back. Chi breaks Wuxia. The remnant purple chi in the air gathered on the snow-white lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chun turned around and chopped at lightning speed. Kase! 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 3 melodious sounds rang out. The weapons of the 3 people were broken by Xiao Chen's extremely dense saber. The energy gathered on the saber surged endlessly. Xiao Chun shouted and the purple glazed saber exploded. As the shockwave surged, the 3 of them turned pale. They vomited a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Xiao Chun held his saber and stood there proudly. His expression was incomparably grave and stern. He said indifferently, "You can pick up the secret treasures on the ground. However, don't have any designs on the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Otherwise, you will have to ask the saber in my hand first." The domineering blade directly shocked everyone in the arena. They all stopped what they were doing, and for a moment, the arena was extremely quiet. "How arrogant! I Nanling Hongyandu want to see how strong you are." A disdainful voice rang out from the crowd. A cultivator in white robes holding a 7-foot-long sword flew out from the crowd. His sword danced, creating a series of light and shadows. Hongyandu's body fluttered about in the air. His movements were erratic, making it hard for others to catch him. In the blink of an eye, he turned around and sent out over 100 sword lights at Xiao Chun. White clouds appeared around him. This person had comprehended the state of clouds. No wonder his sword technique was so erratic. It had a trace of Murongchang's charm from back then. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. Electric light flickered around his body, illuminating the huge refinery. Occasionally, electricity crackled in the air. Seeing the thousands of sword lights in front of him, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He held his saber in front of him to protect himself as he attacked unhurriedly. First, Xiao Chun could still be seen clearly. However, after a while he slowly sped up. Then, he became so fast that no one could even see his afterimages. Ding! 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 The sounds of weapons clashing resounded. Occasionally, sword chi and saber chi clashed around Xiao Chun. They gave off intense explosions, causing the air to churn. Amid the thousands of clouds, Hongyandu's figure was still as erratic as before. However, his expression became increasingly anxious. This was because he discovered that, at some point in time, the one who originally had the initiative to attack had become Xiao Chen's. Now he had to defend. Xiao Chun was clearly standing where he was, not moving a single step. However, even though he moved later, he arrived first, completely suppressing Hongyandu's aura. As the other party's saber approached, Hongyandu felt that it was even more difficult to block. Sweat dripped down Hongyandu's face. His originally erratic figure slowly revealed an opening. Break! A bright light suddenly shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes. He shouted and the tip of his saber released a resplendent electric light. Xiao Chan twisted his waist and stabbed out with his saber. The strong force in the electric light knocked aside the sword Hong Yandu used to block with just a touch. The saber's momentum did not decrease as it easily broke through Hong Yandu's protective essence and left a huge wound on his chest. Hong Yandu cried out miserably and fell from the sky. He crashed heavily to the ground, his complexion extremely pale. Nanling Province's Hong Yandu is a peak superior grade martial saint. He is quite famous in Nanling Province. Unexpectedly, he does not even have the strength to force Yichan back. Someone below exclaimed in a soft voice. We three brothers want this dragon phoenix cauldron. Brat from the heavenly saber pavilion, get down. Three youths walked out from another passageway in the refinery. The three of them all used different weapons. The one in the middle had a sword at his waist, the one on the left had a large saber on his back, and the one on the right held a folding fan. These three are the heirs of the imperial capital's Luo clan. They are brothers. The Luo clan is very powerful in the imperial capital. It looks like they are determined to obtain this dragon phoenix cauldron. However, weren't the three of them chasing after Chu Chaoyun earlier? Why are they all back? Who knows? Let's just watch from the sidelines first. This Yichan must have used his full strength from the start. He must have exhausted a significant amount of essence. The three Luo clan brothers quickly walked forward. When they were 100 meters away from the Dragon Phoenix cauldron, the third brother of the Luo clan revealed a sinister smile. He said, I hate it when people look down on me from above. Scram down. After he spoke, he kicked the air at the 10-meter-tall Dragon Phoenix cauldron. A strong wind blew. The kick contained a horrifying force. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the cauldron. There was a dull sound in the refinery. Wong! 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 The sound was deafening, reverberating in everyone's ears. The Dragon Phoenix cauldron trembled continuously. However, the three legs of the cauldron did not move at all. On the contrary, the third brother of the Luo clan felt his legs go numb from the rebound of his kick. He muttered, That's impossible. A casual kick of mine can even shatter a city wall. How can this lousy cauldron not move at all? When the third brother of the Luo clan saw Xiao Chan on the cauldron, he thought to himself, it must be this brat's doing. He said ferociously, Again, I don't believe I cannot kick you down. The third brother of the Luo clan shouted and spun his body 180 degrees. He kicked out with his leg, causing the air to tremble. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. He raised his right leg and stomped heavily on the mouth of the cauldron. Rumble! The three legs of the Dragon Phoenix cauldron pierced into the ground of the refinery. In an instant it completely sank into the ground. A boundless force rose up from the ground. The shattered pieces of the floor soared into the air. They circled around the Dragon Phoenix cauldron and headed for the ceiling. The three Luo clan brothers had just rushed over. Before they could do anything, they were pulled into the air by the force from the ground. Bang! Xiao Chen's left hand, which was holding the scabbard, moved quickly. The tip of the scabbard pierced through countless rocks and struck this person's chest. The third son of the Luo clan vomited a mouthful of blood as his body flew through the air. His face was frighteningly pale. His internal organs had been severely injured. Old third. The Luo family's eldest brother and second brother cried out in alarm and caught the Luo family's third brother. They had never imagined that in just one move, he would be seriously injured by Xiao Chan. How dare you injure my third brother? No one can save you today. The two of them drew their weapons, and the wind blew under their feet. Their killing intent soared to the sky as they charged at Xiao Chan. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Xiao Chan could not be bothered to waste his time on this person. He immediately executed the killing move of the Wuxia saber technique. The ancient divine Wuxia tree grew rapidly in the air. Like a proud and aloof mountain, it contained the power of lightning and Xiao Chen's state of thunder as it descended from the sky. Bang! Before absolute power, the two of them could not resist at all. The towering tree landed on their heads and crashed down. The two of them were smashed into the rocks on the ground. The berserk lightning-attributed essence rampaged through their bodies, throwing their essence into chaos. Xiao Chan easily defeated the three Luo clan brothers. This caused the crowd, who were originally prepared to take advantage of the situation, to be horrified. The 10 odd cultivators who had followed Xiao Qian to open up a path gave up on obtaining the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiao Qian completely gave up on the idea of obtaining the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and retreated far away. On the other hand, people continuously came to challenge Xiao Qian at Du Hao's entrance. Xiao Qian did not show any fear. He held his saber in front of him as his long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood proudly on the cauldron and defeated all the people who came to challenge him. Xiao Qian stood on the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and held his saber with one hand. He looked coldly and emotionlessly at the various outstanding talents who were eyeing the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiao Qian said softly, "I will say it again. You can all pick up the secret treasures on the ground. This Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is mine." Of the 50-odd people who came to the fiery sect remnants, aside from the few who chased after Chu Chaoyun, the other 50-odd people had already gathered here. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was a necessity for crafting secret treasures. The various outstanding talents here all had a huge faction behind them. If they grasped the method of crafting secret treasures, it would be a great help to their clan's strength. This cauldron was very important to them. This was also why these people charged at Xiao Qian one after another. Even though they were defeated one by one, they still refused to give up. It looks like I really have to start a massacre, Xiao Qian thought to himself. Originally, he planned to store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his universe ring and activate the Windwalk shoes to leave this place. However, he discovered that he could not store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his universe ring. This made Xiao Qian even more determined to take the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron away. Secret treasures could be stored in the universe ring. If it could not be stored, it could only mean that the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron also contained the power of space and rejected the space of the universe ring. Given this, it proved that although this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was a fake, it still had value. The legend might very well be true. Damn it! Attack together. I don't believe that his essence is inexhaustible. After we kill him, we will decide who the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron belongs to. Hong Yandu, who was defeated by Xiao Qian earlier, said ruthlessly. Chapter 324. Someone had said the same thing before, and it had been very effective. At that time, most of the people had attacked immediately. However, after they saw Xiao Qin's strength this time, many people started to retreat. There were very few who responded. Xiao Qin's gaze was like lightning as he glared at Hong Yandu. If you want to kill me, I'll start with you first. Hu Qi. Activating the Windwalk shoes, Xiao Qian leaped down from the cauldron. His speed instantly reached the speed of sound. He silently merged with the wind and arrived before Hong Yandu in an instant. Hong Yandu was startled and quickly retreated. However, Xiao Qian did not give him a chance to do so. He shouted and executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. 9 cool breezes blew and Xiao Qin's body split into 9, surrounding Hong Yandu. When the clear wind chop was executed, Xiao Qin's killing chi vanished completely. Hong Yandu looked up and saw Xiao Qin's figures everywhere. Furthermore, he could no longer find the lunar shadow saber in his hand. When the cool breeze blew, Hong Yandu did not feel any killing chi. Instead, he felt a sense of comfort. However, Hong Yandu felt like he had fallen into a deep abyss. Cold sweat flowed down his back continuously. There was clearly great danger, but Hong Yandu could not sense any killing chi. This feeling was too strange. It made his mind flustered and he could not think of any countermeasures. Xiao Qian did not give Hong Yandu too much time to think. The instant the clear wind chop was executed, 9 figures quickly flew at Hong Yandu. Suddenly, 9 ethereal saber lights lit up at the same time. It was like they had appeared from nowhere. The killing chi that had disappeared earlier now pressed over with a mountain-toppling force. Hong Yandu did his best and caught hold of 2 strands of saber chi. Then he quickly swung his sword to block. Pu Ci. On his chest, a few strands of saber chi pierced through his protective essence, leaving behind a few horrifying wounds. He was injured by the saber chi. Hong Yandu's movements immediately slowed down. He could no longer block the 2 strands of saber chi that he had caught. Boom! When all 9 of Xiao Qin's figures merged together, 9 bloody holes appeared on Hong Yandu's chest. Blood spurted out of the holes, but Hong Yandu still maintained his sword stance. Hong Yandu's eyes were wide open as he fell down powerlessly. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The surroundings were silent. Those who had been tempted to make a move had completely stopped their thoughts. Hong Yundu had just shouted when he was killed by Xiao Chan. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Moreover, he had only used one move. This meant that Xiao Chan had been holding back earlier. Now he was no longer holding back. This was a warning to them not to act rashly. However, there were still a few bold people who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in their spatial rings. However, they discovered that their spatial rings rejected it. They could not store it at all. The few of them hardened their hearts and worked together to lift the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. They prepared to move it out. Xiao Chan pushed off the ground and flew up, sticking close to the ground. With the help of the windwalk shoes, he instantly arrived below the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiao Chan kicked the cauldron, and the huge Dragon Phoenix Cauldron left their hands, flying towards the ceiling above them. When the few of them saw the situation, they quickly leaped up, wanting to snatch the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron back. Naturally, Xiao Chan would not give them this opportunity. Xiao Chan moved through the air like a soaring dragon. As he flew up and down, purple saber lights entangled the few of them. They could only give up on the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and deal with Xiao Chen's attacks first. Dang! 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 The clanging of weapons resounded in the air. After a while, a few miserable cries rang out. The few people fighting over the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron fell from the sky. Boom! The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron that Xiao Chan kicked away actually broke through the ceiling. Large pieces of rock fell from above. Xiao Chen looked up and his eyes lit up. The ceiling actually broke through. I should make use of this opportunity to leave this place. Xiao Chan easily caught the falling Dragon Phoenix Cauldron with one hand. Then, he controlled the two silver-armored warriors below to leap into the air. He gently touched the universe ring and sent the two combat puppets into it. Everything was ready. Just as Xiao Chan was preparing to ram into the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, Duanmuking Ji Chongkong and the others arrived at the refinery. Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. It is actually the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. In that case, leave it behind. Ji Chongkong and the others exclaimed in pleasant surprise when they saw the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in Xiao Chen's hands. The few of them leaped into the air and charged at Xiao Chan without hesitation. Xiao Chen's expression sank. The strength of these people was not something the cultivators from earlier could compare to. Every one of them had comprehended their own state. Their talent and cultivation were all demonic. They could be said to be geniuses among geniuses. No matter where they were in the great Qin nation, they would be dragons and phoenixes among men. However, when Xiao Chan did not see Chu Chaoyun, he relaxed a little. Otherwise, he might really lose this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. The fierce flame in Xiao Chen's right eye started to burn continuously. When Xiao Chan saw the imposing auras of the few people, he shouted and a ferocious purple flame immediately spewed out. After that, Xiao Chan no longer cared about these things. The purple thunder true fire had not fully condensed and could not injure them. However, it would not be a problem to block them for a while. Xiao Chan controlled the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron with his right hand and spun it around, smashing it violently against the ceiling. Bang! With the full force of the collision, the crack that appeared earlier immediately tore open. Xiao Chan grabbed the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and quickly squeezed his way out. After him. We cannot let him leave just like that. Chu Chaoyun already took away the secret manual for forging secret treasures. If this fellow takes away the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, we will not be able to obtain anything. The few of them used all sorts of methods to neutralize the purple flame. When they saw Xiao Chan making his way out, they quickly chased after him. The arrival of Duanmuking and the others had completely dispelled the idea of fighting over the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Even if they killed Xiao Chan, there were still people like Duanmuking and Ji Chongkong who were no weaker than Xiao Chan. To them, they still did not stand much of a chance. They might as well focus on the pile of secret treasures on the ground. If they could find a few complete secret treasures, they would have made a huge profit on this trip. Xiao Chan took out the map and discovered that he was only about a kilometer away from the main hall. Of course, that was only in a straight line. After Xiao Chan determined the direction, he raised the cauldron and prepared to charge forward in a straight line. Bang! 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 The high walls in front of Xiao Chan were easily smashed apart by Xiao Chan. Then he quickly advanced forward. The windwalk shoes continued to be activated. Xiaochen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits and dodged the attacks of the people behind him. As he was holding the dragon phoenix cauldron, he could not shake them off. Yichan, quickly put down the dragon phoenix cauldron. Otherwise, even if you can walk out, the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace will not let you out. The dragon phoenix cauldron is useless to you. If you hand it over to us, we will definitely exchange it for something else. We will not let you suffer a loss. When the few of them saw Xiaochen able to run very fast while holding the dragon phoenix cauldron, they were astonished. The dragon phoenix cauldron was huge. It was at least 500 kilograms heavy. However, when Xiaochen lifted it, it was like a piece of wood. Not only was it very easy, but Xiaochen's speed did not decrease at all. Furthermore, he could easily dodge the attacks. When the few of them attacked, the group was forced to use psychological warfare. Xiaochen found it funny. He did not need the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace. He could leave the Ink Mountain range with his own strength. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was very important to Xiaochen. Not only did it concern the refinement of secret treasures, but it also concerned the damaged secret treasures in his possession. If Xiaochen wanted to recover completely, he placed his hopes on this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. There was no reason for him to give it up. Xiaochen swallowed a qi-returning pill and used the cauldron to smash another wall in front of him. Then he quickly leaped forward. After 7 or 8 minutes, not only did the people behind Xiaochen not close the distance, but they were even left behind by Xiaochen. With a heaven-ranked movement technique and the windwalk shoes with Xiaochen's current speed, those of the same generation who had not learned a heaven-ranked movement technique would have to comprehend the state of wind to great perfection in order to catch up to him. Clearly, there was no such person behind Xiaochen. It was only a matter of time before he left them behind. After a while, Xiaochen could no longer hear the commotion behind him. He had already arrived at the ruined main hall. As long as he passed through the doors, Xiaochen would be able to leave this place safely. A faint smile could not help but appear on Xiaochen's face. However, the moment he walked out of the bronze doors, the smile on Xiaochen's face froze. A golden combat puppet stood at the exit in front. It held a golden sword in its hand and stood on the ground with a monstrous aura. The aura that only a peak inferior grade martial king could have was radiating from its body. Beside the golden armored warrior was Chu Chaoyun, who wore alternating blue and white robes and had a 2-meter-long sword on his back. He smiled at Xiaochen and said, "Take the initiative. Put down the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and you can leave. I will give you 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones." Xiaochen slowly placed the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his hand on the ground. He had not expected Chu Chaoyun to block the exit. This move was truly brilliant. There was only one path to the Firely Sect remnant. If one wanted to return to the Ink Forest, they had to pass through the passage under the profound ice flower. No matter who obtained the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, they would not be able to avoid passing through this place. After a series of battles and running, their essence would definitely be exhausted. Chu Chaoyun was waiting for his prey. He would be in his best condition to deal with a weakened opponent. This was a surefire opportunity. Chu Chaoyun muttered to himself for a while before continuing. "I already know how the Firely Sect refines secret treasures. Right now we are only lacking the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the Lunar True Flame. I have my ways to obtain the Lunar True Flame. This Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is somewhat difficult to deal with. The original one has already disappeared. As for the number of fakes, including the one in your hands, there are already 3. When Xiaochen heard this, his eyes filled with doubt. He felt that Chu Chaoyun's understanding of the Firely Sect was a little too detailed. During the middle period of the Tianwu dynasty, the Firely Sect was destroyed by a mysterious power overnight. No one knew how the Firely Sect, which was at its peak, could be destroyed so easily. The Firely Sect became an unsolved mystery in the continent. What was even more strange was that a lot of information about the Firely Sect seemed to have been erased from the continent by a mysterious power. Now, what everyone knew about the Firely Sect was only passed down through word of mouth. There were only a few words about it. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and said indifferently, "Just give up. I will not hand the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron to you. I do not lack medial-grade spirit stones. You are afraid that after Duanmuking and the others rush over, you will not have a chance, right?" Chapter 325. One Chu Chaoyun was already very difficult for Xiao Chun to deal with. Now, there was another golden armored warrior with the combat prowess of a peak inferior grade martial king. It would be very difficult for Xiao Chun to defeat the other party. However, using the two silver armored warriors to delay for a while was not a problem. By the time Duanmuking and the others arrived, the fight for the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron would be full of variables. This would be disadvantageous to both of them. That was why Chu Chaoyun offered to give Xiao Chun 1,000 medial grade spirit stones to get him to leave. With a thought, the two silver armored warriors in the universe ring shot out. Xiao Chun took out the lunar shadow saber and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt. Xiao Chun withdrew his aura and his gaze became as sharp as a saber. Occasionally, a purple electric current would appear behind him, giving off a ZZ sound. The state of thunder quickly brewed. The battle between the two would not be decided in a short time. The fight for the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was now full of variables. Chu Chaoyun frowned heavily. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Xiao Chun. The holy weapon behind him trembled continuously. It seemed like it would give off a bright light in the next moment, illuminating the ground. Boom! In that instant, an intense golden light appeared in the empty space in front of the bronze doors. It illuminated the dark space, dazzling everyone's eyes. Amidst the golden light, an even more resplendent sword light tore through the obstruction of space and headed for Xiao Chun. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun comprehended the state of light. Xiao Chun squinted his eyes and thought to himself. At the same time he reacted quickly. The instant the golden light lit up, Xiao Chun drew his saber with his right hand. A flash of purple lightning appeared amidst the dazzling golden light. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded in the open space. The thunder roared deafeningly. A large patch of purple electric light appeared behind Xiao Chun, forcing the golden light back. The purple light and the thunder light faced off against each other. The state of thunder and state of light entangled with each other. Clang! While the states were locked in a stalemate, the two of them moved at the same time. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Their bodies crossed each other in the air, and their weapons clashed, creating a large amount of sparks. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons retreated as soon as they came into contact with each other, pausing in the air for a moment. Then the two of them suddenly turned around and each launched a fierce attack. Their swords and blades clashed like a storm. Sparks flew and energy flew everywhere. The scattered saber chi and sword chi left deep marks on the walls. As the two of them fought, the golden armored warrior on the ground charged at Xiao Chun with an imposing aura. With a thought, Xiao Chun directed the two silver armored warriors to block the golden armored warrior. Every time Chu Chaoyun made a move, a dazzling golden light would be emitted, which made Xiao Chun's eyes slightly uncomfortable. Xiao Chun's eyes narrowed into slits. The saber contained a strong state of thunder. Countless sparks flickered on it, crackling endlessly. The instant the weapons clashed, the electric sparks flowed along his opponent's sword. Chu Chaoyun felt a slight pain. After a long time, his right hand, which was holding the sword, started to turn numb. Bang! 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 The two of them moved faster and faster. Soon only blurry shadows could be seen in the air. An intense shockwave surged around the two of them, forming small tornadoes. Actually, the two of them were not using their full power. There were too many variables at this moment. If they fought to the death, only Duanmuking and the others would be able to take advantage of the situation. Chu Chaoyun waited for the instant the golden light dazzled Xiao Chun's eyes. Then he would make his move, using one move to defeat Xiao Chun. That way, he would be able to save a lot of energy. Xiao Chun was waiting for his opponent's right hand to turn completely numb and lose its grip on the sword. Then he would send his opponent's weapon flying. That way, he would be able to escape. The golden light and the electric light clashed continuously. Dull explosions resounded. The two of them persisted bitterly, not wanting to give way. They just wanted to see who would fall first. Dong! 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 Just at this moment, heavy footsteps came from the main hall. Chu Chaoyun glanced around and saw that Duanmuking and the others had arrived. Xiu! Chu Chaoyun withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. The golden light in the empty space immediately vanished and the state of light disappeared. You can go. I will leave the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron with you for now. Naturally, I will go and retrieve it one day. Help me take care of it, Chu Chaoyun said casually as he made way for Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan scattered the state of thunder and landed in front of the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. He used one hand and easily lifted the Dragon Phoenix cauldron above his head. When Xiao Chan passed by Chu Chaoyun, he said softly, "There has never been a precedent of losing something that landed in my hands. It was the same with the Golden Spirit Core in the past and the Dragon Phoenix cauldron now." Chu Chaoyun watched as Xiao Chan left. He shook his head slightly and said in a voice that only he could hear, "After not seeing you for a year, you have become so strong. The growth of the Blue Dragon martial spirit probably far exceeds that person's expectations." "Chu Chaoyun, where's Yi-chan? Wasn't he fighting with you earlier? Why is he gone all of a sudden?" Hua Yunfei asked anxiously as he rushed over. Chu Chaoyun said indifferently, "Sorry, I let him go." Seeing that Chu Chaoyun did not care at all, Hua Yunfei became anxious. He immediately drew his scarlet sword and pointed it at Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and the golden-armored warrior took 2 steps forward unhurriedly. Seeing the silent golden-armored warrior, Hua Yunfei did not have the courage to draw his sword. He snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. Ji Chongkong looked at the exit of the Fire-Li sect. Suddenly he said something irrelevant. "Don't you feel that he is very similar to someone else? Although his appearance is different and his aura is much weaker, his eyes and sharpness are very similar." Right after he said that, Duanmuking, Hua Yunfei, and the Guy Marquis exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. The Guy Marquis said indifferently, "In that case, let's write down this person's surname at the same time and see if our guesses are the same." The few of them stretched out their hands and started to write the word Shao in the air. After they finished writing, they revealed expressions of shock. Hua Yunfeng said coldly, "If we all think there is a problem at the same time, then that might be the result. However, it seems like there is no such realistic disguise technique in this world. It is not as simple as changing one's appearance. Instead, one's internal bones and external aura are completely different." In the past, Xiao Chan had a grave and stern appearance. His face looked like it was carved by a knife. His entire person was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, releasing his aura and showing off his sharpness. However, the Xiao Chan they saw now had a delicate and ordinary appearance. His sharpness was withdrawn and he did not give off a flamboyant feeling. He was a completely different person. The Guy Marquis continued, "The most important thing is that I do not believe this person's strength could improve so quickly. 1 year ago, he was only a superior grade martial master. Now he is a medial grade martial saint. Unless he cultivates a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. However, within the Great Qin nation, only the royal court has a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. How could a nameless person like him have one?" Ji Chongkong glanced at the silent Chu Chaoyun and said, "Chu Chaoyun, you have fought with him before. What do you think?" Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said, "Is it really that important whether it is or not? 2 years from now, there will naturally be people looking for you. Don't tell me you are afraid. Ha ha." 3 days later, in an extremely desolate area at the periphery of the ink forest, Xiao Chan sat cross-legged on the ground. The Dragon Phoenix cauldron was not far from him. 2 silver-armored warriors guarded the cauldron, one on the left and one on the right. Bai sat quietly on top of the cauldron. Occasionally, his intelligent eyes would look around, helping Xiao Chan to avoid unknown dangers. After a long time, Xiao Chan stopped circulating his energy and opened his eyes. 2 beams of light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he took a deep breath. This breath was long and drawn out like a long sharp arrow. Even after it flew far away, it did not dissipate. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and stood up. He picked up the lunar shadow saber beside him and walked over to the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Bai landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder with a so sound. The Dragon Phoenix cauldron was 16 meters tall. The 3 pillars were 10 meters long and the cauldron itself was 6 meters long. When Xiao Chan stood below it, he seemed very small. Xiao Chan leaped up gently and executed the gravity spell. He slowly flew to the top of the cauldron and looked down. The cauldron was squarish and empty. It was only about 5 meters deep. Xiao Chan could clearly see the bottom with one glance. However, it gave off a feeling of boundlessness. It was like there was a small world inside. After leaving the fiery sect remnant, Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave the Ink Forest. The Duanmu clan's profound ice palace was still guarding the exit of the forest. Thinking about how terrifying the profound ice palace was, Xiao Chun was not foolish enough to walk right into their trap. For the next 3 days, he hid in this Ink Forest. As he killed demonic beasts, he recovered his strength. Xiao Chun handed the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron to the 2 silver-armored warriors. This did not affect his pace. When he was resting and meditating, Bai would help guard it. In the Ink Forest where Xiao Chun's spiritual sense could not extend too far, the normally unimportant Bai was very useful. After resolving his worries, this Ink Forest, where the spiritual energy was thin and the demonic beasts were ferocious, was the best place for Xiao Chun to temper himself. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun looked at the empty cauldron. He flicked his finger and shot out a strand of purple flame. The flame spun around the cauldron and immediately became very thin, turning into tiny sparks. Xiao Chun flicked his finger and shot out tens of strands of purple thunder true fire in one go. This exhausted a quarter of his essence. However, the flame was still very thin. It could not fill the space inside. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and said doubtfully, "This is strange. There is clearly only so much space. Logically speaking, my flame should have risen up long ago." In the past 3 days, whenever Xiao Chun had free time, he would study the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. However, he did not make any progress. He only knew that there were many moonstones in the cauldron. The entire cauldron was made of peak-grade frost iron. It was even harder than a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Furthermore, the space inside seemed to be much larger than it looked. This was the result of Xiao Chun's verification. There should be spatial formation markings carved on it. With a flip of his palm, Xiao Chun gathered all the flames in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. A clump of fierce purple flame immediately soared up in his palm. Chapter 326. Boom! Xiao Chun casually waved his hand in front of him. The flames left a long trail of purple flames in the air. Everywhere it passed, the trees in its way were burned to ashes. After the flames flew for 1,000 meters, they crashed into the ground and gave off a loud sound. A purple mushroom cloud soared up from the ground. Roar! Roar! The loud sound immediately startled the surrounding demonic beasts. 3 black-winged demonic wolves with black smoke around them let out roars and charged over in an overbearing manner. The black-winged demonic wolves were originally rank 5 spirit beasts, winged wolves. Aside from their large bodies, they had 2 bone wings on their backs that allowed them to fly at low altitudes, increasing their speed. After they demonized, their offensive power and speed increased. Their overall combat prowess doubled, making them even more ferocious and terrifying. Xiao Chun looked at the 2 black-winged demonic wolves and smiled faintly. He took a step forward and landed on the mouth of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Then he placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Hu Chi! The bone wings on the backs of the 2 black-winged demonic wolves flapped heavily. There was a gust of wind in the air and the 2 black-winged demonic wolves quickly flew up. They opened their huge jaws, revealing their black fangs that flickered with a cold light. The bone wings flapped in the air, making a woo-woo sound as they launched themselves at Xiao Chun. Who? Before Xiao Chun could move, Bai, who was on his shoulder, immediately jumped down. He rubbed his palms and sent out a whirlwind. He immediately blew one of the black-winged demonic wolves into the air. The black-winged demonic wolf came quickly and left even faster. It tumbled on the ground for a few meters before coming to a stop. Just as it got up, it saw a white figure rushing at it. Chi-chi! The white figure was like a beam of light. In a flash, 5 bloody wounds appeared on the left wing of the black-winged demonic wolf. Black smoke came out of it. Xiao Chun glanced at it and ignored it. He had already found out in the past few days that Bai was much stronger than he had imagined. He did not feel any pressure when facing a peak rank 5 demonic beast alone. He could use his advantage in speed to deal with it easily. The mysterious 9 Heavenly Revolution transformation was an immortal-grade cultivation technique for fiends. It allowed Bai's strength to increase at a horrifying rate. Kacha! With a flash of lightning, Xiao Chun quickly drew the snow-white lunar shadow saber with his right hand, which was on the saber hilt. Xiao Chun leaped down. and his saber light flashed as he chopped off the bone wings of the other black-winged demonic wolf. The black-winged demonic wolf howled in pain as it stood up. Its 5 sharp claws shot out with a so sound. Each of his fingernails was 20 centimeters long, and there were hooks on his fingertips. They were like 5 sharp knives in his flesh. They cut through the air and went for Xiaoqin's head at lightning speed. Even steel would have 5 holes in it, let alone a human's head. Xiaoqin's expression didn't change. He leaned his body slightly and took a step back with his right foot. Xiaoqin's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the wolf claws glinting with a cold light. Then, he raised the scabbard in his left hand. Dang! The tip of the scabbard struck the palm of the wolf claw. The huge impact caused a small bloody hole to appear in the tough palm. Unexpectedly, it did not pierce through. The defense of this wolf claw is pretty good, Xiaoqian thought to himself. In that case, let's add another layer of force. Bang! A force came from Xiaoqin's left arm, and he pushed it forward. The tip of the scabbard immediately pierced through the tough wolf claw. In pain, the other claw of the black-winged demonic wolf moved at an even faster speed towards Xiaoqian. The force was so strong that it split the air in half. The black-winged demonic wolf was fast, but Xiaoqian was even faster. The lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent purple light. As the light flickered, he chopped off the entire wolf claw. Bang! Xiaoqian kicked heavily at the chest of the black-winged demonic wolf. The huge body of the black-winged demonic wolf immediately flew backward. Kasie! 10,000 kilograms of force broke several of the ribs in the black-winged demonic wolf's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. The black-winged demonic wolf was merely a superior grade rank 5 demonic beast. Before Xiaoqian comprehended a state, he could already defeat it. After he comprehended a state and infused it with holy might, his strength increased greatly. Dealing with it became much easier. Now, a demonic beast of this level was barely enough to deal with Xiaoqian. The ones that could truly put pressure on Xiaoqian were rank 6 demonic beasts. In the past few days, Xiaoqian had been targeting rank 6 demonic beasts. The black-winged demonic wolf still wanted to struggle to its feet. However, Xiaoqian lost his patience and swung the lunar shadow saber. The blade flickered with a crackling electric light. It was like an extremely strong bolt of lightning. With a loud boom, it stabbed into the chest of the black-winged demonic wolf. The state of thunder contained in the saber exploded. The huge body of the black-winged demonic wolf was charred by the electric light. Xiaoqian casually waved his hand and the lunar shadow saber returned to his hand. After the lunar shadow saber returned to Xiaoqian's hand, an invisible strand of red light flew out of the black-winged demonic wolf's corpse and entered the throne mark on Xiaoqian's forehead. The red light contained the black-winged demonic wolf state of massacre. The scarlet throne mark flashed with a red light, and this strand of red light containing the state of massacre immediately entered the scarlet throne in Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness. The red clouds below the throne started to churn slowly. After a while they stopped, as though they were not satisfied yet. Xiaoqian did not find this strange. For the past 3 days, the scarlet throne would absorb the state of massacre of all the demonic beasts that he killed. The stronger the demonic beast, the more red light would fly out. At first, Xiaoqian was worried that the state of massacre from back then would reappear. However, he slowly discovered that the state of massacre accumulated in the throne was relatively small. Compared to the overwhelming state of massacre from back then, it was much weaker. The most important thing was that Xiaoqian discovered that he could control this state of massacre. With a thought, the state of massacre contained in the throne would infuse into his saber technique. This was equivalent to Xiaoqian obtaining another state, the state of massacre, out of nowhere. There were only benefits and no drawbacks. Compared to the state of wind, state of mountain, and state of light, this ethereal state of massacre was much harder to comprehend. As far as Xiaoqian knew, even in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Divine Saber Camp, which practiced the Tao of massacre, only a few of the older generation experts truly comprehended the state of massacre. However, the state of massacre contained in the Scarlet Throne was simply too little. When Xiaoqian used it, the effects were not obvious. It was dispensable. However, its rate of growth was extremely terrifying. As long as it killed powerful life forms, it would continue to accumulate. It could be foreseen that it would eventually reach a horrifying level. The Scarlet Throne was a secret treasure refined by the ancient evil king. The evil king was a peak expert that could rival the Ice Empress. The secret treasure he refined was definitely not simple. Unfortunately, someone had torn out all the information about the Scarlet Throne from that book. Hence, no one knew what the Scarlet Throne's secrets were. Yeah. Bai's inarticulate voice interrupted Xiao Qin's thoughts. Xiao Qin lowered his head to look at him. Xiao Qin saw Bai waving his arms and legs, trying to claim credit. The black-winged demonic wolf was lying on the ground, riddled with injuries. It could not move at all. It was on its last breath. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. He knew what Bai wanted. He took out a gourd filled with wine and handed it over. Bai cheered and revealed a cute smile. He received the gourd and leaped onto the cauldron. Xiao Qin dealt the final blow to the black-winged demonic wolf on its last breath. An invisible red light immediately flew out from the corpse and entered the Scarlet Throne in Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness. Xiao Qin took out the demonic cores of the two black-winged demonic wolves and turned his head to look at Bai, who was happily drinking wine. He smiled helplessly. After giving the two silver-armored warriors the order to kill any creature that approached the Dragon Phoenix cauldron, Xiao Qin prepared to walk forward alone. With the two silver-armored warriors guarding the cauldron, Xiao Qin would be able to sense the slightest movement. Furthermore, with Bai at the side, there would not be any major problems with the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Bai, stay here and help me look after the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Don't run around, okay? Xiao Qin said softly to Bai. Bai put down the gourd filled with wine. Her little face was flushed red. She looked very cute. She clenched her fist tightly and patted her chest, squeaking non-stop. Xiao Qin understood what she meant. This little fellow said that she would complete the mission. Whoever came would be smashed to death with the gourd. Smiling faintly, Xiao Qin rubbed Bai's head. Then he grasped the lunar shadow saber in his hand tightly and turned to leave this place. Rank 5 demonic beasts could no longer pique Xiao Qin's interest. Only rank 6 demonic beasts were worth making a move. If Xiao Qin wanted to find rank 6 demonic beasts, naturally he had to go deeper. The closer he got to the core area, the higher the chances of meeting a rank 6 demonic beast. Within the dark ink forest shrouded in black smoke, Xiao Qin held his saber and cautiously advanced forward step by step. The ink forest was known as the danger zone for demonic beasts. This was no joke. With every step he took, he had to be on guard against demonic beasts pouncing at him from all directions. It could be the ground, the sky, the mutated beasts hidden in the air, or even the trees behind him. They could all open their mouths wide and swallow him up when he was careless. It created a tremendous amount of pressure on one's mental state, causing one's heartstrings to be constantly strung taut. Those who did not have a strong will would have their minds broken down before their bodies even collapsed due to their paranoia. Xiao Qin maintained his calm. Along the way, he encountered attacks from various demonic beasts. However, they were all rank 5 demonic beasts. Xiao Qin was not in the mood to fight. After scaring them away, he could not be bothered with them anymore. If he really could not scare them away, he would temporarily avoid them. With his full speed, it would be hard for a rank 5 demonic beast to keep up with him. 10 minutes later, Xiao Qin suddenly stopped and looked around. It was empty and quiet, as if even the air had stopped flowing. Xiao Qin suddenly had an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. It was as if he had encountered something unclean and felt disgusted. Being stared at, Xiao Qin calmed himself down and got rid of this uncomfortable feeling. There must be a powerful demonic beast hiding in the dark. The other party had treated him as prey, and his concealment skills were superb. Even with his full perception, Xiao Qin couldn't even tell where the other party was. Chapter 327. Maintaining his vigilance, Xiao Qin placed his right hand on the saber hilt. His gaze started to wander around, searching for the hidden demonic beast. Time seemed to stop. Xiao Qin remained motionless as he held his saber hilt. The state of thunder brewed continuously, waiting for the moment his opponent appeared to strike. However, time passed slowly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, soon half an hour had passed. The anticipated enemy still did not appear. This was an extremely crafty demonic beast. It knew how to wear down its prey's will, putting a lot of pressure on its opponent. Too much time passed. For an instant, Xiao Qin even doubted his senses. Did I make a mistake? Was the so-called hidden demonic beast just me overthinking? There was no demonic beast at all. Xiao Qian wanted to scatter the state of thunder that he had been brewing for a long time. However, the instant his mental state wavered, the scarlet throne between his eyebrows released a bright red light. This caused Xiao Qian to give up on this idea. As the evil king's secret treasure, the scarlet throne would not give a warning for no reason. My senses are definitely correct, Xiao Qian thought to himself. Xiao Qian's eyes regained their calm. The scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness immediately stopped moving. Since they wanted to compete in patience, then let's see who could not wait any longer. Who? After a long time, a cool breeze suddenly blew. It picked up a few leaves on the ground and flew them towards Xiao Qian. Unable to endure any longer, is this a psychological battle? Xiao Qian smiled coldly to himself. He did not feel any killing qi in the cool breeze. So he ignored the few leaves that flew over. Who? After a long time, for cool breezes blew from the ground. They picked up a large number of leaves and blew them towards Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian's heart was as calm as still water. His gaze remained incomparably calm. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, did not move. He continued to ignore them. Following that, a few cool breezes blew occasionally, trying to disrupt Xiao Qian's thoughts and the state of thunder that he had been brewing. Xiao Qian ignored it. He didn't sense any killing intent. If he acted rashly, he would only make his thunderous strike miss. The surroundings suddenly became silent. The cool breeze that had been harassing Xiao Qian all this time no longer appeared. That strange silence once again descended upon this space. Xiao Qian said indifferently in his heart, "It's coming." Boom! An incomparably violent whirlwind suddenly surged up from the flat ground. The gale roared angrily and swept up all the fallen leaves on the ground. The falling leaves obscured Xiao Qian's vision and covered the sky. A terrifying and ruthless aura was hidden in the wind as it swept towards Xiao Qian. Rumble! The state of thunder that Xiao Qian had been brewing for a long time erupted at this moment. A bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky like a javelin, piercing through the 9 heavens and tearing apart the sky as it fell to the ground. A long crack immediately appeared in the falling leaves that covered the sky, revealing the mastermind hidden behind the scenes. Through the crack in the fallen leaves, Xiao Qian saw a huge 4-legged snake whose skin color changed continuously. There was a huge crown on the snake's head, and its eyes were deep red. The snake's skin changed color continuously. Sometimes it was the yellow of the fallen leaves and sometimes it was the transparent color of the air. It was faintly discernible, looking very strange. However, what surprised Xiao Qian the most was not this. It was actually a snake demonic beast with a crown on its head. A snake growing a crown would take at least 700 years. It would take at least 700 years. Xiao Qian was very clear on what 700 years or more meant. The scarlet-crowned snake that he met in the underground world was very horrifying. Xiao Qian clearly remembered how horrifying it was. With just one tail strike, it had shattered the silver warship into pieces. If the scarlet-crowned snake turned into a demonic beast, its strength would more than double. The crack in the fallen leaves that was blasted open by the lightning started to close up slowly. The figure of the scarlet-crowned snake slowly disappeared from Xiao Qian's vision. Kasie! The instant the crack in the fallen leaves closed up completely, Xiao Qian immediately drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. A strong wind blew, scattering all the fallen leaves in the air. Countless arcs of electricity moved about in the air, striking the fallen leaves and giving off a crackling sound. In an instant, all the scattered leaves were smashed into powder. The hidden scarlet-crowned snake was completely exposed. Xiao Qian shouted and locked his killing qi on the other party. Then he leaped into the air. Xiao Qian brandished his saber and executed a lightning-quick strike. Wuxia shakes the heavens. The ancient divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became lush with leaves covering the sky. It was like a lone peak as it smashed down with the force of thunder. The 100-meter-long crowned snake was as thick as a water bucket. When it saw the divine Wuxia tree descending on its head, its scarlet eyes released a scarlet glow. It opened its mouth and the surrounding temperature plummeted. A cold light appeared in its mouth. After a while, the cold light exploded and a sharp ice pillar shot out. Qi! Qi! When the ice pillar came in contact with the Wuxia tree, frost immediately appeared on the surface of the Wuxia tree. The Wuxia tree, which was filled with the berserk power of thunder, was actually frozen solid from the inside out. Xiao Qin's eyes were filled with astonishment. He said, "How can this be? The Wuxia saber technique is a sure kill martial technique." Unexpectedly, it was broken in such a way. When two kinds of energy clashed, if neither side had absolute strength, there would be an intense explosion. There was only one possibility for such an effect. The other party's ice-attributed energy far surpassed the lightning-attributed energy that Xiao Qian could unleash. Regardless of quality or quantity, it completely surpassed Xiao Qian. Otherwise, the Wuxia tree would have had a chance to explode. This four-legged crowned snake has lived for at least 1,000 years, Xiao Qian thought in horror. It is already a spirit, yet it is so crafty and patient. Kase, kase. The frozen Wuxia tree started to crack continuously. It shattered into pieces of ice and fell to the ground. Thunderclouds churned continuously in the sky. Xiao Qian looked at the four-legged crowned snake as it flicked its forked tongue in and out. Xiao Qian grasped his saber hilt with both hands and focused. He had never been so nervous before. Xiao Qian had great strength and a crafty and cautious character. This was a peak rank 6 demonic beast that had lived for 1,000 years. It was even stronger than the Scarlet Flame Chief that he met earlier. Boom! Just as Xiao Qian was hesitating on whether to retreat or not, the scarlet throne mark on his forehead flickered with the scarlet light. The scarlet throne flew out of nowhere. Before Xiao Qian could react, the strip of cloth on his forehead tore into countless pieces. A scarlet cloud soared into the sky. Above the scarlet cloud, Xiao Qian had unknowingly sat on the scarlet throne. The instant the strip of cloth tore, Xiao Qin's originally delicate and ordinary aura instantly turned strange. His skin was as white as snow, and the scarlet throne mark on his forehead. When he looked at Xiao Qian, he felt like he was unable to extricate himself from this gaze. Of course, Xiao Qian did not know about all this. He used his foot to step on the scarlet cloud. The scarlet cloud seemed solid. When he stepped on it, it was like he was walking on flat ground. The appearance of the scarlet throne surprised Xiao Qian. He did not know what it was trying to do. Chi! Just as Xiao Qian was feeling confused, the scarlet throne under him started to slowly seep into his flesh. Soon, a viscous scarlet liquid covered Xiao Qian's skin, forming a scarlet battle armor. The battle armor covered Xiao Qian's entire body. It even formed a scarlet helmet on his head, covering all the vital points. The strangest thing was that the insides of the battle armor were tightly connected to the cells in Xiao Qian's skin. It was like it was made of flesh and blood. The four-legged crowned snake's thick limbs stood on the ground. Its scarlet eyes flickered with uncertainty. When the four-legged crowned snake saw Xiao Qian on the scarlet cloud, its skin started to change color, merging with the air. However, without the cover of the fallen leaves, when Xiao Qian looked carefully, he could see a blurry silhouette slowly moving around him. When the battle armor that the scarlet throne had turned into appeared, Xiao Qian felt that his defense had increased by more than 50%. Furthermore, his strength and speed had also increased. It was like his entire body had an inexhaustible amount of energy. His overall combat prowess had increased by 50%. The secret treasure refined by the ancient evil king is truly unfathomable. However, with the help of this battle armor, my chances of defeating this 1,000-year-old crowned snake should increase by 50%. Xiao Qian completely dispelled any thoughts of retreating. Now that he had a 50% chance of victory, he should go all out. Xiao Qian shouted and leaped down from the scarlet cloud. Then he quickly rushed towards the blurry silhouette on the ground. Hu Qi! A huge wind blade appeared out of nowhere. The incomparably sharp wind blade sliced the air in half. It sounded like a piece of cloth being torn apart. What a fellow! He actually grasped two attributes at the same time. Xiao Qian pushed off the ground with his feet and an explosive force shot out. In an instant, his body soared more than 100 meters before he landed on a large tree. In the time that Xiao Qian took to leave, the afterimage he left on the ground was shattered by the wind blade before it could scatter. The berserk wind blade's momentum did not diminish. It chopped a large tree behind him in half. The cut of the tree was as smooth as a mirror. It was enough to show how condensed and pure the wind blades were. After flying for a distance of 1,000 meters, the wind blades finally stopped moving. In the blink of an eye, the huge wind blade arrived at Xiao Qian's feet and slowly dissipated. Finally, It turned into a berserk wind that carried countless fallen leaves into the distance. Before Xiao Qian could feel astonished, a strand of frost quickly spread out from the tree below him. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at Xiao Qian's feet. Startled, Xiao Qian quickly jumped down. The moment he landed, a wind blade appeared out of nowhere. It accurately calculated Xiao Qian's position. Xiao Qian somersaulted miserably in the air and landed on the ground. Before he could get up, the boundless frost on the ground gave off cold qi. It formed a circle and quickly moved towards Xiao Qian. When Xiao Qian looked around, the cold qi created an icy fog on the ground. It covered an area of more than a kilometer around him, not giving him any place to stand. How hateful! Helpless, Xiao Qian could only leap into the air to prevent the cold qi from binding him. Boom! The instant the cold qi gathered, the surrounding temperature dropped by several hundred degrees. A huge pillar of ice shot up from where Xiao Qian stood earlier, heading in the direction that he had jumped. Chapter 328. The four-legged crowned snake launched a series of attacks. It did not give Xiao Qian any time to react. It had everything within its grasp. The attacks were closely linked. It wanted to force Xiao Qian into a dead end, not giving him any chance to attack. What a crafty 1,000-year-old demonic beast. When Xiao Qian saw the ice pillar rushing at him, he thought to himself, I can't retreat anymore. Otherwise, the danger I face will only increase. Qi breaks Wuxia. Xiao Qian shouted and the dark clouds above churned continuously. A bolt of lightning tore through the darkness, causing Xiao Qian's aura to soar. A strand of dense purple saber qi appeared from nowhere. Xiao Qian was unaware of it. The remnant state of massacre in the scarlet battle armor quickly merged into the saber technique. Kasie. The power of the qi breaks Wuxia shocked Xiao Qian. It actually easily broke the ice pillar soaring into the sky in half. After merging the state of massacre, Xiao Qian's spirit of Wuxia was like a treasure saber that had been reforged. The sharpness of the saber had increased by 50%. When Xiao Qian saw the two halves of the ice pillar shattering in the air, a boundless killing intent soared in his heart. Xiao Qian's gaze was like a weapon filled with killing qi. Everywhere his gaze passed, the killing intent seemed solid, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Kill! Wuxia shakes the heavens. Xiao Qian shouted and executed Wuxia breaks the heavens again. A purple divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. The state of massacre in the battle armor instantly merged into it. Xiao Qian saw countless meridians flowing in the interior of the towering tree. They looked like blood vessels. After a while, countless scarlet Wuxia flowers bloomed on the lush tree. The towering tree immediately turned sinister and horrifying, looking very strange. The surrounding cold qi gathered in the four-legged crowned snake's sinister mouth once again. An ice pillar condensed with a cold light struck the roots of the divine Wuxia tree again. Endless cold air began to spread from the bottom of the tree to the top of the tree trunk. But this time the cold qi was unable to penetrate the inside of the tree of God. There was no way to completely freeze the Wuxia tree. The state of massacre would not allow the ice to break into the Wuxia tree. Kacha. After a while, the surface of the Wuxia tree, which was covered in ice, slowly cracked. Pieces of shattered ice fell off. However, the Wuxia tree, which contained the force of lightning, was still in perfect condition as it pressed down violently. Boom! The divine tree descended, bringing with it the unceasing power of thunder and lightning. It ruthlessly pressed down on the blurry silhouette in the sky. The huge four-legged crowned snake let out a pained roar. Its body completely appeared in Xiao Qian's field of vision, its skin covered in flickering lightning. The murderous intent contained in the lightning easily tore through the layers of ice defenses that the crowned snake had set up as though they were tofu. In an instant, the four-legged crowned snake's defenses crumbled. It used its physical body to take on Xiao Qian's move head-on. Its scales exploded and countless black blood droplets seeped out of its skin. Faint electric light could still be seen flickering in the wounds. It looked like states were also divided into grades. The state of massacre was clearly stronger than the state of thunder. However, the fusion of the state of massacre was much easier than the fusion of other states. Xiao Qian was able to easily infuse the state of thunder. Did this mean that the fusion of states of different styles was easier than the fusion of states of the same style? For example, the fusion of the state of wind and the state of cloud or the state of mountain and the state of cloud were energy-based states. Merging them was very difficult. However, it was easier to merge the state of massacre and energy-based states. However, it would be much more difficult to merge them with the states of destruction, life, and nature, which were similar to the state of massacre. It looked like the knowledge and methods involved in states were much more complicated than Xiao Chun had imagined. However, this opened a new door for Xiao Chen's thinking. These thoughts flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, but he did not think too deeply about them. At this moment, he was still in the middle of a battle of life and death. It was clearly not the time to think about this problem. It would be better to think about it after the battle. Under the pain, the four-legged crowned snake let out an angry roar, its forked tongue flicking in and out continuously. Hu Chi! A red light flashed. The four-legged crowned snake's red tongue was like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that one's thoughts could not keep up with its speed. Xiao Chen's heart tightened and he quickly dodged to the side. However, that tongue was simply too fast. The long red snake pierced through his heart when it was only 10 centimeters away. A heart-wrenching pain spread through every inch of Xiao Chen's nerves. The enraged Xiao Chen swung his saber and chopped at the tongue that was trying to retract. Then he ruthlessly cut off a large chunk of it. The intense pain disrupted the circulation of Xiao Chen's essence. The gravity spell immediately scattered, and Xiao Chen's body fell heavily to the ground. Who? Just as Xiao Chen was about to fall to the ground, the red cloud in the distance flew over and caught him firmly. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with shock or pain. He pulled out the long red tongue that had pierced through his body. A horrifying hole immediately appeared on his chest, and blood gushed out. ZZ. ZZ. The red battle armor suddenly wriggled, and the terrifying hole quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it healed completely. The wound was healed. However, Xiao Chen clearly felt a lot of his life force drain away. This startled Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, this throne can forcefully use my life force to treat my injuries. Life force was the equivalent of a person's lifespan. The life force that was used to treat Xiao Chen had reduced his lifespan by more than a year. Xiao Chen shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. He jumped down from the red cloud and activated the windwalk shoes. Then, he fought the four-legged crowned snake continuously. With the aid of the state of massacre, Xiao Chen was able to hold his own against the four-legged crowned snake. Sometimes, after Xiao Chen broke his opponent's attack, the electric light would even leave wounds on his opponent's body. One man and one beast started an intense battle in the forest. A strong wind howled, lightning flashed, and ice spread everywhere. The battlefield grew larger and larger. When the surrounding trees were struck by the shockwaves of the battle, they immediately turned into countless splinters, dancing in the strong wind. Bang! 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 The four-legged crowned snake's cold chi froze the soil on the ground. It became very brittle. When a leaf fell on it, it would explode and kick up a cloud of dust. Wukuei blossoms. Xiao Chen grabbed hold of an opportunity and executed the Wukuei blossoms. The state of massacre infused into the Wukuei blossoms produced a scarlet Wukuei flower, wrapping Xiao Chen within it. Bang! 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 The four-legged crowned snake sensed the might of this move. It spat out sharp wind blades and ice arrows, continuously striking the surface of the scarlet Wukuei flower. Within the flower bud, Xiao Chen's internal organs were shaken. His qi and blood surged, and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. However, Xiao Chen endured it and continued to circulate his essence through his meridians. He focused on executing the Wukuei blossoms. Boom! The scarlet flower suddenly bloomed. Scarlet petals bloomed in the air. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and countless scarlet lights fell from the petals. When they landed on his body, his speed reached Mach 3. As the petals filled the air, Xiao Chen's saber strike was extremely beautiful. It was like a beam of light flashing by. A huge bloody hole appeared at the four-legged crowned snake's weak point. The berserk energy of the lunar shadow saber poured out wildly. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen stabilized himself, the four-legged crowned snake's huge tail swept across the air. It sent Xiao Chen flying, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. There was no panic on Xiao Chen's pained face. He quickly formed hand seals with his left hand and shouted, "Wukuei supporting the heavens." The scarlet petals filled the air and formed a scarlet river in the air. They flowed through the four-legged crowned snake's wound and quickly entered its body. After a while, a scarlet wukuei tree grew wildly at the four-legged crowned snake's weak point. Countless roots extended into its body, firmly taking root. The divine wukuei tree absorbed the life force of the four-legged crowned snake, turning it into its own nourishment. In the blink of an eye, the divine wukuei tree covered the sky and covered the sun. Countless branches sprouted out, producing scarlet wukuei flowers. They were very beautiful, looking very beautiful. Xiao Qian pushed off the scarlet cloud with his feet and his body rose up quickly. The unending thunderclouds in the sky churned continuously. A divine tree started to slowly grow above Xiao Qian's head. He muttered to himself, "I'll use this move to end this battle." Wukuei breaks the heavens. The instant the divine tree grew completely, an earth-shattering scarlet bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The lunar shadow saber in Xiao Qian's hand released a resplendent scarlet saber light. The scarlet beam of light quickly elongated. The four-legged crowned snake, which was rooted to the ground by the wukuei tree and unable to move, revealed an expression of horror and despair in its scarlet eyes. Die! Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed on the four-legged crowned snake's body. After the scarlet light faded for a long time, the huge body of the four-legged crowned snake split in half. It was split into two halves from the middle. Endless black blood rained down from the sky along with its shattered internal organs. After executing wukuei breaks the heavens, the scarlet battle armor on Xiao Qian's body immediately separated from his flesh. Then, it slowly wriggled and turned into a scarlet light before returning to his sea of consciousness. Then it turned into a scarlet throne. In the end, the state of massacre contained in it was too little. Xiao Qian had already exhausted it. Pooh! Xiao Qian landed on the ground exhausted. He immediately lay down. The battle with the 1,000-year-old demonic beast was too tiring. Furthermore, using the state of massacre had a strong side effect. Even now, Xiao Qian's head was still very dizzy. It was not time to rest yet. Xiao Qian braced himself and quickly got up. He walked over to the four-legged crowned snake's corpse. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! Balls of red light, invisible to the naked eye, quickly flew towards the throne mark on Xiao Qian's forehead. Chapter 329. That was at least 100 more than the rank 5 demonic beast. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The longer it lived, the more it killed. In Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness, the Scarlet Throne greedily absorbed the intent of massacre. Eventually, because there was too much red light, it could not help but tremble. As the Scarlet Throne trembled, Xiao Qian's fatigued body felt an indescribable carefree feeling. It made his body and mind feel much better. Xiao Qian infused his spiritual sense into the Scarlet Throne. In the small world inside, a golden deity floated high in the sky. That was the spiritual mark that Xiao Qian left in there. Underground, the once boundless sea of blood was now dry and narrow. All that was left was a 5-meter-wide scarlet puddle. This was the result of absorbing the rank 6,000-year-old demonic snake. Previously, there were only a few drops of scarlet liquid. It was even more pitiful. Take it slow. Xiao Qian was not in a rush. He withdrew his spiritual sense and focused his gaze on the demonic snake's corpse. There were many treasures waiting for him to collect. Xiao Qian extracted the four-legged crowned snake's demonic core and took out a sharp knife. Then he started to cut off the demonic snake's scales. These scales could change color freely. They were top-grade materials for refining magic treasures. There was also the snake gallbladder, the forelegs, and the crown on its head. They were all good stuff. After tidying up everything, Xiao Qian found a big tree and started to circulate his energy to recover his essence. After a fierce battle, Xiao Qian had expended too much energy and sustained significant internal injuries. This was especially so for the final swing of the demonic snake's tail. There was an estimated 25,000 kilograms of force that Xiao Qian had to endure. If it were not for the scarlet battle armor increasing his defense by 50% and his high recovery rate, that swing would have shattered all his internal organs. Xiao Qian took out a medial-grade spirit stone and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The endless pure spiritual energy in the medial-grade spirit stone poured into the qi whirlpool in his dantian. The liquid in the purple qi whirlpool started to drip slowly. After 12 hours, the essence liquid in the qi whirlpool was finally filled. Xiao Chan quickly circulated the Purple Thunder divine incantation to nourish his damaged internal organs. After another half a day, Xiao Chan finally cleared all the repercussions of this battle. She opened her eyes and a purple light flashed through them. Her bewitchingly beautiful and fair face regained its color, and was no longer deathly pale. Anyone who looked at her would easily be captivated. Xiao Chan got up and looked at the gray sky. Then, he resumed his journey of killing rank 6 demonic beasts and witnessed the might of the state of massacre. Xiao Chan became even more interested in killing strong demonic beasts. He had to collect more demonic beasts to strengthen his state of massacre. Just like that, Xiao Chan stayed at the periphery of the Ink Forest for 2 days before he returned to where Xiao Bai and the silver-armored warrior were. In 2 days 12 demonic spirit world demonic beast Chen least Xiao Chen 1 beast the 2 1 2 1 1 1 1 and 1 and 1 1 1 1 1 and 1 1 1. If Xiao Chan continued fighting, he would no longer be cultivating. Instead, he would be destroying his future. The body was the foundation of everything. There were no changes to the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron or the 2 silver-armored warriors. There were no signs of demonic beasts in these 2 days. However, when Xiao Chan looked around and did not see Bai, he felt it was strange. The spirit blood jade's senses told him that Bai was within 10 meters of him. How could he not see him? Xiao Chan leaped up gently and arrived at the mouth of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. When he looked down, he finally saw Bai. Xiao Chan only saw Bai jumping around continuously. However, the cauldron was only 6 meters tall. It could not jump up no matter what. Rongrong's cute face was filled with doubt. She kept scratching her head. She could not figure this out. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and looked at the bottle gourd that had fallen to the side. He immediately guessed what had happened. The little fellow must have gotten drunk on the mouth of the cauldron and fell in. The internal space of the cauldron was definitely lined with spatial formations. It was a small world of its own. Even if Xiao Chan fell in, he would have to put in a lot of effort to get out. How could Bai jump out? When Bai saw Xiao Chan on the mouth of the cauldron, he immediately revealed a look of joy. He looked pitifully at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and the spirit blood jade on his chest flashed with light, sucking in Bai. Iya! Iya! Bai came out of the spirit blood jade and pointed at the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron as it cried out in Xiao Chen's embrace. The gist of it was that this cauldron was very horrifying, very bad, very scary. Xiao Chan smiled and scolded. Let's see if you still dare to drink in the future. Since you like to drink so much, you should know the consequences of getting drunk. You even said you would help me protect this cauldron. In the end, you can't even protect yourself. Xiao Chan put down the injured Bai and landed on the ground. Then he casually found a tree that he could chop down with his saber. After that, he took out a carving knife and quickly carved out a lifelike flying bird. Then, he gently blew on the wood shavings on it, making the carving look even more realistic. It looks like my carving skills have not fallen behind. I wonder if Ying Yu is satisfied with the carving I gave her? Xiao Chan smiled gently before withdrawing his smile. He said in a deep voice, "Life bestowal spell." The wooden bird immediately came to life. Under Xiao Chen's control, it flapped its wings and flew up. After circling around, it quickly flew towards the exit of the Ink Forest. As long as it was not a wooden carving for combat, there were no requirements for the materials. Xiao Chan only wanted to use this bird to scout ahead. So there was no need to use the spiritual wood. In this forest, spiritual sense was greatly restricted. However, the life bestowal spell was not as restricted. After an hour, the wooden bird passed through the long dark tunnel and saw the scene outside. The majestic profound ice palace was still in its original spot. There were many cultivators standing guard at the entrance. It looked like they had not given up yet. Xiao Chan left a mark on the wooden bird and stopped it on the wall. He muttered, "It has already been 5 days. Unexpectedly, this group of people did not leave. However, if you want to compete in patience with me, I'm afraid you will be disappointed." Time passed day by day. Xiao Chan hunted demonic beasts during the day, and cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art at night. The spiritual energy here was very sparse. It was not suitable for cultivating the Purple Thunder divine incantation. Hence, Xiao Chan could only cultivate body tempering cultivation techniques. Coincidentally, the dragon and tiger body sculpting art was just a little short of small perfection. He might as well make use of this opportunity to make a breakthrough. Clearly, Xiao Chun was not in a rush. Half a month later, Xiao Chun suddenly shouted. All the bones in his body crackled continuously. A drawn-out aura rushed to the sky and scattered the lingering black smoke. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art's fourth layer, dragon tendon tiger bone, had reached small perfection. Xiao Chun leaped up and arrived before the dragon phoenix cauldron. Then he casually punched. Bang! The dragon phoenix cauldron gave off a muffled sound. The cauldron trembled as it flew forward. All the trees in its way were smashed into pieces. After a long time, the cauldron landed heavily on the ground. The 3 cauldron pillars sank 1 meter into the ground. Xiao Chun withdrew his fist and said softly, "After small perfection, my strength increased by 5,000 kilograms of force. There are still 2 more great perfection and peak great perfection. After that, this dragon and tiger body sculpting art will reach consummation. At that time, a casual punch from me should have 25,000 kilograms of force. A full power strike should be 50,000 kilograms of force. I should be able to open the remaining 3 acupoints on my right arm." A joyful expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. His heart was filled with anticipation. After that, he used the life bestowal spell to check the situation outside. He discovered that the huge profound ice palace of the Duanmu clan had already disappeared. It has been almost half a month. It looks like they can no longer hold on. It is time for me to go. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and smiled faintly. Afraid of an ambush, Xiao Chun used the life bestowal spell to fly out. He circled the area once before he confirmed that everyone had left. Xiao Chun did not linger any longer. He instructed the silver-armored warriors to carry the dragon phoenix cauldron and quickly left this underground forest, returning to the mountain range. Although the air in the mountain range was still turbid, it was much better than underground. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and felt his chest relax. The sky above the Ink Mountain range was filled with fatal danger. Xiao Chun did not dare to use the Scarlet Throne or the Silver Warship to fly over. The rank 7 demonic beasts that filled the sky would tear him to shreds. Xiao Chun could only obediently kill his way back from the ground. He would treat it as experiential training. Since ancient times, the strong had tempered themselves. Xiao Chun laughed loudly. He held the lunar shadow saber and walked forward in a heroic manner. Half a month later, at an exit of the Ink Mountain range, a youth wearing alternating blue and white robes with a blue strip of cloth tied to his forehead slowly walked out. A spirit fox sat on his shoulder and a sword hung at his waist. This person was Xiao Chun. He looked somewhat fatigued, but the light in his eyes still flickered. His sharpness was still present. Xiao Chun raised his foot and stepped out. When he saw the sunlight that he had not seen for a month, he narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. "I'm finally out. Today I realized how wonderful fresh air and sunlight are." Including the ink forest, Xiao Chun had cultivated bitterly for a month. The state of massacre that the Scarlet Throne had collected had turned into a deep pool of spring water. It was 10 times more than before. Of course, it was still incomparable to the vast sea it was at the beginning. The bigger gain was that Xiao Chen's reactions had become sharper due to the high-intensity battles he had experienced over a long period of time. His usage of martial techniques had become more flexible. The number of demonic cores, in addition to the ones he left in the subspace of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, reached a horrifying number. Xiao Chen counted them. There were more than 1,500 rank 4 demonic cores, 1,000 rank 5 demonic cores, and 700 rank 6 demonic cores. This was a huge sum of wealth. If he exchanged them for spirit stones, he would definitely be able to get at least 2,000 medial grade spirit stones. Might even be more. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation speed, he would consume 1 medial grade spirit stone a day. 2,000 medial grade spirit stones would be enough for him to use for 6 years. Even if Xiao Chen's cultivation realm increased and the consumption increased, it would still be more than enough to last him for 2 years. With the remaining 5,000-odd medial grade spirit stones, Xiao Chun could buy whatever he wanted. However, when Xiao Chun saw the 2 silver-armored warriors carrying the Dragon Phoenix cauldron behind him, he frowned slightly. He could not think of how to deal with this. He could not store the Dragon Phoenix cauldron in the universe ring. It was so huge, If he placed it somewhere else, it would be very eye-catching. Chapter 330. Xiao Qian muttered to himself for a while before saying, "It looks like I can only place it in a more reputable pawnshop. I remember that the Merchant Association of Feng Feishua's clan runs a pawnshop as well. How about I place it there?" Hu Qi. With a thought, the scarlet throne flew out on a scarlet cloud. This place was still within Dongming province. The silver warship was rather eye-catching. Xiao Qian was afraid of being recognized, so he could only use the scarlet throne. The silver-armored warrior carried the dragon phoenix cauldron and slowly walked to the red cloud. The red cloud was incredibly soft, like it was solid. There was no need to worry about falling. Sitting on the throne, Xiao Qian operated the throne with all his might. He quickly soared into the sky, heading for Dongming province's capital. One night, 2 days later, Xiao Qian landed silently outside Dongming city. He first entered the city and obtained a large box to store the dragon phoenix cauldron. Then he headed for the city again. Bringing a large box into the city in the middle of the night would inevitably attract the attention of the city guards. However, ordinary people would not be able to make out anything special about the dragon phoenix cauldron. So, there was no need to worry about the city guards discovering anything. Xiao Qian calmly opened the box. After he showed it to the city guards, he entered the city without a hitch. Xiao Qian was not in a rush to go to the pawnshop. Instead, he found an inn and asked for a good room. Then he took a good bath. After washing away the fatigue from the past month, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after asking the waiter for the location of the Feng clan pawnshop, Xiao Qian carried a large box and rushed over silently in the middle of the night. The name of the pawnshop was Victorious Leader. It was already closed in the middle of the night. Azure steps extended to the door. There were 2 fire phoenixes carved on the door. This was the symbol of the Feng Clan Merchant Association. As long as a shop had this symbol carved on it, it would be considered a property of the Feng Clan. As Xiao Qian slowly walked up the steps, he immediately felt a few strong auras lock onto him. These auras scanned his body continuously, trying to see through him. Dongming City was one of the 4 great cities in the world. The pawnshop that the Feng clan placed here would definitely have a lot of business. It was no surprise that it was heavily guarded. Clang clang clang. Holding the wooden box, Xiao Qian calmly walked to the door and lightly knocked on the knocker. "Who is it? It's the middle of the night and you don't let me sleep. You're here to pawn things." A shop assistant opened the door and said with sleepy eyes, "Victorious Chief Pawnshop. We don't do business at night. Come back tomorrow." After he finished speaking, he was about to close the door again. Xiao Qian held the box with one hand and blocked the door with the other. He smiled gently and said, "You don't even want to do a big deal?" The waiter laughed and said, "Big business? How big?" Xiao Qian smiled and didn't say anything. He directly pushed the door open. The waiter couldn't resist this force and quickly retreated. He seemed very angry. Xiao Qian loosened his grip and the wooden box landed on the ground with a thud. The huge weight of the dragon phoenix cauldron caused the ground to tremble. The waiter was startled. He was astonished. He did not expect such a heavy item. To think that this youth in front of him could easily lift it up with one hand. The waiter, who was about to chase Xiao Qian away, turned serious. He no longer felt sleepy as he said, "Young hero, are you pawning something or storing it?" "Storing it," Xiao Qian said simply. "I'm also selling something at the same time." The waiter smiled bitterly and said, "However, our appraisers are already asleep. It is not convenient to wake them up at this time." Xiao Qian casually looked around the hall before sitting on a chair by the wall. He took out a medial-grade spirit stone from the universe ring and smiled faintly. "Is this fine now?" The waiter looked at the medial-grade spirit stone on the table. A greedy look flashed in his eyes. Even a waiter of the Feng clan's pawnshop had good eyes. Naturally, the waiter recognized what this was. A medial-grade spirit stone. If it was exchanged for gold, it would be enough for him to live a luxurious life for most of his life. The waiter grabbed the medial-grade spirit stone and smiled. Yes, no problem at all. I will call our master over now." The waiter immediately took out a medial-grade spirit stone. "It looks like this is a big deal. If I wake the master up, I will not have to fear him scolding me." Xiao Qian looked at the waiter's back and felt a slight heartache. This time he could only spend a lot. There were many people here during the day. It would be hard to avoid news of this place leaking out. It was worth it to spend an extra medial grade spirit stone. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, there was the sound of footsteps coming from the back of the hall. The waiter from earlier led an old man over, looking travel-worn. The old man wore long gray robes and walked with steady steps. His eyes gleamed and his chi and blood were vigorous. He did not look old at all. When the old man arrived before Xiaoqian, he performed a cupped fist salute and smiled. "My family name is Huang. I am the chief appraiser of the victorious chief pawn shop. I have yet to ask for young hero's name." There were not many people who could take out a medial grade spirit stone as a tip. While they were speaking, the old man carefully sized up Xiaoqian. He was already a medial grade martial saint at such a young age. However, this was not strange. Such a youth could be considered an outstanding talent. However, there were many of them everywhere. However, the old man felt a dangerous aura from this person. The old man had already become a peak inferior grade martial king long ago. However, he was too engrossed in appraising antiques, which delayed his cultivation. This youth is not simple, the old man concluded in his heart. Xiaoqian performed a cupped fist salute and smiled. "I do not dare to claim my name. You can just call me Yi Qian. Could I trouble Master Huang to help me take a look at this item? I would like to store it in your shop for a period of time." The rules of the pawn shop were that the value of the item was determined. As for how to appraise the value and rank of the item, it depended on the appraiser's eyesight and knowledge. Xiaoqian had brought the Dragon Phoenix cauldron here because he wanted to use this opportunity to appraise it. He wanted to see if he could obtain any useful information from the other party. Master Huang nodded slightly. Xiaoqian flicked his hand and sent out 4 strands of energy. The box immediately opened, revealing the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. The dragon and phoenix carved on the cauldron looked very lifelike. One dragon and one phoenix chased each other. The cauldron gave off an ancient and heavy aura. The Dragon Phoenix cauldron in front of Master Huang was instantly stunned. His expression froze and he was tongue-tied. He was so shocked that he could not speak properly. Dragon Phoenix cauldron. It really is one of the 3 replicas of the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Why is it with you? When Xiaoqian saw the old man's expression change, he thought to himself, "It looks like there's a chance." Xiaoqian stood up and asked, "Old sir, do you recognize this cauldron?" Master Huang recovered his wits and knew he had lost his composure. He smiled apologetically. The original Dragon Phoenix cauldron disappeared long ago. There are only 3 replicas left. The Feng clan has been searching for this cauldron for thousands of years. I did not expect it to appear in little brother's hands. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Feng clan has already grasped the method of refining secret treasures? Everything is ready except for this cauldron. Young hero Yi Qian, may this old man be bold enough to ask if you are willing to sell this cauldron? If you are, the Feng clan will be able to bear any price. Master Huang turned around and asked softly. Naturally, Xiaoqian had no intention of selling the Dragon Phoenix cauldron that he had spent so much effort to obtain. He shook his head and rejected. "I'm sorry, I will only store it and not sell it." "Old sir, what do you know about this cauldron? Can you tell this junior about it?" A strange look flashed in Master Huang's eyes. He smiled gently. "I only recognize this cauldron. How would I know anything about it? Young hero Yi is too kind." Xiaoqian's gaze was like lightning as he took in the old man's expression. He knew that this old man was purposely not saying anything, so he could not be bothered with him. He said, "Never mind, since old sir is not willing to say, then state a price. I intend to store this cauldron here for a year." Master Huang thought for a while before saying, 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. What do you think? Perhaps there is another way. You can lend this cauldron to our Feng clan. You can come and collect it at any time. If that's the case, not only will we not need your spirit stones, we will even give you 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones every year. Xiaoqian thought for a long time. After a while, he made a decision in his heart. He said, "Sure, but I want to discuss this with your young master personally." Xiaoqian had his own considerations. Although he had the Dragon Phoenix cauldron and the Lunar True Flame, he did not know the exact method. If he kept them, he would need a long time to figure out the method. Xiao Qian might as well hand the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron over to Feng Feixue and exchange it for the method to refine secret treasures. After that, he would let her use the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron for a period of time. This could be considered as repaying her some favors. The most important thing was that Xiao Qian really wanted to see her. After returning to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Qian had a premonition that he would be leaving the Great Qin nation soon. After Xiao Qian agreed to Feng Feixue's promise, he did not see her come looking for him. However, she did get Princess Yu to look for him once. However, she did not explain things clearly. After leaving the Great Qin nation, Xiao Qian did not know when he would return. He might as well take this opportunity to have a good chat with Feng Feixue. When Master Huang heard Xiao Qian's words, he was slightly taken aback. He said with some embarrassment, "Young hero Yi, the Feng family has a big business, and the Shunkui pawnshop is just a small place. It's really a bit abrupt to invite Miss Feng here. Besides, I can make the decision to borrow the cauldron." Indeed, the Feng clan had shops all over the continent. Although the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was important, there was no need to get Feng Feixue over. Furthermore, Feng Feixue had been running around the continent for the Feng clan's business for a long time. Aside from some specific days, she did not have a fixed residence. It would be difficult to invite her with Master Huang's status. Master Huang explained the difficulties to Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian thought for a while and said, "In that case, never mind. I will leave this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron here. If you can make an appointment with Feng Feixue, then come and talk to me about lending it to you." When Master Huang heard this, his expression could not help but change. He felt that it was a great pity. Just as he was about to ask Xiao Qian to stay, he suddenly thought of something. His face filled with a smile again. He asked in anticipation, "Young hero Yi, may I ask if you are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Pixi-chan?" Xiao Qian felt it was strange. He nodded and took out his identity token to prove his identity. He asked, "What's wrong? Does Master Huang recognize me?" Master Huang smiled and said, "There is no need to ask young Master Yi about this. If you trust me, you can leave the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron here first. Come back tomorrow at midnight, and you will be able to see Miss Feng." Chapter 331. This is really strange. Xiao Qian did not know that he had such great influence. Since that was the case, he would come back tomorrow. There was no need to worry about leaving the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron here. However, there was another matter that could be settled now. Xiao Qian said, "It is settled then. I still have some demonic cores with me. I wonder if Old Huang can help me appraise them and do some business?" Old Huang smiled and said, "That is easy. Do you want to pawn them or sell them?" "Sell them." After Xiao Qian spoke, he poured out 3 large piles of demonic cores from his universe ring. The largest pile was rank 4 demonic cores, the smallest was rank 5, and the smallest was rank 6. The smile on Old Huang's face immediately froze. He was speechless. This was the so-called demonic core. A rough count gave him more than 3,000 demonic cores. With such a large number, the victorious chief pawnshop's annual business was probably only this much. The waiter at the side was completely dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I did not say anything to offend this person." When he thought about how he had been prepared to mock this person, he felt that he was really lucky. Xiao Qian said, "Old Huang, what's wrong? Is the number too large?" Old Huang recovered his wits and sighed. "It's not large at all. I will call the other appraisers. We will definitely give young Master Yi a specific number within an hour." Xiao Qian smiled and said, "There is no rush. It does not matter if I wait a little longer." After an hour, Old Huang walked over tiredly. He took out a stack of papers and said to Xiao Qian, "Young Master Yi, the attributes of every demonic core have been appraised. All of them have a specific price tag. Take a look and see if there is anything you would like to add." Xiao Qian received the stack of papers and looked at them carefully. He discovered that it was indeed as Old Huang said. Not only were the attributes of the demonic cores listed, even the corresponding demonic beasts were listed. Furthermore, the accuracy was almost 100%. Every demonic core had a valuation. Furthermore, the reason for the valuation was stated in detail. The appraiser of the victorious chief pawnshop was not simple at all. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Qin, overturning some of Xiao Qin's original concepts. For example, the demonic core of an inferior rank 4 demonic beast was valued even higher than a superior rank 5 demonic core. The reason was that the heavenly craftsman had developed a new spirit weapon and was in urgent need of such demonic cores. There were many similar cases. The value of a demon core was not simply determined by its rank. This gave Xiao Qin some inspiration. Finally, Xiao Qin took a look at the total. All the demonic cores added together could be sold for 450,000 inferior grade spirit stones. When Xiao Qin saw the inferior grade spirit stones, he frowned slightly. Honestly speaking, he did not have much use for inferior grade spirit stones. Right now, he could only use them as currency. There was no use for ordinary cultivation. At most, it could be used to quickly recover essence when one's essence was slightly depleted. If Xiao Qin depleted too much, he could only use medial-grade spirit stones. One medial-grade spirit stone would not be enough. When Old Huang saw that something was wrong with Xiao Qin's expression, he asked in a probing manner, "Young Master Yi, are you not satisfied with the price?" Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "No, 450,000 inferior-grade spirit stones is already a very high price. However, I was wondering if I could exchange it for medial-grade spirit stones." When Old Huang heard this, he muttered in a low voice, "It is not impossible. However, young Master Yi needs to think this through. Although inferior-grade spirit stones are no longer of much help to cultivators above medial-grade martial saint, they are still the basic currency of the continent. There will not be any devaluation." What Old Huang said was not wrong. The auctions held in Shihe City also used inferior-grade spirit stones as the starting point. There should not be any major changes in other places. Old Huang continued, "If you use inferior-grade spirit stones to exchange for medial-grade spirit stones, you will be at a great disadvantage. Young Master, you should think this through carefully before making a decision." Old Huang continued, "If you use inferior-grade spirit stones to exchange for medial-grade spirit stones, you will be at a great disadvantage. Young Master, you should think this through carefully before making a decision." At the auction in Shihe City, Xiao Qin had suffered such a disadvantage. For the sake of purchasing secret treasures, he had no choice but to use medial-grade spirit stones to exchange for inferior-grade spirit stones. If he had prepared a sufficient amount of inferior-grade spirit stones in advance, such a situation would not have happened. However, Xiao Qin had an urgent need for medial-grade spirit stones. He felt that they would be of great use in the future. Now that he had the opportunity, he had to exchange them for medial-grade spirit stones. Xiao Qin asked, "Name a number. How many medial-grade spirit stones can these 450,000 inferior-grade spirit stones be exchanged for?" Old Huang replied straightforwardly, "At most 3,000. This is a discounted price on the account that you are acquainted with Miss Feng. One medial-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade spirit stones. If it was inferior-grade spirit stones for medial-grade spirit stones, or 200 inferior-grade spirit stones for one medial-grade spirit stone, one would be laughing up their sleeves." Hence, the price given by Old Huang was indeed a discounted price. Furthermore, it was much more than what Xiao Qin had expected. Xiao Qin put down the white paper that introduced the demonic core. He smiled and said, "In that case, many thanks to Old Huang. 3,000 medial-grade spirit stones was a very large sum. Xiao Qin had to go through many procedures before he could truly obtain it. Xiao Qin waited for another 4 hours before he finally managed to obtain all 3,000 medial-grade spirit stones. In addition to the 5,000-odd medial-grade spirit stones in the universe ring, Xiao Qin now had a total of 8,000 medial-grade spirit stones. This was a horrifying amount of wealth. Xiao Qin was more or less done with what he needed to do. All that was left was to wait until he saw Feng Feishua tomorrow. When Xiao Qin pushed open the doors of the victorious chief pawnshop, the sky in the east was already turning bright. The light of dawn was about to break through the shackles of darkness. There were already some people on the streets. However, most of them were ordinary people doing business in the early days. There were no signs of cultivators. Xiao Qin revealed a calm smile as he slowly walked to the inn he came from. His pace was neither fast nor slow. When he heard the various shouts of the ordinary people around him, His state of mind slowly calmed down. When Xiao Chun arrived at the entrance of the inn, the light of dawn finally matched the night sky. A red sun appeared. Xiao Chun stopped and looked up. The rising sun was as red as a pillar. However, it was not too hot. Only at this moment could an ordinary person look directly at the sun. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He was like this fiery morning sun. His future was bright, but he might not be able to truly emit the light of the blazing sun. However, it was filled with unknown factors. Since ancient times, there had been countless geniuses who died prematurely when the sun just rose, falling completely. The road ahead would be bumpy. He had to be careful. Just as Xiao Chun was deep in thought, the waiter opened the doors of the inn. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and walked in under the waiter's astonished gaze. Strange, didn't this person not go out last night? Why did he come in again this morning? The waiter muttered as he looked at Xiao Chun's back. After returning to his own room, Xiao Chun washed up and went straight to his bed to cultivate. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had remained in the 5th layer for a long time. After the 3rd layer, it became increasingly difficult to cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. However, with every layer there would be a qualitative change in his strength. When he broke through to the 3rd layer, the Purple Thunder True Fire became the origin flame. When he broke through to the 4th layer, the might of the Purple Thunder True Fire increased by another level. The origin of thunder contained in it became purer and more condensed. Xiao Chun did not know what kind of surprise he would receive when he broke through to the 5th layer. He hoped that when the time came, the amount and might of the Purple Thunder True Fire would improve by another level. Xiao Chun cultivated all the way until dusk. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his palm. He gathered all the purple electricity in the air due to his cultivation into his right hand, forming a ball of blazing purple flame. The purple flame slowly seeped into his palm and entered his body through the meridians in his arm. Finally, it gathered at the origin flame in his right eye. After not eating for a day, Xiao Chun felt hungry. He prepared to go downstairs and have a feast. Dusk was always the most crowded and bustling time in any inn or restaurant. Xiao Chun waited for a long time on the 2nd floor before he found an empty table by the window. Have you heard? Something big happened in Dongming province. It could be said to have shaken the entire Great Qin nation. While waiting for the food to be served, the discussions of some cultivators reached Xiao Chen's ears. Another person laughed. Haha, how big can it be? Is it even more shocking than Xiao Chen's battle with the noble clans a year ago? Xiao Chun, that's all in the past. That person hasn't appeared for a year. I'm guessing that with the large families chasing after him, he's either left Great Qin or is hiding in the wilderness, hiding his identity. In the current Great Qin nation, there is no place for him to stay. Dongming province, the royal courts, Shihe province, and Nanling province are all hunting him down. That's true. Tell us what happened. Someone asked with great interest. That's true. The person who spoke first took a sip of wine and said, a month ago, Duanmuking gathered the outstanding talents of the various lands. I believe you all know about this. According to reliable sources, they gathered for a dragon phoenix cauldron left behind by the Fire Li sect. Furthermore, they actually found this cauldron. In the end, a nameless brat from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion defeated the outstanding talents of the various lands and snatched the cauldron back. Is that true? The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a legendary item. To think it actually appeared. The others exclaimed in astonishment. When Xiao Chun heard this, he frowned slightly. He thought to himself, it looks like the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a hot potato. I will probably feel some pressure when I return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Those people continued to chat, but Xiao Chun had no interest in listening. After he finished his meal, he returned to his room to cultivate. Time passed very quickly as Xiao Chun cultivated. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes again, the sky had already turned dark. He opened the window and looked out. It was very dark outside. There were very few people walking on the streets. Xiao Chun held his lunar shadow saber and silently leaped out, heading for the victorious chief pawnshop. He remembered that the last time he met Feng Feishua was in Dongming City as well. It seemed like the two of them had a special fate in Dongming City. Xiao Chun executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art with all his might. In a short while, He arrived at the victorious chief pawnshop again. This time it was different from last night. There was no strong aura staring at him. The moment Xiao Chun walked up the bronze steps, the doors opened. Old Huang smiled from behind the doors. "Young Master Yi, please follow me. Miss Feng has been waiting for a long time." Xiao Chun nodded gently and followed Old Huang to the guest room on the top floor of the victorious chief pawnshop. When they arrived at the door, Old Huang tactfully left. Chapter 332. After calming himself down, Xiao Chun gently pushed open the door. The instant the door opened, he immediately saw Feng Feixue, dressed in men's clothing, holding a folding fan in her hand. She seemed to be the same as before without any changes. Her aura was the same as before. Her fine black hair was tied up, and the men's clothing made her pretty face look very different. She was elegant, and her aura was outstanding. After sensing for a while, Xiao Chun discovered that Feng Feixue's cultivation was still at peak superior grade martial saint. This surprised him. Feng Feixue had a gentle smile on her face. When Xiao Chun was sizing her up, she also carefully observed Xiao Chun. When Feng Feixue saw Xiao Chun again, she felt that his aura was even more reserved. Furthermore, there was an additional aura that she could not understand, making him seem somewhat mysterious. The two of them came to the table and sat across from each other. Feng Feixue picked up the teacups on the table and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Chun. She smiled softly and said, "It has been a long time. Your strength has increased again. Congratulations." Xiao Chun received the teacup and took a sip. Then he continued the topic. "You are the one that shocked me. After running around the continent, your cultivation is still higher than mine." Feng Feixue smiled faintly and poured herself a cup of tea. Then she changed the topic. "This is the first time you are in such a rush to look for me. I rushed over from the imperial capital overnight. Is something the matter?" There were too many things Xiao Chun wanted to ask Feng Feixue. Now that she was in front of him, he did not know where to start. Xiao Chun put down the teacup and organized his thoughts before saying, "I might have to leave the great Qin nation soon. A few months ago, you asked you to bring me to the imperial capital. Can you tell me why? If I can help you, I will do my best. However, if I leave the great Qin nation, I might not be able to return for some time." Feng Feixue smiled faintly and felt warmth in her heart. She did not expect that when Xiao Chun was preparing to leave the great Qin nation, he would still remember the promise he made to her. "Indeed, with your strength it would be good for you to go out and train. However, you do not have to worry about my promise. Even if you are at the ends of the earth, I will find you immediately," Feng Feixue said softly. It looked like Feng Feixue was still unwilling to tell him her secret. So be it, Xiao Chun did not force her. He continued asking, "Cousin Yulan, how are things in the heavenly Qin school?" When Feng Feixue heard Xiao Yulan's name, a complicated expression flashed in her eyes. She said, "She received your flowing light flower and is currently cultivating with all her might. She is very strict with herself, and the talent she displayed is extremely high. Currently, one of the seniors in the heavenly Qin school has already accepted her as a disciple." Hearing that the other party was fine, Xiao Chun relaxed slightly. The two of them chatted for a long time before Xiao Chun mentioned the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Feng Feixue hesitated for a while before saying apologetically, "The Feng clan does indeed have a method to refine secret treasures. However, only the clan head knows such a top-notch secret. I do not know it myself." This caused Xiao Chun to be somewhat surprised. However, when he thought about it, it was indeed so. If a clan really grasped the method to refine secret treasures, then the strength of the clan would definitely soar. Such an important secret was usually held in the hands of the clan head. Otherwise, if it was leaked, the consequences would be dire. As for whether there were other reasons, or if Feng Feixue had her own difficulties, Xiao Chun did not care. He did not like to force others. Furthermore, Feng Feixue had already helped him enough. Just the heaven-rank movement technique, the blue dragon cloud soaring art, had saved his life several times at crucial moments. It was more valuable than a priceless treasure. What else was there to ask for? Feng Feixue said, "I am really sorry about this. However, when you hand the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron over to the Feng clan, I can pay you daily. 10 medial-grade spirit stones every day, until you take the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron." Xiaochen waved his hand and said, "Please don't say that. Just treat it as if it's in your Feng clan. To me it would be a hot potato." To Xiaochen this was indeed the case. If he could store it in his universe ring it would be fine. However, if he could not, it would be very inconvenient. The two of them chatted for a long time. Feng Feishue told Xiaochen about the experts she saw in the various countries and the strange martial techniques. This broadened Xiaochen's horizons, causing him to look forward to it. In the end, just as they were about to leave, Xiaochen could not help but ask a question in his heart. He said, "Feng Feishue, actually, I have always wanted to ask, why are you so good to me?" The first time they met, she gave him a blue dragon medicine cauldron. The second time they met, she invited him to enter the Heavenly Qin School. The third time they met, she gave him a heaven-ranked martial technique. After that, he created a great calamity. She helped him take care of the Xiao clan, resolving his worries. After that, she asked Yu to invite him to join the Imperial Dragon Legion. She wanted to help him recover his true body and live a normal life. All of this was a great favor. Feng Feishue helped him without any conditions, causing him to feel an indescribable sense of doubt. In this world there was no such thing as love without reason, nor was there any such thing as hatred without reason. Someone must have planted the seed of karma. Feng Feishue's pretty face was slightly stunned. However, she was not too shocked. She had already expected this question from Xiaochen. Seeing the determination in Xiaochen's pitch-black eyes, Feng Feishue's pretty face revealed some melancholy. "Helping you is the same as helping myself. As for the exact reason, it is not convenient for me to tell you now. When you and I can truly decide our own fates, the answer will automatically come to light." It seemed like Feng Feishue still did not want to tell him the reason, the secret of the disappearance of the blue dragon martial spirit, and why Xiao Zhan chased her out of the clan. These were the secrets that had troubled Xiaochen for a long time. It seemed like it would be difficult to get answers from Feng Feishue. What did she mean by truly deciding our own fates? Could it be that Xiaochen and Feng Feishue's fates were not in his hands now? Seeing the silent Xiaochen, Feng Feishue said softly, "If you really want to know, you can make a trip to the imperial capital. However, I hope that before you go, you will have absolute strength. Otherwise, your fate will be completely controlled by others. As the last inheritor of the blue dragon martial spirit, your existence implicates the interests of too many people. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every step you take is filled with danger. Back then, when your father chased you out of the Xiao clan, one of the main reasons was because of the benefits involved. He could not bear it. The entire Xiao clan could not bear it. All you can do is become stronger. There is no other way." Feng Feishue's words caused Xiaochen to feel a headache. She was talking about the existence of the blue dragon martial spirit. Xiaochen had a vague guess in his heart. Perhaps the energy that the blue dragon martial spirit carried was far greater than he imagined. However, he did not dare to think too deeply about it. He even purposely downplayed the connection between himself and the blue dragon martial spirit. This was because the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He was just a transmigrator. There was no need for him to be involved in so many schemes. He only wanted to live for himself, to be more simple, to slowly walk the path of cultivation to reach the peak step by step. However, Feng Feishue's words confirmed some of Xiaochen's guesses. From the day he awakened the blue dragon martial spirit, whether he was active or passive, willing or unwilling, he was already implicated in certain matters. No matter how he tried to avoid it, he could not avoid it. Picking up the teacup, Xiaochen drained it in one gulp. He placed the teacup heavily on the wooden table and calmed himself down. He said, "No matter what the truth is, I am living for myself and the people I care about. In the end, my fate is something that I have to fight for myself. I am indebted to you. If I want to repay you in the future, I will not hesitate to do so. I will take my leave first." After Xiaochen spoke, he directly left this place. Feng Feishue looked at Xiaochen's departing figure with an astonished expression on her face. After a long time, a secret door outside the hall opened. A beautiful woman wearing red robes appeared in the hall. The beautiful woman had an elegant aura. She was about 30 years old, but her exquisite face made her look like she was only 18 or 19. Time did not seem to have left any traces on her face. If one looked carefully, They might discover that Xiao Chan bore some resemblance to this woman. When Feng Feishue saw the beautiful woman, she said softly, "Aunt, he is right in front of you. Are you not going to come out and meet him?" The beautiful woman revealed a trace of sorrow in her eyes. The corners of her eyes seemed to be moist. She said softly, "There is no need. I owe him too much. I am already satisfied just to hear his voice." Feng Feishue went to the window of the tall building and looked out. She saw Xiao Chan turning into a purple beam of light and flying away quickly. She said indifferently, "I believe that he is the person I am waiting for. I will do my best to fight against the decision of my father and the elders' assembly. The promise that has lasted for 1,000 years must be passed down." There was still a sentence in her heart that she did not say out loud. It was as Xiao Chan said, "In the end, fate is something that you have to fight for yourself." The woman that Feng Feishue referred to as her aunt looked at Feng Feishue and seemed to think of herself in the past. She sighed in her heart. After leaving the victorious chief pawnshop, Xiao Chan rested in an inn for 2 days. Then he started to complete the remaining Black Sect missions. During the missions, he heard Feng Feishue spread the news that the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was already in the hands of the Feng clan, and that people were welcome to come and take a look. When Xiao Chan first heard this news, he was slightly stunned. However, he quickly figured it out. Feng Feishue was trying to divert everyone's attention from Xiao Chan. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was like the eye of a storm. It attracted the attention of many powers. No matter where Xiao Chan went, his Dragon Phoenix Cauldron would attract attention. Of course, it would be attention with malicious intent. Unless he delivered the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he would be protected by a strong power. By doing this, Feng Feishue had done Xiao Chan a great favor. 1 month later, Xiao Chan completed all the high-ranked missions he had received. He started his journey back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Without the restrictions of missions, he rushed back at full speed. He returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in half a month. Then, Xiao Chan headed straight for the Hall of Contributions on the Heaven Viewing platform. On the second floor of the Hall of Contributions, the person in charge of accepting missions verified the mission contracts that Xiao Chan handed over one by one. "You completed all the Black Sect missions in 3 months. I did not expect you to actually do it," the person in charge of the Hall of Contributions said in astonishment after he checked the contracts. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and did not say anything. These high-ranked missions were all made after careful consideration. Without absolute confidence, Xiao Chan would not accept so many high-ranked missions in one go. Chapter 333. There is a total of 30,000 contribution points. "Take a look," that person said enviously. 30,000 contribution points were obtained by one person at the same time. This was the first time he had seen such a thing in his many years as an administrator. Xiao Chan received it calmly and gave his thanks. The administrator behind him said, "Yi Chan, the first elder said that after you return, you should find some time to look for him." Xiao Chan stopped and turned around. He asked, "Is it urgent?" That administrator said, "Not really. He specifically instructed you to go if you have time. If you don't, then forget it." As that administrator spoke, he looked at Xiao Chan enviously. It had to be known that the first elder was now the person in charge of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He had never seen the first elder so polite to anyone before. It could only be said that Xiao Chen's potential was too high. Xiao Chen nodded gently and left. He could roughly guess why the first elder was looking for him. However, since it was not urgent, he would put it aside for now. After the mission handover was completed, Xiao Chen immediately rushed to Qingyun Peak. In the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, that was the only place that gave him a sense of belonging. As Xiao Chen slowly walked up the long steps of Qingyun Peak, he looked at the familiar scenery around him. He felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. When Bai, who was in the spirit blood jade, felt its surroundings, it immediately came out. It jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder and stretched its limbs. It looked extremely cute. "Big brother Yi Chan, when did you return?" Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng, who were preparing to go down the mountain, suddenly saw Xiao Chen's figure. The two of them ran over joyfully. Bai was very familiar with Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng. When it saw the two of them, it immediately stood up on Xiao Chen's shoulder and greeted them with a "iya" sound. This made the two of them laugh. Xiao Chan smiled helplessly and carried Bai down. He nodded and smiled. I just returned not long ago. How are elder sister Ryua's injuries? Xiaoming was playing with Bai. When she heard Xiao Chen's question, she looked up and said with a smile, You will know when you see it yourself. There will be a surprise. Xiao Yang and I are going down the mountain. Based on Xiao Meng's tone, it seemed like the injuries to Lu Ryua's meridians were completely healed. However, Xiao Chan found it strange what the so-called surprise was. Xiao Yang, who was at the side, smiled and said, Big brother Yi-chan, go quickly. When elder sister Ryua sees you, she will definitely be happy. Elder sister Ryua has been in the dueling grounds for the past few days. Xiao Chun nodded lightly. After bidding farewell to the two of them, he quickened his pace and flew towards the training ground. Before Xiao Chan got close to the training ground, he felt a strong aura. Furthermore, Xiao Chan was very familiar with this aura. Xiao Chan stopped outside the training ground and muttered, This is the aura of a martial king. Furthermore, it is very pure. Did elder sister Ryua break through? Seemed like it. Lu Ryua was only a step away from becoming a martial king for a long time. Now that she obtained the tendon refining flower and was reborn, she should have broken through. Furthermore, this experience would probably allow her to advance to peak inferior grade martial king. Even some of the veteran martial kings would not be a match for her. For a long time, one of the main reasons why no one came to Qingyun Peak was because there were no martial kings holding down the fort. Now it looked like this was a thing of the past. Xiao Chun felt joy from the bottom of his heart. He could not wait to enter the dueling grounds. Boom! 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 In the training field, a series of powerful auras exploded continuously. Lu Suifeng and Lu Ryua were exchanging moves in the dueling grounds. However, Lu Suifeng looked rather miserable. Rather than exchanging moves, he was more like a sandbag. Elder sister, you don't have to be so ruthless. I am your younger brother. Lu Suifeng begged as he dodged Lu Ryua's attacks. Bang! Lu Ryua said calmly, An unpolished jade is worthless. If you cannot even endure this little bit of hardship, how can I hand Qingyun Peak over to you in the future? Lu Ryua swung her scabbard and knocked away Lu Suifeng's saber. The scabbard struck Lu Suifeng's wrist heavily, causing him to cry out in pain. Lu Suifeng glanced around and suddenly saw Xiao Chun outside the training ground. His eyes lit up and he quickly called out joyfully, Elder sister, Yi-chan is here. Can you stop now? Lu Ryua directly struck Lu Suifeng's chest. She smiled faintly, using this move to trick me into slacking off again. It is no longer effective. Lu Suifeng was in so much pain that he could not breathe properly. He coughed a few times and said, Elder sister, it's true. Look outside. Although Lu Ryua did not believe it, she could not help but turn her head to look. She immediately saw a calm Xiao Chun outside the training ground. She immediately stopped what she was doing. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to quickly leave the battlefield and rush towards Xiao Chun. Yi-chan, you finally came back. If you still did not come back, I would have been beaten to death by my elder sister. Lu Suifeng said bitterly as he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chun was knocked back 3 days by Lu Suifeng's palm strike. He had thoroughly experienced Lu Suifeng's enthusiasm. He stood firmly and smiled gently. You should be rejoicing. Look at this palm strike. Your strength has clearly increased significantly. Lu Suifeng smiled embarrassedly. Then he said mysteriously, It's just a so-so. Compared to you, I am much weaker. I will be leaving first. You will have a pleasant surprise later. Xiao Chun found this strange. Why is everyone talking about a pleasant surprise? What exactly is the pleasant surprise? Lu Ryua gently leaped down from the dueling grounds arena. Her tight red robes accentuated her graceful figure as she walked over to Xiao Chun. Lu Ryua's flirtatious face had a trace of shyness. Her expression seemed to be somewhat nervous. However, she seemed to have made up her mind and quickly walked over to Xiao Chun. Bo! Before Xiao Chun could react, Lu Ryua's tender red lips quickly pecked his lips. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and she quickly retreated. Outside the dueling grounds, Lu Suifeng, Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng, who had already agreed to leave, all appeared together. They stared at this scene without blinking. Haha, my elder sister is really bold. However, she did what she said. I like it. Lu Suifeng laughed loudly at the side. Xiao Meng giggled and said, however, it seems like she did not have much experience. That was it. Xiao Yang smiled and said, ha ha. She did not have any experience in the first place. The only time was when Big Brother Yichan took the initiative. We can leave now. If we don't, elder sister Ruyue will go berserk. Behind the three of them, Bai looked at the two of them strangely. His large eyes were filled with doubt. The moment Xiao Yang spoke, Lu Suifeng and Xiao Meng immediately reacted. Xiao Meng held on to Bai and quickly retreated. Is this the so-called pleasant surprise? Xiao Chun muttered to himself. His delicate face blushed slightly. He did not know what to do. Although this was not the first time he kissed Lu Ruyue, the last time they kissed was passively. However, previously the two of them were passive. This time it was different. This time Lu Ruyue was the one taking the initiative. Xiao Qin's heart, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, had a slight ripple. He asked with some difficulty, Elder Sister Rua, what are you doing? Lu Ruyue originally had a bashful expression. However, when she saw Xiao Chun in such a predicament, she felt happy instead. She laughed loudly and said, this is a reward for you. Thank you for the tendon refining flour. If not for the tendon refining flour, I would be a cripple. I would not have broken through to Martial King. Just thanks. Xiao Chun felt slightly disappointed in his heart. He said softly, that is what I should do. It was a coincidence that I obtained the tendon refining flour. This fellow really does not know how to speak, Lu Ruyue thought gloomily to herself. Never mind, his wooden character cannot be changed. Lu Ruyue held onto Xiao Qin's hand and said softly, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll bring you to see something. Xiao Qin followed, feeling suspicious. When they arrived at a corner of the dueling grounds, Lu Ruyue let go of Xiao Qin's hand and said, this is it. Take a look. Ancient sabers were stabbed into the ground. The sabers contained a vigorous and ancient aura. Over 1,000 ancient sabers were arranged in a mysterious and complicated formation. The ancient aura on the sabers merged together. Xiao Chun stood in front and closed his eyes to feel it. It was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses charging at him with a surging killing chi. Kill! 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 The red throne in his sea of consciousness trembled continuously. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and said in astonishment, this is a miniature ancient absolute saber formation. However, why does it feel different from before? The ancient aura is even denser. The killing chi contained in it is on a completely different level from before. Lu Ruyue revealed a satisfied smile. You guessed right. Every saber here has a history of more than 10,000 years. They are true ancient weapons. This ancient absolute saber formation will definitely help you comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it. Xiao Chun was very moved. For Lu Ruyue to be able to find such ancient weapons, she must have put in a lot of effort. Xiao Chun knew from Lu Suifeng that Lu Ruyue owed Lu Chan a favor for the ancient weapons she borrowed in the past. This time, in order to obtain so many ancient weapons, she must have spent a lot more than before. Actually, Lu Ruyue knew that once she comprehended listening to the sword and communicating with it, it would be time for her to leave Qingyun Peak. However, Lu Ruyue still helped him without hesitation. This kindness was something Xiao Chun found hard to accept. Xiao Chun said sincerely, Ruyue, thank you. I promise you that no matter what, I will help Qingyun Peak obtain the first rank in the Inner Disciple ranking competition. The Inner Disciple ranking competition was the last thing that Xiao Chun wanted to do for Qingyun Peak, while he was in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He could only do this to help Lu Ruyue recover Qingyun Peak. A look of astonishment flashed on Lu Ruyue's face. She did not hear what Xiao Chun said at the end. There was a look of pleasant surprise on her flirtatious face as she said, what did you call me? Xiao Chun suddenly understood. Sorry, I said the wrong thing, elder sister Rue. Lu Ruyue giggled and said, hey, am I that scary? Why are you apologizing? You did not say anything wrong. I will allow you to call me Ruyue in the future. Remember, you are not allowed to change the way you address me. Xiao Chun felt somewhat embarrassed as he said, got it. Elder sister Rue, no, it's Rue. Xiao Chun accidentally said it again. When he saw Lu Ruyue's expression change, he quickly rushed over. Only then did Lu Ruyue smile in satisfaction. Chapter 334. You have just returned from a long journey. Go and rest in the ancient absolute saber formation and give it a try, Lu Ruyue suggested. Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. This strengthened version of the ancient absolute saber formation would definitely have an additional risk compared to the previous one. He was not fully prepared for it yet. It would be good to rest for a day before giving it a try. Xiao Chen took his leave and headed to his courtyard. The courtyard was very clean and tidy. The fallen leaves were swept to the side. The stone table was also spotless. It was clear that during the time Xiao Chen was away, someone came to clean the courtyard frequently. Xiao Chen sat at the stone table absent-mindedly. When he walked out of the dueling grounds, he felt that his mind had not calmed down. Earlier, he had only forcefully suppressed his emotions in front of Lu Ruyue. Now he could no longer hold it in and let it all erupt. He had never been in such a state before. If it was in the past, he would definitely use the time before the sky turned dark and not waste it at all on cultivation. He would definitely not be like this now, sitting in the courtyard and letting his thoughts run wild. Actually, ever since the last time Lu Ruyue was injured and her mind was in a mess, Xiao Chen already had a vague feeling that Lu Ruyue had unknowingly taken up a very important position in his heart. When did this feeling start? Xiao Chen himself was not clear. Perhaps it started when Lu Ruyue blocked Song Kei's attack for him. Actually, he had already unknowingly fallen into that kiss. After that, he unknowingly fell even deeper. However, he was engrossed in cultivation and neglected it. Or perhaps it could be said that he purposely ignored the truest feelings in his heart. Only when Lu Ruyue was injured did it erupt with such intensity. Her pain was like hitting him, causing him to be unable to calm down. Night slowly descended. There was no moon tonight, only a sky full of stars flickering with starlight. Xiao Chen sat alone in the courtyard for a long time. Lu Ruyue's kiss during the day disturbed Xiao Chen's mind once again. It was even more intense than when Lu Ruyue was injured. This was an uncontrollable longing. At this moment, Xiao Chen's mind was filled with Lu Ruyue's figure. That calm kiss seemed to linger on his lips. Xiao Chen did his best to calm his thoughts. He looked at the starlight filling the sky and took a deep breath. He leaped into the air and flew over the wall, heading for Lu Ruyue's independent courtyard. Xiao Chen moved like a flood dragon. His speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stopped on a big tree outside Lu Ruyue's courtyard. A series of soft shouts came from the courtyard. Xiao Chen's eyes were like lightning. With the help of the weak starlight, he could clearly see the situation in the courtyard. It was already late at night, but Lu Ruyue did not feel sleepy. She was focused on practicing a set of saber techniques. A strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. Sharp saber chi spread out in all directions. However, with Xiao Chen's eyes, he could tell that Lu Ruyue's mental state was somewhat unstable. As a result, her saber techniques were full of openings. If she fought an enemy like this, there would be serious consequences. Xiao Chen watched quietly as Lu Ruyue practiced her saber techniques in the courtyard. He revealed a faint smile on his face and slowly calmed down. After an hour, Xiao Chen quietly descended from the tree and headed for his courtyard. Xiao Chen already had an answer to the hazy feelings in his heart. However, he did not have any confidence in how to proceed. Perhaps it was better this way. Wang! Wang! Just at this moment, the spirit blood jade in front of his chest suddenly trembled. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He said in surprise, "What happened to Bai? Why is the spirit blood cloud pulsating so intensely?" The warning from the spirit blood jade startled Xiao Chen. The spirit blood jade was the link between Xiao Chen and Bai. It would only give a warning when one of them was in grave danger. Xiao Chen activated the windwalk shoes and raised his speed to the limit. Then he rushed in the direction that he sensed. After a while, Xiao Chen had already left the range of Qingyun Peak. However, the place that he sensed was still some distance away. Xiao Chen stopped in a lush forest. Xiao Chen was no stranger to this forest. Normally, when Xiao Chen practiced or tested out new martial techniques, he would choose this place. Because this place was very desolate and Qingyun Peak had very few people, no matter how big of a commotion he made, no one would discover him. Since Bai came here, she was definitely not ambushed. Xiaochen slowly calmed down. However, the spirit blood jade pulsated even more intensely. What happened this time? Xiaochen frowned. He could not figure it out. Could it be that I killed myself? Boom! Boom! A huge energy fluctuation spread out. Xiaochen's speed increased again. Occasionally, there would be flashes of light in the dark forest. The light caused the forest to flicker between bright and dark. A horrifying energy fluctuation spread out in the air. A strong wind blew, causing the trees to sway left and right. Countless leaves flew around and dust filled the air. Xiaochen gathered his essence in front of him and the falling leaves and dust exploded into powder. There seemed to be a storm in the middle of the forest. It kicked up a strong wind and gave off a shocking energy fluctuation. What exactly is going on? This energy fluctuation has already reached the boundary of a rank 7 spirit beast. Furthermore, it is still increasing. Xiaochen thought to himself. No matter what, he had to hurry over to understand something. So. Xiaochen pierced through the forest like an arrow. He could not be bothered to avoid some of the trees blocking his way. He simply punched them to pieces. Xiaochen used brute force to carve a path through the dense forest. The spirit blood jade in front of Xiaochen's chest started to give off a bright scarlet light. He felt a warm sensation on his chest. It was frighteningly hot. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! After a while, Xiaochen finally arrived at the center of the storm. Bai's entire body was snow white. At this moment her entire body was flickering with a jade-like luster. There was a weak figure reflected in her body. That figure was struggling non-stop, as though it was enduring some kind of immense pain. Under the illumination of the starlight, she gave off a different kind of brilliance. She was very beautiful. Energy ripples danced in the air around her, looking like crystalline ribbons. As the ribbons danced, a gust of wind surged out, forming a ferocious whirlwind that spread through the forest. When Xiaochen saw all this, he was completely stunned. He said in disbelief, "This is shape-shifting. Could it be that when she sneaked out at night in the past she was trying to shape-shift? This is too dangerous." Bai's cultivation realm was not high enough. Normally, shape-shifting spirit beasts would only attempt it after they reached rank 8. A rank 8 spirit beast was equivalent to a human martial monarch. Furthermore, the success rate was only about 50%. Normally, only those that had gained intelligence would choose to shapeshift. To spirit beasts, shapeshifting was a great opportunity. However, this opportunity was accompanied by boundless danger. What an idiot! She is too reckless. If I had known this would happen, I would not have passed the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation to her. Xiaochen said somewhat vexedly. If not for the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation, Bai would not have risked her life to try. Unfortunately, it was already at a crucial moment. It was too late to stop it. That would only cause the shapeshifting to fail and turn Bai to dust. Boom! 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 As Xiaochen was thinking, resplendent pillars of light came from Bai's body. The horrifying energy ripples swept over, turning the surrounding trees into dust. Bang! Xiaochen sent out a palm strike and shattered the energy ripples flying at him. However, just as he shattered one, a few more flickering pillars of light surged over with a surging torrent. The attack of a peak rank 7 demonic beast was simply too strong. Xiaochen had no choice but to retreat a few hundred meters. Then he soared into the air and landed on the top of a tree. Unexpectedly, the shape-shifting of a spirit beast would attract such intense energy fluctuations. Furthermore, Bai was only a rank 6 spirit beast. If it was a true rank 8 spirit beast that shape-shifted, how horrifying would the energy be? Xiaochen stared at Bai, who was in the pillar of light. His heart filled with worry. With such strong energy, if he was not careful, he would be crushed to death. The resplendent pillar of light soared into the sky and shone for a long time. The surrounding spiritual energy flew towards Bai like rain. In the end, the spiritual energy became too dense. Countless specks of starlight floated in the air. These specks of starlight were all made of spiritual energy. The densely packed specks of starlight sparkled in the dark night like gorgeous stars. The tiny human figure in Bai's jade-like skin slowly became clearer as spiritual energy poured in. Now it only lacked the final step: accepting the baptism of heaven and earth before it could truly shapeshift. The so-called baptism of heaven and earth was, to put it bluntly, a punishment from the heavenly das. This step was also the most dangerous one. Spirit beasts and humans were completely unrelated species created by the heavenly das. Regardless of whether a human wanted to become a spirit beast or a spirit beast wanted to become a human, it was a huge challenge to the heavenly das. If he could survive the fight against the heavenly Tao, not only would he be able to transform successfully, moreover, he could even steal a trace of the heavenly Tao and obtain karmic luck, allowing him to have unlimited potential in the future. Shao Chun looked up and saw the boundless clouds churning in the sky. Thunder rumbled. The baptism of the heavenly Daos was already brewing. The beautiful human figure in Bai's body seemed to sense the might of the heavenly Das. She sat down cross-legged and silently circulated the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation technique. A thin golden halo appeared around Bai's body, giving her jade-like body a dignified and sacred feeling. Shao Chun frowned heavily as he looked at the increasingly horrifying electric might and pressure accumulating. His heart slowly leaped to his throat. He felt incredibly nervous. Boom! The continuously accumulating lightning might finally reached a critical point. Then it exploded. A silver snake tore through the sky, heading straight for Bai. When the berserk lightning struck the golden halo, it gave off a loud sound. Countless specks of dust flew up from the surrounding ground and filled the air in an instant, completely obscuring Shao Chun's vision. The ground started to tremble. The tree that Shao Chun was on shook violently. Chapter 335. Shao Chun stood at the top of the tree. His body moved along with it, as though he would be flung off in the next moment. However, he maintained a delicate balance and remained standing at the top of the tree, not getting flung off. Boom! 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 Bolts of surging lightning struck down endlessly, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. It was like the lightning was going to shatter space. This light illuminated the pitch-black night in the forest. Nothing must happen to him. Shao Chun prayed. The lightning seemed to strike Shao Chun's heart, making him extremely anxious. Under the baptism of the heavenly Tao, Shao Chun did not dare to release his spiritual sense. Otherwise, if the heavenly Tao detected it, he might receive an even harsher punishment. Dust filled the sky, blocking Shao Chun's vision. Occasionally, lightning fell from the sky, as though it would never end. Hu Qi! Shao Chun sent out a sharp palm wind. The palm wind was as sharp as a saber. It cut through the dust filling the sky, revealing a crack that extended towards Bai, who was in the center of the dust cloud. The crack only existed for an instant before it mended. Shao Chun's eyes were like lightning. In this fleeting moment, he finally saw Bai's figure. Under the baptism of the lightning, that golden halo became even brighter. The divine and dignified aura deterred others from looking directly at it. Fortunately, I can hold on for a while longer and I will pass. After all, the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation is an immortal grade cultivation technique of the fiend race. Shao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning roared for a while before it completely quieted down. However, the boundless clouds in the sky had not dissipated yet. It was like the calm before the storm. The air in the forest stopped flowing in an instant. The dust filling the sky seemed to freeze, not moving at all. A heavy atmosphere spread out in the forest, making breathing difficult. It felt like a huge rock was blocking one's chest. It was extremely uncomfortable. Shao Chun held his breath as he looked at the rumbling thunderclouds in the sky. He muttered to himself, "This should be the last one. I hope nothing goes wrong." Right after Shao Chun said that, a golden light exploded in the horizon. The boundless dark clouds looked boundlessly resplendent under the illumination of the golden light. A golden bolt of lightning tore through the night sky. It was like a golden javelin piercing through the obstruction of space. It descended from the sky and landed on Bai's head. The boundless golden light exploded, and Shao Chun felt a piercing pain in his eyes. After a while, he was temporarily blinded. Everything in front of him was pitch black, and he completely lost all light. The unending shockwaves struck Shao Chun's body, causing him to sway unsteadily in the air before he fell heavily to the ground. Shao Chun extended his spiritual sense and his surroundings appeared in his mind. Then, he flipped in the air and landed firmly on the ground. I was too careless. The golden lightning is probably one of the highest grades of lightning. Even a martial monarch would not dare to look at it directly, Xiao Chan thought to himself. He had to get rid of the lightning in his eyes as soon as possible. Otherwise, it might leave behind a hidden injury that might cause permanent damage to his eyes. Xiao Chan sat cross-legged. Purple essence flowed through his meridians and into his eyes, carefully expelling the remnant golden lightning in them. After a while, the lightning was completely gone. Xiao Chan opened his eyes again, and his vision was restored. Slash! With a shout, Xiao Chan rose from the ground and quickly flew towards the spot where the golden light had landed. The dust that filled the sky slowly dissipated. In the center of the dust, a perfect and flawless girl's body appeared in Xiao Chen's vision without a single piece of clothing. The girl was only 14 or 15 years old. Her skin was as soft as snow, and her delicate facial features matched with her small oval face. She looked very delicate and cute. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her thick eyelashes cast two fan-shaped shadows on her cheeks. As she breathed, her eyelashes seemed to tremble like butterfly feathers. The girl looked like she was asleep. When Xiao Chan felt the girl's aura of life, he heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a set of clothes from the universe ring and placed it on Bai's body. Xiao Chan carried her in his embrace. Her soft and delicate body had the youthful and cute aura of a young girl. It would make one's heart tremble. Xiao Chan took a deep breath and calmed the intense fire in his heart. This was a physiological reaction that all men would have. Xiao Chan rushed back to his courtyard. After causing such a big commotion, it would be hard to avoid startling some people. He had to leave this place quickly. Xiao Chan carried by and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He flew across the ground, and the scenery on both sides flashed past his vision. At some point in time, Bai, who was in Xiao Chen's embrace, suddenly opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, there was a seductive air to her lovely face. The corners of her eyes curled up slightly, and her eyebrows reached her temples. This was a pair of captivating phoenix eyes. Her eyebrows were curved as she looked at Xiao Chen's serious face. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, and her lips curled up into a faint smile. She looked down and focused on Xiao Chen's thin lips. It seemed like she thought of something. Suddenly, Bai hooked her soft arms around Xiao Chen's neck. Her red lips parted slightly, and her snow-white teeth bit down on Xiao Chen's lips. The sudden change in the situation and the slight pain at the corner of his lips caused Xiao Chen's essence to be disrupted. He nearly fell to the ground. At the critical moment, he quickly dispersed his essence before he could stabilize himself. Bai released her teeth and revealed a smile. Her face was filled with pride. A small trickle of blood appeared on Xiao Chen's lips. It was the result of Bai biting his lower lip. In one day, he was forcefully kissed by two girls. Xiao Chan did not know whether to laugh or cry. The expression on Xiao Chen's face affected the wound at the corner of his lips. It immediately caused Xiao Chan to suck in a breath of air in pain. This is not a normal kind of pain. Where did this girl learn this from? When Bai saw the pained expression on Xiao Chen's face, she said suspiciously, "Elder brother Xiao Chan, what's wrong? You look like you are in pain. However, when elder sister Ryua kissed you, your expression was very comfortable. Could it be that Bai did something wrong? Perhaps it was because this was the first time she spoke, or perhaps it was because she saw the pained expression on Xiao Chen's face. But Bai's immature voice sounded very timid and fearful. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it is. However, you did not learn from her properly. She only lightly tapped me, not bit me." However, Xiao Chen naturally said these words in his heart. It was not good for Xiao Chen to explain this to her directly. Furthermore, when facing the transformed Bai, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to get used to it. You are not wrong. However, you cannot casually do this to others. You can only do it to someone with a very close relationship, Xiao Chen said after thinking for a long time. Bai nodded. Her cute face revealed an understanding expression. She said in a melodious and immature voice, "And I know. Elder sister Ryua likes elder brother Xiao Chen. That's why she can do that. I also like elder brother Xiao Chen, that's why I can do that. Elder brother Xiao Yang also likes elder sister Xiao Ming. I often see him secretly kissing elder sister Xiao Ming." Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. The more he explained, the more confused he became. However, he finally understood why Bai did it. She had just transformed into a human and she already knew so many strange things. So it turned out that she learned it from Xiao Meng. Xiao Chun was not good at this kind of topic. He could only smile embarrassedly and did not say anything more. He freed one hand and took out a pair of shoes from the universe ring. Since you are awake, you can walk by yourself. I'll give you a pair of shoes. In the future you have to learn how to wear shoes. Bai hooked her arms around Xiao Chen's neck and squeezed herself in Xiao Chen's embrace. Her watery eyes were filled with doubt as she asked seriously, "Why? Elder brother Xiao Chun, didn't you often hug me in the past? In the future you have to hug me as well. Bai likes it when you hug me. Can you stop moving around?" Xiao Chun said depressedly in his heart. Bai was now wearing a simple robe. Most of her body was not covered properly. Most of her snow-white skin was exposed. She came into direct contact with Xiao Chun. The young girl's fiery body pressed tightly against Xiao Chen's chest. Her firm and soft breasts occasionally pressed against Xiao Chen's chest. To any man with a normal physiology, this would arouse the flames of desire in his heart. This was especially so for the girl before Xiao Chun. She did not know what kind of arousal her current actions would arouse in a man. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and worked hard for a long time before the blazing flame in his heart calmed down. After a while he opened his eyes and said calmly, "All right, but you have to promise me not to move. Do you understand?" Bai nodded her head obediently. "Bai will not move. Bai is very obedient. I will definitely not move." Xiao Chun put away the shoes that he took out and looked at Bai's pure face. That pair of soul-stirring eyes made him smile helplessly. Xiao Chun thought to himself, even if I don't move, she is still a fatal temptation. Unfortunately, this girl does not understand anything now. In the future, I cannot let her be with Xiao Meng. I have to teach her more. After sorting out his emotions, Xiao Chun executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art again, and flew towards his courtyard. Not long after Xiao Chun and Bai Xiao left, two scarlet lights landed on the ground where Bai had transformed. These two people were wearing scarlet battle armor and scarlet cloaks. They had scarlet bloodsucker sabers at their waists and scarlet medallions on their belts. They were the Divine Saber Camp's commander and deputy commander. The two of them had grave and stern expressions. There was no focus in their eyes, it was chaotic. It seemed like there were countless aggrieved spirits in their eyes, letting out sorrowful cries. The two of them just stood there quietly and casually released their auras. The surrounding vegetation seemed to feel a horrifying killing intent. The grass bent over and prostrated itself on the ground, trembling. It was as though it was alive, feeling incomparable fear. The person on the right looked around as though he had seen through everything. After a while he said, "Big brother, it looks like that golden lightning did indeed come from here." The voice was somewhat hoarse, but it was very steady. The person who spoke was the Divine Saber Camp's deputy commander, Zhuo Yan. The person who was addressed as Big Brother was the Divine Saber Camp's current commander, Shi Mening. Shi Mening closed his eyes and a red light that was invisible to the naked eye was emitted from his body. When the red light returned to his body he said, "The golden lightning is indeed the might of the heavenly Das. For this person to be able to withstand such an intense might of the heavenly Das, he is no weaker than Murong Chong." Chapter 336. Zhuoyin said softly, "What does Big Brother mean?" Shimening nodded and said, "Investigate this person's identity. I want this person." Xiao Chun carried by, enduring the physical friction and mental torture along the way. When they finally arrived at his courtyard, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, there was another problem. Although there were many rooms in this courtyard, Xiao Chun had always been the only one staying there. Thus there was only one room that could be used. The others were all empty. There were no suitable beds. If it were in the past, there would naturally be no problem. Xiao Chun could sleep on the bed, and Bai could enter the spirit blood jade. Or it would be fine if she slept beside Xiao Chun. However, things were different now. Now that Bai had taken human form, it would be inhumane to lock her in the spirit blood jade. However, if he placed a pretty girl who did not know anything, who would occasionally tease Xiao Chan by his bed, Xiao Chun would not be able to sleep. He would not even be able to calm down when he cultivated. It looked like he could only spend the night outside the courtyard. Xiao Chun carried Bai into the room and placed her on the bed. He said, "You sleep first, I'm going to cultivate." Bai burrowed into the blanket and stretched her body. She looked at Xiao Chun with her large, watery eyes. She said in a melodious voice, "Elder brother Xiao Chun, come quickly. Let's sleep together." As Xiao Chun looked at the innocent and serious Xiao Bai, who seemed to take it for granted, he revealed an extremely conflicted expression. After a long time he squeezed out a sentence. "Bai, you have already taken human form. There are some things that you cannot do as casually as before. If a man and a woman are not lovers, they cannot sleep together. Do you understand?" Bai revealed a pondering expression on her delicate and cute face. Her little head was doing its best to digest Xiao Chen's words. She seemed to understand and not understand at the same time. When Xiao Chen saw her expression, he felt that she was really like a little girl, ignorant and lovable. Tenderness rose in his heart. He knew that some things could not be rushed. He had to teach her slowly. "Listen to me and sleep early. I'm going to the courtyard to cultivate. Don't think too much about it. Just take it slow," Xiao Chen said softly. Bai nodded lightly and said, "I'll listen to you and go to bed first. However, if brother Xiao Chen is tired at night, you can also come and sleep." Xiao Chen smiled gently and didn't say anything more. He immediately closed the door gently. He turned around and raised his head to look at the sky full of stars. He thought back to when he had first obtained Bai and how the mature six-tailed spirit fox had protected Bai without any regard for its life. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. For the first time he felt a tinge of regret for what he had done. "No matter what, since I have snatched away the love of your life, I will do my best to ensure that she does not suffer any harm." Xiao Chun looked at the starry sky with a calm expression as he made his promise. It was already late at night. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on a rock in the courtyard. As the cool and tranquil night breeze blew, Xiao Chen's restless heart slowly calmed down. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated slowly. Spiritual energy flowed over like water. The spiritual energy at the foot of the mountain could not be compared to the spiritual energy at the top of the mountain. If he left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future and wanted to find such a good place to cultivate again, it would be very difficult. Xiao Chun wanted to cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 6th layer before he left. As he cultivated, time flew by quickly. The stars in the sky slowly dispersed and a faint light gradually appeared on the horizon. Dawn was coming soon. When the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiao Chen's face, Xiao Chun opened his tightly shut eyes. A bright light flashed in them. Xiao Chen saw that Bai had woken up at some point in time. She had one hand on the stone table and was looking at him in a daze. With a flip of his palm, Xiao Chun absorbed the surrounding purple electricity into his body. He got up and walked over to Bai. He smiled faintly and said, "When did you wake up? Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Bai slowly stood up and said, "I woke up very early. From today onwards I will be a man, so I cannot be lazy anymore." The instant Bai stood up, Xiao Chun suddenly discovered that she was still wearing the robes that he had given her yesterday. Furthermore, it was just draped over her shoulders. When Xiao Chun stood up, his chest revealed a large patch of snow-white skin. He blushed slightly. It was not very obvious at night. However, it was currently daytime. It was not very appropriate. Xiao Chun recalled that there seemed to be a set of clothes in his universe ring. It was a set of clothes that he had bought for his maidservant Bao in the past. Bao's figure was about the same as Bai's. It should fit her well. Xiao Chun searched the universe ring with his spiritual sense and finally found it. He quickly took it out. "Wear these clothes first. In the future, you have to dress up neatly when you go out." Xiao Chun handed the clothes to Bai. Then he looked at her smooth feet and said, "Also remember to wear shoes." Bai received the clothes happily. However, after measuring them repeatedly, her delicate face revealed a distressed expression. She said, "However, I do not know how to wear them. Elder brother Xiao Chun, please help Bai wear them." Bai asked with anticipation in her eyes. Xiao Chun took a deep breath. There were some things that he had to harden his heart. Bai was already a normal girl. She had to learn these things. "You have to learn this. You cannot rely on anyone's help. Otherwise, you will not be allowed to go out," Xiao Chun said sullenly. Bai looked at Xiao Chen's serious expression and nodded seriously. She said, "Bai is very smart. Elder brother Xiao Chun, don't worry. I will definitely learn it." Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. In that case, go quickly. Put on your clothes, I will bring you out. As Xiao Chen watched Xiao Bai pick up the clothes and head for his room, he revealed a grave expression. How should he explain Xiao Bai's identity to the others? This would be problematic. However, he could still trust the people of Qingyun Peak. He would just tell them directly. He could not lock Bai up in the courtyard forever. Sooner or later, she would have to go out and see others. Xiao Chen took out some breakfast from the universe ring. He sat at the stone table and ate unhurriedly. After a while, the door opened with a creak. Xiao Chen put down the teacup in his hand and looked back. His eyes lit up. He saw Bai wearing a long green dress. Coupled with her pure and cute face, she looked like a little sister. That pair of almond-shaped eyes added a hint of charm to this pure temperament. The two different temperaments merged naturally, making Bai look very tempting. Bai walked around Xiao Chen and giggled. Do I look good? Xiao Chen was slightly distracted. However, he quickly recovered. He nodded and said, You look good. Let's eat something first. Bai walked over in satisfaction. She came to the table and ate the breakfast in small bites. Her eyes darted around before she said, Elder brother Xiao Chen, I want to drink wine. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. He took out a bottle gourd and poured her a small cup. He said, You are only allowed 1 cup. It is not a good thing for a girl to like to drink wine. Bai happily held the wine cup in her hand and sniffed it. After that, she happily took a small sip. Clearly, she did not have enough. Then she finished the wine in the cup in one big gulp. After she finished drinking, Bai immediately looked at Xiao Chen pitifully. Before she transformed, she often used this trick on Xiao Chen. Now she unconsciously used it again. I cannot let her do as she pleases. Xiao Chen put on a serious expression and said, No, there is only 1 cup. Eat something. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not agree, Bai felt helpless. She could only slowly eat her breakfast. The pitiful expression on her face made others want to agree. In the end, Xiao Chen hardened his heart and did not agree. He had to set the rules slowly. Otherwise, it would be hard to teach her in the future. After they finished eating, Xiao Chen led Bai to the dueling grounds of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen was looking forward to the strengthened ancient absolute saber formation. All this while, he had not forgotten his purpose in coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It was to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it, so that he could awaken Ao Jiao as soon as possible. As they walked on the mountain path of Qingyun Peak, Bai was very lively. She walked in front of Xiao Chen. She was as fast as the wind, unable to stop. She was very excited. When Xiao Chen saw this, he thought to himself, looking at the familiar world from a different perspective, anyone would be excited. This was especially so for Bai, who was still a child. However, when they approached the dueling grounds, Bai became very quiet. It was as though she was afraid of coming into contact with other people. Xiao Chen consoled her. It's fine. The people of Qingyun Peak are all friends. Friends do not mind so much. Bai nodded her head as though she understood. However, she still hid behind Xiao Chen. She was no longer as lively as before. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and took the lead to enter the dueling grounds. Soft shouts came from the dueling grounds. Today was somewhat surprising. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng, who were rarely seen, were cultivating here as well. They were exchanging moves with each other. When Lu Suifeng, who was exchanging moves with Lu Ruyue, saw his savior, he immediately revealed a smile. He quickly ran over to Xiao Chen. Lu Suifeng immediately saw Bai behind Xiao Chen. He was startled and immediately became stunned. The smile on his face froze as he stared at Bai. Xiao Chen coughed twice before Lu Suifeng reacted. He smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry. Yi Chen, who is this beauty? Why do I find her familiar? Aren't you going to introduce her? When Lu Ruyue, Xiao Yang, and the others discovered the situation, they all came over out of curiosity. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Xiao Chen organized his thoughts and decided to tell them the truth. There was no point in hiding such things. She is Bai. She just transformed last night. Lu Suifeng's expression changed slightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Yi Chen, you must be joking. Xiao Chen had a calm expression as he said, Do I look like I'm joking? Seeing Lu Ruyue casting a doubtful gaze at him, Xiao Chen nodded and said, Her situation is a little special. I will tell everyone the exact reason in the future. However, I hope everyone can help me keep this a secret for now. Lu Ruyue was the first to recover her wits. She said seriously, Yi-chan, you don't have to worry about this. Bai is the safest here. Xiaochen gently pushed Bai to the front of the crowd and said, Bai, say hello to everyone. At this moment, Bai was no longer as afraid as before. She smiled and said, Elder brother Suifeng, elder brother Xiaoyang, elder sister Rue, elder sister Xiaomeng. How are you? Chapter 337. Xiaomeng pulled Bai over and said, Let's go. Bai, I'll bring you to do your hair. A girl with messy hair does not look good. Before Xiaochan could stop her, Xiaomeng had already pulled Bai away. Lu Ruyue smiled and said, Let her go. Nothing will happen to her in Qingyun Peak. Xiaochan was not afraid of anything happening. He was only worried that Bai would learn something strange from Xiaomeng. Xiaochan smiled helplessly and withdrew his gaze. Thank you. I have already made my preparations to enter the ancient absolute saber formation. Lu Ruyue withdrew her smile and said seriously, Come with me. This time the ancient absolute saber formation is much more dangerous than the previous ones. Tests your mental state even more. There are some things that I need you to pay attention to in advance. Lu Ruyue led Xiaochan to a corner of the ancient absolute saber formation in the dueling grounds. She carefully explained some of the things that he needed to pay attention to. Under Lu Ruyue's guidance, Xiaochan slowly walked into the saber formation. The killing qi of the ancient weapon surged over, continuously attacking Xiaochen's soul. If it was a weaker person with a weaker soul energy, the killing qi that transcended time would cause their soul to scatter on the spot. Xiaochan guarded his dantian and used his spiritual sense to protect his body. He blocked the flood of killing qi and sat down cross-legged in the center of the formation. Wang! The small saber in Lu Ruyue's hand gave off a melodious hum as it was drawn from its scabbard. The blade of the saber trembled continuously. Lu Ruyue was slowly activating the listening to the sword and communicating with it that she grasped. The weapon stuck in the ground immediately trembled as well. The buzzing sound reverberated throughout the dueling grounds. The sound of the thousands of ancient weapons trembling gathered together and formed a deafening sound. An intense wind blew around the saber formation without any wind. Lu Ruyue's pretty face was filled with a grave expression as she shouted suddenly, Heavenly Saber Formation! The small saber in Xiaochen's hand gave off a dazzling light. A strong wind instantly gathered on Xiaochan, who was in the center of the formation, forming a pillar of wind. Extreme! The light left his body and entered the wind pillar in the blink of an eye. The wind pillar immediately emitted a bright light. Then with a swoosh, all the weapons began to glow. After doing all this, the blood drained from Lu Ruyue's face. She looked incredibly pale, and her body wobbled. When Lu Suifeng, who was beside her, saw the situation, he quickly flew over. He revealed a grave expression as he extended his hand to support Lu Ruyue. Sister, is it worth it to help him like this? With your current cultivation, activating this strengthened ancient absolute saber formation will exhaust half a year of cultivation. Spending half a year's worth of cultivation was equivalent to wasting half a year's worth of time for peak cultivators. To a peak cultivator, if they did not work hard for a month, they might leave the group of peak geniuses. Wasting half a year's time would be a great loss. Lu Ruyue rubbed her temples with her right hand. After a while she opened her eyes, she felt much better. She revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. She said softly, Aside from listening to the sword and communicating with it, he has done so much for Qingyun Peak. If I do not help him, who can? Lu Suifeng said softly, However, if he learns listening to the sword and communicating with it, he will definitely leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this Qingyun Peak. When Lu Ruyue heard this, an undetectable disappointment flashed in her black eyes. She said softly, From the first day he came to Qingyun Peak, I knew that he was just a passerby to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Qingyun Peak. After pausing for a while, Lu Ruyue smiled helplessly. She revealed an indifferent expression and continued, In this world, there are some people who are destined to be extremely talented. Their names will shake the world, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Rather than tying him down, it is better to lend him a helping hand and climb to the peak of this world. Within the ancient absolute saber formation, Xiao Chan suddenly discovered the scene before him change under the light of all the weapons. He entered a gray world. Countless sabers tore through the sky, flying at Xiao Chan quickly. Xiao Chan, who had entered the ancient absolute saber formation many times before, had a calm expression. He did not panic at all. With a thought, a snow-white saber immediately appeared in his hand. The saber was 2 fingers wide and 1.5 meters long. The saber's blade flickered with a cold light. Xiao Chan had trained in the miniature ancient absolute saber formation for a few months. He had already made some progress in listening to the sword and communicating with it. All he lacked now was an opportunity that would allow him to completely grasp listening to the sword and communicating with it. Dang! 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 As the saber danced around, saber lights shot out, knocking away the sabers flying at him. Standing in the air, Xiao Chan had a pensive expression on his face. He said indifferently, "In the past, when I was in the miniature ancient absolute saber formation, I could already shatter the weapons flying at me. However, this time I used 70% of my strength and could only barely knock them away." It looked like it was as Lu Ruyue said. The might of this strengthened ancient absolute saber formation was at least 5 times stronger than before. The sharp saber lights came in an endless stream, flying at Xiao Chan as if they wanted to swallow him up. "Quick, quick, find your saber. Find your saber." A familiar voice rang out in Xiao Chen's ears again. His expression was calm as he ignored it. He flew up and down in the air. Saber lights flashed as he practiced the Wuxia saber technique. Glittering Wuxia. Wuxia transforms to Qi. Qi breaks Wuxia. Xiao Chan shouted 3 times and executed the Wuxia saber technique, infused with the state of thunder at full power. Streams of purple energy shattered all the sabers flying at him. The air slowly turned quiet. However, it was only quiet for a moment. Then countless sabers flickered with dazzling saber lights. They flew at Xiao Chan even more ferociously and quickly. Instantly, a bright light burst out in the gray space. It was so bright that it dazzled everyone's eyes. Wuxia blossoms. A purple flower bud appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. It gave off a strange purple light and enveloped Xiao Chen's body. Bang! 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 The sabers clashed on the surface of the flower bud. The continuous attacks were like a torrential storm, ringing out endlessly. Xiao! The flower bud suddenly blossomed and purple petals filled the air. When the sabers struck the petals, they gave off intense explosions. It sounded like firecrackers going off in the air. The petals filled the air as Xiao Chan moved in the air. When he passed through the petals, his speed would increase explosively. The ferocious sabers could not catch up to him. Explode! There was no clear target in this place. Naturally, Xiao Chan could not execute Wuxia supporting the heavens. He could only explode the energy. Xiao Chan shouted, and all the flower petals exploded. A huge amount of energy gathered together, and the entire gray space seemed to tremble. Quick! Quick! Find your saber! After Xiao Chan knocked back this wave of attacks, that urgent voice rang out in his ears again. He looked at the saber in his hand but still ignored it. The last time Xiao Chan saw through this sentence, he found the so-called saber in his heart. After that, he easily summoned out the lunar shadow saber. However, the voice rang out in his ears again and again. It was clear that the saber in his hand was not the saber in his heart. As Xiao Chan stood in this gray space, he ignored the voice in his ears. He knocked back the attacks of the sabers again and again. Each wave of attacks was more intense than the one before. Wounds started to appear on Xiao Chen's body. Just as Xiao Chen was about to reach his limit, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. After Xiao Chen repelled 100 waves of attacks, the scene before him suddenly changed. He felt his vision blur, and in the next moment, he appeared beside a lake. The full moon hung high in the night sky. The rippling lake water was very quiet. In the middle of the lake, there was a quiet saber floating on the water. The snow-white saber reflected the full moon in the sky. It was as if there was a full moon in the saber. It was quiet, melodious, and peaceful. The lake water, the full moon, and the saber all seemed very harmonious. It was magnificent. The wounds on Xiao Chen's body strangely disappeared. Xiao Chen did not care about this. He focused all his attention on that saber. A joyful expression appeared on Xiao Qin's face. He muttered, "Did I succeed? This is the true lunar shadow saber in my heart. How beautiful!" Pooh! Pooh! Xiao Qin leaped into the air and stepped on the water. He quickly headed for the saber floating in the water. Xiao Qin pushed off the water gently and moved 100 meters in one leap. After a while, he arrived below the saber. Ripples appeared on the lake water. Xiao Qin stopped and stood on the water. The full moon reflected on the saber was now clearly visible. Just as he was about to grab the saber, Xiao Qin, who was in the air, suddenly discovered a girl sleeping quietly under the water. Ao Jiao. When Xiao Qin saw the girl's appearance clearly, his expression changed greatly. He immediately turned around and dove into the water. He fell into the water, but when the beautiful woman in front of him reached her hand into the water, she only touched the ice-cold lake water. The rippling lake water made the girl sleeping in the water look hazy. Xiao Qin stopped moving and quickly calmed down. Ao Jiao has already entered a deep sleep and sealed herself. Hence all I see is an illusion. I have to grab the saber before I can truly wake her up. After making up his mind, Xiao Qin leaped out of the water and kicked up a splash. Then he tried to grab the lunar shadow saber. Just as Xiao Qin was about to grab the lunar shadow saber, a lily-white hand appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed the lunar shadow saber before Xiao Qin could. Xiao Qin was startled. He looked up and saw a white-clothed girl in front. Her figure was graceful. Her appearance was somewhat similar to Ao Jiao's. Her facial features were exquisite. When put together, they looked very beautiful. However, the expression on her face was somewhat otherworldly. There was no emotion at all. She was like a fairy who did not eat the food of the mortal world. She looked very similar to Duanmiking when he used the profound ice incantation. However, she seemed even more otherworldly than Duanmiking. Xiao Qin was astonished. This girl was the one Xiao Qin saw when he first entered the ancient absolute saber formation. Who is she? Why does she want to take away my lunar shadow saber? Chapter 338. The white-clothed girl held the lunar shadow saber in her hand. She looked very pretty. A hollow and clear voice rang out. Who are you? The lunar shadow saber's saber soul is not something you can casually obtain. Xiao Qin felt it was strange. He said, You ask me who I am? I should be the one asking you who you are. I am the master of the lunar shadow saber. Am I not qualified to awaken the saber soul? The white-clothed girl's exquisite face remained expressionless. She held the saber in her hand across her chest and spoke again. What a joke! I am the lunar shadow saber. How come I did not know that I had a master? Whether I am qualified or not is determined by the saber in my hand. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly. The situation had exceeded his expectations. He did not know why the girl in front of him had become the lunar shadow saber's saber spirit. Furthermore, she did not recognize him as her master. Xiao Qin grasped the saber in his hand tightly. His expression calmed down as he said, As you wish. I will let the saber in my hand make you submit completely. The white-clothed girl's face remained calm. Her voice resounded as she said indifferently, In that case, let me see if your saber can make me submit completely. Hu Qi. The white-clothed sword spirit's figure flickered in the air. Her body tore through space as though she had teleported. Suddenly, she appeared on the left side of Xiao Qin. Glittering Wuxia. The lunar shadow saber in her hand released a purple electric light. A purple saber chi containing the state of thunder flew towards Xiao Qin at lightning speed. Xiao Qin was greatly astonished. He did not expect this saber spirit to know his martial technique. Furthermore, the most shocking thing was that this glittering Wuxia also contained the state of thunder. Xiao Qin's figure flashed in the air as he quickly dodged towards the surface of the lake. He stepped on the water and retreated quickly. As Xiao Qin retreated, a huge force created two waves of water on the calm surface of the lake. Two thunderclouds started to gather in the sky above. One belonged to Xiao Qin and the other belonged to the white-clothed girl. The two of them started to compete with the state of thunder. When the thunderclouds clashed, there was a loud clap of thunder in the silent night sky. Pillars of water shot up from the surface of the lake, giving off loud bangs. In the air, countless streaks of purple lightning wandered wantonly in the air. My state of thunder merged with holy might is actually helpless against her state. Xiao Qian was somewhat astonished. Boom! When the two thunderclouds collided, the accumulated energy reached its peak. There was a loud sound, and a 100-meter-tall pillar of water instantly shot up from the water. Wukuei transforms to Qi. The white-clothed girl shouted and the divine Wukuei tree appeared from nowhere. It turned into hundreds of dense purple saber Qi, piercing through the water pillar and flying at Xiao Qian. Wukuei transforms to Qi. Xiao Qian quickly moved back and similarly executed Wukuei transforms to Qi. Bang! 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 The saber Qi that the two of them sent out clashed in the air. Intense explosions resounded. The berserk lightning-attributed energy in the air surged everywhere. This move was still evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. The thunderclouds above the white-clothed girl started to churn quickly. After a while they formed a huge whirlpool of thunderclouds. The ferocious roars of a vast army came from the whirlpool, causing the sky to tremble. Unexpectedly, she knows this move as well. Xiao Qian's complexion turned ashen. This move was a combination of all the moves of the rushing thunder saber technique. He was very clear on the might of the rushing thunder roars. The thunderclouds above them also churned. Boundless thunderclouds churned and formed a huge electric whirlpool. The auras of the two of them rose ferociously. Rushing thunder roars, 10,000 horses galloping. The two of them roared ferociously at the same time. Countless electric knights leaped down from the electric whirlpool above them. They were like a vast army, carrying the might of thunder as they surged over. On the surface of the lake, the two thunder and lightning knights fought against each other and exploded. After a while there was a chain reaction. The 2,000-odd electric knights all exploded. These knights, which contained the state of thunder from both sides, created an energy that caused the surface of the lake to rise. It was as though the ground had been raised by 100 meters. A huge energy fluctuation spread out. Xiao Qian could not dodge in time and vomited a mouthful of blood. However, the white-clothed girl was not in a good state either. Her complexion turned extremely pale. At the same time, in the real world, the lunar shadow saber that Xiao Qian placed beside him started to tremble violently. All the weapons in the saber formation could not stop trembling as well. Rumble! A huge energy spread out in the dueling grounds. The entire ground shook left and right. Xiao Qian, who was in the ancient absolute saber formation, had a pained expression on his face. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Lu Suifeng's expression changed greatly. He asked in astonishment, "Sis, what's going on? Xiao Qian seems to be in danger. Should we stop the operation of the saber formation?" Lu Ruyue's pretty face was filled with worry as well. However, her eyes were strangely resolute. She shook her head and said, "There is no need. I believe that Xiao Qian will be able to pull through. The lunar shadow saber is undergoing a transformation. If we give up now, all our efforts would be wasted." Kill! Xiao Qian's fighting spirit was completely ignited. He did not believe that he would lose to the weapon spirit of the lunar shadow saber. The two of them leaped into the air above the rising water. A white and a purple figure intertwined in the air. Dang! 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 Under the full moon, saber lights flickered and a strong wind blew. The two of them were comparable in speed. In an instant they exchanged 100 moves in the air. When their weapons clashed, countless sparks flew. Although the white-clothed girl could not execute the movement technique that was exclusive to the blue dragon, she had her own movement technique. She seemed to be able to suppress Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian thought to himself, "I can't go on like this. Her essence seems to be inexhaustible. She knows all my martial techniques. It is hard for me to gain an advantage over her. If this drags on, I will exhaust my essence. Sooner or later, I will be defeated by her. I have to think of another way." Bang! Xiao Qian's sharp saber gave off a dazzling saber light. After he knocked back the white-clothed girl's saber strike, he quickly somersaulted. Xiao Qian executed the azure cloud soaring art to its limits. In the blink of an eye, he opened up a distance of several hundred meters. Xiao Qian pulled back the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. The scarlet throne mark on his forehead looked very alluring. It was even more beautiful than fresh blood. His delicate face immediately turned bewitching. In Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness, the scarlet throne started to surge. Strands of red light came from it. Xiao Chen finally used his true trump card, the State of Massacre from the Scarlet Throne. A scarlet light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. As the State of Massacre infused into the lunar shadow saber in his hand, strands of blood appeared. For the first time, the white-clothed girl revealed an expression of shock on her calm face. She felt a trace of fear. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen pushed off the water heavily. The State of Thunder infused with the State of Massacre carried a boundless killing intent as he charged forward. The white-clothed girl had a cautious expression. The lunar shadow saber in her hand glowed brightly, sending out resplendent purple saber qi. She stepped in front trying to block Xiao Chen. Break! Xiao Chen shouted and a saber light flashed. The saber destroyed the sharp saber qi the white-clothed girl sent out, turning it into nothing. Xiao Chen flicked his wrist and tilted his body slightly. From a tricky angle he stabbed his saber at his opponent's chest. Dang! The white-clothed girl held her saber horizontally in front of her chest. When the huge force struck the saber, she was immediately knocked back and flew a long distance above the water. Xiao Chen did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He swooped down and sent all sorts of sharp attacks at the white-clothed girl. Bang! 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 On the water, the white-clothed girl executed all sorts of techniques that Xiao Chen used. However, after Xiao Chen executed the State of Massacre, all of them were easily shattered. Every move she made was broken. Her body, which was originally solid, slowly turned fainter, giving off an illusory feeling. The white-clothed girl was already in a losing situation. In less than 100 moves she would be defeated by Xiao Chen. However, even at this point, the white-clothed girl still did not submit. She brandished her saber to block Xiao Chen's killing moves. Xiao Chen lost his patience. He no longer wanted to waste time with her. All he wanted was to obtain the lunar shadow saber in her hands and wake up Ao Jiao. Just as Xiao Chen was about to make a move to kill the white-clothed girl, a strong aura suddenly surged out from the lake. It covered the sky and the sun. A flood surged up and spread throughout the entire space. In an instant, it completely suppressed the State of Thunder of Xiao Chen and the white-clothed girl. Even Xiao Chen's State of Massacre was affected. He could not execute it normally. A huge whirlpool appeared in the middle of the lake. After a while, a pillar of water shot up into the sky. The water pillar was more than 500 meters long. The waves it kicked up were like rain falling onto the surface of the lake. A petite figure stood above the water pillar. It was Ao Jiao, who had woken up. Ao Jiao slowly floated down from the water pillar. Her voice came from above. Xiao Chen, don't kill her. Since Ao Jiao spoke, naturally Xiao Chen would not kill her. He sheathed his saber and retreated. When he saw Ao Jiao slowly land on the water surface, he said, Ao Jiao, what's going on? Unexpectedly, there are 2 weapon spirits in the lunar shadow saber. Ao Jiao was about to speak when she saw the thrown mark on Xiao Chen's forehead. Her expression immediately changed. She said sullenly, wait a moment. I will tell you in detail. You have to tell me about the massacre thrown on your forehead later as well. Qi. Right after Ao Jiao spoke, she shifted her gaze to the white-clothed girl. She stretched out her hand and pointed. The white-clothed girl's body became very faint, looking very illusory. The lunar shadow saber in the white-clothed girl's hand fell, and the illusory figure slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. Xiu. Ao Jiao stretched out her hand and grasped the slender lunar shadow saber. Boom! The towering water pillar crashed down. The waves on the lake surged for a long time before they slowly calmed down. Let's talk on the shore. After Ao Jiao spoke, she pushed off the water and headed for the lakeside. When Xiao Chen heard this, he did not say anything. He quickly followed. The 2 of them landed on a rock by the lakeside and found a clean spot to sit down. The waves on the lake's surface had disappeared. Now it was calm once again. Under the light of the moon it was quiet and peaceful. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, All right, idiot master. You can ask me any questions now. Xiao Chen smiled gently. Ao Jiao was still the same as before, not giving him any face at all. She did not care about her master at all. However, Ao Jiao's attitude was much more amiable than the white-clothed girl earlier. Her tone sounded more like a casual call from a girl. Xiao Chen organized his thoughts and asked, Let's start with the white-clothed girl. How did she become the Lunar Shadow Saber's weapon spirit? Furthermore, she does not recognize me as her master. Chapter 339. Ao Jiao smiled mischievously and said, "This is called a long story. Let me explain it to you in detail. I will only say it once. If you do not understand, then don't ask." Ao Jiao said she would only say it once, so she would really only say it once. Xiao Chun could not do anything to her. He could only perk up his ears and listen carefully. The materials and methods used to forge the Lunar Shadow Saber are the best. However, the conditions for a weapon spirit are too harsh. I originally thought that it would be impossible for the Lunar Shadow Saber to form its own weapon spirit, so I sealed myself in it. However, things surpassed my expectations. While I was asleep, the weapon spirit in this Lunar Shadow Saber started to slowly form. It has been in a state of coexistence with me. At that time, although I had sealed myself, I could split out some energy to suppress her, not letting her take the initiative. However, after she forcefully woke me up, I exhausted too much energy and fell into a deep sleep. In an instant, she took the initiative. If it were not for the battle between you and her exhausting too much energy, it would have taken me a long time to wake up. Xiao Chun suddenly understood. So that was the case. He had always found it strange. With Ao Jiao's strength, how could another weapon spirit take over the Lunar Shadow Saber's saber soul? Then why does she not recognize me as her master? Furthermore, she seems to be hostile towards me. Ao Jiao explained, "All weapon spirits are like this. This is the weapon spirit's way of protecting itself. When I was first born, I was unhappy with the Thunder King. If you were not strong enough, why would a weapon spirit recognize you as its master? However, once a weapon spirit recognizes a master, it will be loyal for life and will never betray you." Xiao Chun said doubtfully, "In that case, what is your relationship with me now? You are much stronger than me. Doesn't that mean I will not be able to let you make decisions for a long time?" Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Yes, so stupid master, you should quickly become stronger. If you can't even protect me, how can you be my master?" Xiao Chun was speechless. Based on the strength that Ao Jiao displayed, she was at least a superior grade martial monarch. Xiao Chun did not know when he would be able to reach that level. Looking at Xiao Chun's pondering expression, Ao Jiao giggled and said, "Get up, stupid master. Don't think too much about it. I will first merge my saber soul with the Lunar Shadow Saber in your hand. Then, you will be able to enter the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it." Xiao Chun got up and looked at the Lunar Shadow Saber in Ao Jiao's hand. He asked in disbelief, "It's that simple?" Back then, for Xiao Chun to grasp listening to the sword and communicating with it, she had put in a lot of effort. However, she had not succeeded. In the end, she could only touch the edges and was unable to enter the next level. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "That girl's method was correct. However, she did not take into account that there was another weapon spirit in your saber. The weapon spirit has an innate ability to protect itself and rejected your call. Hence, you have not been able to enter the next level." No wonder Xiao Chun kept feeling like he was pacing back and forth outside the door to listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, he could not push the door open. It turned out that this door was blocked by someone else. Hu Qi. Ao Jiao raised her hand and fired. The slender Lunar Shadow Saber soared into the boundless sky. Spots of purple light surrounded it. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it looked very beautiful. The saber flew higher and higher. Soon, Xiao Chun could only see a blurry black figure. Xiao Chun looked up and asked, "Where is this flying to? How are we going to merge it?" Ao Jiao said, "Of course it is flying to the real world. Otherwise, why do you think we are merging it in the space within the Lunar Shadow Saber? Alright, when you get out, you will understand immediately. Now, it is time for you to tell me about the massacre throne." Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and thought for a while. He decided to tell the truth. There was no need to hide these things from Ao Jiao. After Xiao Chun told her everything that happened in the ink forest, he asked, "Ao Jiao, is there anything wrong with this scarlet throne?" After Ao Jiao heard everything, she thought for a while before answering, "There is nothing wrong with it. The Scarlet Throne was personally refined by the ancient evil king. However, before he was killed, he split the throne into 6. Each throne represents a will. They are the will of massacre, the will of destruction, the will of destruction, the will of rage, the will of berserk, and the will of death. According to rumor, when the 6 thrones merge together, the ancient evil king will rule the world once again. Shao Chun muttered. Are you saying that there are 5 other thrones? I only obtained 1? In that case, what should I do if I run into someone else with a throne? Jiao nodded and said, that is the crux of the problem. As long as 2 cultivators with thrones are within 500 kilometers of each other, they will be able to sense each other's presence. The thrones are originally one, so they can swallow each other up. After swallowing, the might of the throne will increase greatly. Without needing Jiao to explain, Shao Chun already knew how much the swallowing of a throne would increase its strength. Each throne represented a state. Grasping 2 high-leveled states at the same time, the might of the throne went without saying. Shao Chun did not fear competition from others. However, he was worried about what Jiao said about the throne merging and the evil king's rebirth. He felt that it was strange. How reliable are the rumors? It has already been 30,000 years since the people of the ancient era. Could they have returned? Shao Chun asked doubtfully. The Tianwu dynasty had existed for 20,000 years. It was destroyed 10,000 years ago, resulting in the current situation of the Great Jin nation dominating the continent. Before the Tianwu dynasty there was a chaotic period. There were no detailed records of it in the history books. The period before the chaotic period was the true ancient era. It was hard to imagine. After 30,000 years, even the sea could turn into mulberry fields. Could humans still be revived? Jiao said. The rumors are still credible. However, you don't have to worry too much. In the past 10,000 years, I have never heard of 6 thrones appearing at the same time. It is impossible for it to happen to you so coincidentally. Rumble. Rumbling sounds appeared in the sky. Shao Chun looked up and saw that the lunar shadow saber had already flown to the edge of space. It was continuously breaking through the barriers of space. Jiao said softly, the lunar shadow saber's saber soul is coming out soon. You have to go as well. After you go out, remember to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it properly. This is just getting you started. Shao Chun felt that there were still many things he had not said. He quickly thought about it and said the most important thing. In that case, can I wake you up at any time in the future? Jiao shook her head and said, that won't do. I have to take this opportunity to swallow up the white-robed weapon spirit to prevent any future problems. Don't forget, my goal is to forge a subdivine weapon. Right now it is far from enough. In the real world, in the dueling grounds, the saber formation did not stop shaking at all. The lunar shadow saber beside Shao Chun's hand leaped up and struggled free of its scabbard. With a so sound, it flew into the air and floated quietly 100 meters above Shao Chun's head. It gave off a bright light and looked very beautiful. Lu Suifeng asked in astonishment, Sis, what's going on? Why did the lunar shadow saber fly out by itself? Lu Ruyue revealed a suspicious expression as well. She shook her head and said, I am not sure either. However, I feel that this should be a good thing and not a bad thing. I can feel that the lunar shadow saber has a faint excitement, like it is anticipating something. As the two of them spoke, a beam of light leaped out from Shao Chun's head. Then, it flew into the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Xiao! Shao Chun suddenly opened his eyes and leaped up. His body was like a flood dragon as he grabbed the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. Listening to the sword and communicating with it, Shao Chun shouted and brandished his saber. The snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber immediately gave off a drawn-out hum. The blade of the saber trembled uncontrollably. There was a flash of light and the snow-white blade turned pitch-black once again. It had actually advanced from an Earth-rank spirit weapon to an inferior-grade Heaven-rank spirit weapon. Shao Chun held the lunar shadow saber and landed on the ground. He revealed a joyful expression. The lunar shadow saber finally gave off a sound that belonged to it. He did not expect that after using listening to the sword and communicating with it, the lunar shadow saber's spirit weapon rank would actually recover to its original state. Hu Qi! Shao Chun moved his wrist gently and circulated the essence in his body. A strong force immediately came from the sharp blade. A strand of extremely dense purple saber qi broke through the blade and created ripples in the air. When it landed, it left behind a long mark. Bang! 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 After the saber chi stopped, the ground beside the mark immediately flew up and exploded into powder in the air. Lu Suifeng said in astonishment, "What a strong might! Is this the original strength of the lunar shadow saber? It seems to be much stronger than a regular heaven-rank spirit weapon." All it took was a casual wave. Xiao Qian casually waved his hand and the scabbard in the saber formation appeared in his hand. He gently dispersed the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it. The pitch-black blade immediately turned snow-white once again, returning to being an earth-rank spirit weapon. Xiao Qian had just comprehended listening to the sword and communicating with it. He could not maintain this state for a long time. However, after he started, he believed that he would improve very quickly in the future. Xiao Qian sheathed his saber and looked at Lu Ruyue, who was walking over with a smile. He said sincerely, "Ruyue, thank you." Lu Ruyue felt happy for Xiao Qian. She said seriously, "Congratulations, you finally grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it." Qingyun Peak. Xiao Qian was in his independent courtyard. A cool breeze blew through the courtyard, lifting up the fallen leaves. Xiao Qian had his eyes closed and was in a mysterious state. His expression was calm as he placed his right hand on the saber hilt. He did not care about his aura. He allowed his aura and the cool breeze in the courtyard to fluctuate as they pleased, rising and falling, appearing very casual. Suddenly, Xiao Qian opened his eyes and a bright light shot out from them. It was like a sharp saber piercing through everything in front of him. Kasie. The lunar shadow saber was instantly drawn, and listening to the sword and communicating with it was executed. The snow-white blade immediately turned pitch black. This was a characteristic of a heaven-rank spirit weapon. It was automatic. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, there was no circulation of essence. A long strand of saber chi automatically flowed out from the sharp blade. With a so sound, it shattered several fallen leaves in the cool breeze. Listening to the sword and communicating with it had a total of 4 realms. Listening to the sword, controlling the sword, sword heart, and communicating with it. Xiao Qian was still at the listening to the sword realm. This allowed him to thoroughly understand his own weapon. This feeling was very wondrous. When Xiao Qian held the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he felt that the lunar shadow saber was like an extension of his arm. Chapter 340. Xiao Qian could feel every pulse of the saber. There seemed to be blood flowing in it. Of course, that was not real blood but spiritual energy flowing in the saber vein. Without comprehending listening to the sword and communicating with it, no matter how strong a person was, they would not be able to feel the pulse of the saber. As the essence slowly poured in, Xiao Qian could clearly see his purple essence flowing in the saber vein. With a thought, the saber lit up with a bright purple light. Withdraw. With another thought, the purple saber light immediately stopped. There was no separation at all. The circulation of the essence was faster than before. After dispelling the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, the saber immediately turned snow-white again. Just like that, Xiao Qian repeatedly used listening to the sword and communicating with it in the courtyard. Earlier in the dueling grounds, after Lu Ruyue spoke to him, she immediately left. Xiao Qian felt that something was wrong. However, he did not know what was wrong. Hence, he did not intend to continue staying in the dueling grounds. Instead, he returned to the courtyard and tried to practice listening to the sword and communicating with it. He wanted to reach the stage of listening to the sword as soon as possible and enter the state of controlling the sword. That way it would be of great help in battle. Xiao Qian practiced until dusk. When Bai returned, Xiao Qian stopped practicing. He saw that Bai's hair had been trimmed up very well. She had 2 small braids on her forehead. The black hair at the back was tied up in a complicated fashion. Finally, she used a green hair clip to hold it up. This brought out Bai's delicate and pretty temperament, completely covering up her charm. It looks like this Xiao Ming is really attentive. Bai smiled gently at the side. Elder brother Xiao Qian, are you practicing? Bai has to practice as well. After she is done, she can protect elder brother Xiao Qian. When Xiao Qian heard this, he thought it made sense. After spirit beasts took human forms, they could practice human martial techniques and cultivation techniques. It was necessary to teach her some martial techniques for self-defense. In the universe ring, there were many spirit weapons that Xiao Qian had looted from the Jiang clan's treasure trove. Xiao Chen took them out one by one. There were sabers, dual sabers, short swords, dual sabers, and countless swords. Choose a weapon first. What kind of weapon do you like? Then I'll help you find a martial technique. Bai picked and chose among the large pile of soul weapons, and finally chose a sword that was 2 fingers wide and 5 feet long. This sword was called Skywater, and it was a high-grade profound rank soul weapon. Brother Xiao Chen, I choose this one, Bai said with a smile. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He hoped that Bai would choose a saber. That way it would be easier to find the secret manuals. The huge heavenly saber pavilion might lack many things, but it did not lack saber-related secret manuals. Furthermore, the heavenly saber pavilion revered the saber. To a certain degree, swords were taboo. Even the heavenly saber pavilion's pavilion master, who once shook the world, had only used a piece of wood to carve a sword for the sake of cultivating the sword in his later years. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He recalled that aside from the great dragon tiger fist and the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, the pavilion master had also left behind a heart-nourishing universe sword technique. This was a good chance for Bai to use. Xiao Chen rummaged around in the universe ring for a while before he finally found the heart-nourishing universe sword technique in a corner. Xiao Chen handed the secret manual over and said, "This secret manual is for you. Take it and read it first. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me." The heart-nourishing universe sword technique was a peak earth rank sword technique. In terms of might, it was not much weaker than Xiao Chen's Wuxia saber technique. After all, a martial technique that the pavilion master collected would not be something that an ordinary cultivator could find. Bai received it joyfully. She smiled and said, "Thank you, elder brother Xiao Chen. I will go and read it now. I will master it in 2 days. At that time, I will be able to protect elder brother Xiao Chen." As Xiao Chen watched Bai leave, he revealed a faint smile. This girl is too naive. Xiao Chen had seen a little of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique before. There was a total of 13 moves. Each move was harder to practice than the one before. The difficulty was comparable to the Wuxia saber technique. Back then, Xiao Chen had spent 3 days and only managed to learn the first 3 moves of the Wuxia saber technique. He was not even familiar with the 8th move. As for the 9th move, he had never thought of practicing it. How could Bai possibly learn all 13 moves of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique in 2 days? The days slowly went by. Xiao Chen practiced the Wuxia saber technique in the morning. In the afternoon, he practiced listening to the sword and communicating with it. At night, he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 5th layer, preparing to break through to the 6th layer. Time passed very quickly. Aside from the necessary rest time to prevent his body from overworking itself, Xiao Chen spent the rest of his time cultivating. Xiao Chen worked so hard for the sake of the end-of-year inner disciple ranking competition in a month's time. If nothing unexpected happened, he would help Qingyun Peak obtain the first rank to repay Lu Ryue's kindness. 6 days later, Xiao Chen was trying to practice the Wuxia saber technique's 8th move, Wuxia opens heaven, in the back mountains. However, he could not merge the state and the mysterious phenomenon. He could not reach great perfection. Elder brother Xiao Chen, I succeeded in practicing the heart-nourishing universe sword technique, Bai said excitedly as she rushed over to Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was startled. He was incomparably astonished. That is impossible. I have never heard of anyone being able to learn a peak earth ranked martial technique within 6 days. Execute it once for me to see. Xiao Chen decided to verify its authenticity. Bai nodded her head heavily and drew the heavenly water sword. She brandished her sword, and her petite and exquisite figure moved quickly in the forest. In the forest, as Little White executed the heart-nourishing universe sword technique, the laws of heaven and earth seemed to become a little chaotic in an instant. As the sword moved, the surrounding trees actually moved strangely. However, these trees were still full of life. There were no strange phenomena. It was like the world spun around and space turned chaotic, resulting in such an effect. Xiao Chen's expression started to turn grave. He saw an indistinct blurry light at Bai's chest as the sword light danced. The shape of the light seemed to be the silhouette of a small sword. Sword heart. Xiao Chen blurted out in astonishment. Heaven was the sky, earth was the earth. After the heart-nourishing universe sword technique was executed, it would incorporate the heavens and earth into the sword technique. Every move of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique contained the heavenly Tao. When practiced to great perfection, it could even reverse the heavens and earth, truly changing the laws of heaven and earth. However, the crux of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique was the word, nourishing the heart. This so-called nourishing the heart was to use the power of the heavens and earth to temper an unparalleled sword heart with an absolute sharpness. As far as Xiao Chan knew, although there were very few people who could practice the heart-nourishing universe sword technique to great perfection, there had been some sword sages in history. With one sword strike they could make rivers flow backward, tear through space and cause tall mountains to spin. However, aside from the person who created this sword technique, Xiao Chan had never heard of anyone else successfully tempering their sword heart. By executed the 13 moves of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique, one by one. Sword chi surged in the forest, and countless fallen leaves flew everywhere. By sheathed his sword, the chaotic feeling of the forest spinning around him immediately vanished. He looked at Xiao Chen's silent appearance. Bai said somewhat nervously, "Xiao Chan, is Bai stupid? I said I would learn it in 2 days, but in the end I spent 6. Furthermore, it seems like I have not used it yet." Xiao Chan smiled bitterly to himself. If you are considered stupid, then how are the geniuses of the world supposed to live? This sword technique could only be considered a beginner. This was because the range that Bai could influence in the realm of heaven and earth was not very large. It could only be maintained within 10 meters of him. According to the records of the sword technique, when a martial saint practiced the heart-nourishing universe sword technique to great perfection, the range of influence could reach up to 500 meters. Bai was still far from that. Furthermore, he had not merged it with the state. This caused the might of the sword technique to be greatly reduced. However, to be able to use only 6 days to execute this sword technique and comprehend the sword heart, such a talent was simply horrifying. What Bai lacked now was only mastery and comprehension of his state. At that time, the might of the sword technique could be considered to have reached great perfection. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "No, it is already pretty good. However, you still have to continue working hard. You are still lacking some mastery." Bai smiled joyfully and said, "Really? In that case, when can I be as strong as elder brother Xiao Chan? At that time, when there are bad people, there will be no need for elder brother Xiao Chan to make a move. Bai will help you chase them away." Xiao Chan smiled speechlessly. He thought to himself, why did I let Bai protect me? I should not have let Bai practice martial techniques. Actually, it was for her own sake. As for Bai's future, Xiao Chan already had a rough plan in his heart. However, he could not tell her about it for now. Go back first. Don't think too much. Remember not to let others see you practicing the sword technique, Xiao Chan said. After all, practicing the sword technique in the heavenly saber pavilion was a taboo. Bai nodded and walked back in high spirits. She was clearly in high spirits. Seeing Bai leave, Xiao Chan withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "Bai is already so powerful. I have to work even harder. I cannot let her leave me behind. I have to completely grasp Wuxia opens heaven." 3 days later, Lu Suifeng came to Xiao Chen's courtyard and told him a piece of shocking news. When Xiao Chan heard the news, he felt very suspicious. He asked, "You said that the end-of-year inner disciple ranking war scheduled for the middle of next month has been delayed? Why is it like this?" Lu Suifeng was confused as well. "I am not sure either. The people from the Elders' Assembly did not say the exact reason. The end-of-year inner disciple ranking war has been a tradition of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion since it was founded. In the past 10,000 years, unless something major happened, I have never heard of the ranking war being delayed. The purpose of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's annual inner disciple ranking war was not just to check the cultivation results of the inner disciples. It was also to maintain a healthy competition among the inner disciples. The most important thing was that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would make use of this opportunity to display the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to the world. It would ensure its reputation as the top sect in the Shihe province. Every year, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would send out invitations to the various powers and youths of the Shihe province. Even the officials would be invited. The purpose of this was to display the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and protect its reputation. If they suddenly delayed the end-of-year inner disciple ranking war, it would cause others to suspect that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have any worthy inner disciples. That was why they delayed it. Chapter 341. All these unfavorable events were a huge blow to the reputation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unless they had no other choice, they would not postpone the competition. Lu Suifeng continued. This matter is very strange. Until now there are no leads. Furthermore, even the outer disciple competition was postponed. This is very confusing. Xiaochen thought for a while and said, there is no need to care about it. It is only postponed, not cancelled. That's right, why have I not seen elder sister Ruyue recently? Lu Suifeng hesitated for a while before saying, actually, the last time she used the strengthened ancient absolute saber formation, her essence was greatly injured. She will not be able to cultivate for half a year. Recently, she has been consuming spirit herbs to nourish herself. Otherwise, the losses would be even greater. Xiaochen was greatly startled. He had felt that something was wrong the last time. Turned out to be so serious. Naturally, Xiaochen knew the severity of the matter. He did not expect Lu Ruyue to make such a huge sacrifice for him. Why did you not tell me earlier? Xiaochen said with some blame. If he had known there would be such serious consequences, Xiaochen would not have accepted it. Lu Suifeng smiled helplessly. I wanted to tell you, but my sister did not let me. Furthermore, even if I told you, would you still accept this kindness? Xiaochen shook his head and wanted to get up to look for Lu Ruyue. Lu Suifeng quickly stopped him and said, don't go. My sister is very headstrong. Since she does not want you to know, just pretend that you do not know. Xiaochen had no choice but to sit back down. The two of them chatted for a while before Lu Suifeng got up and took his leave. Xiaochen did not feel anything about the inner disciple ranking competition being postponed. As long as it was not cancelled, it was fine. He was not in a rush to leave Qingyun Peak anyway. On the other hand, Lu Ruyue had wasted half a year for him. This made him feel uneasy. If he still could not guess what Lu Ruyue was thinking, he would be a fool. Everyone had emotions and desires. No one could truly transcend time. How could one pretend to be relaxed in the mortal world? That night, Xiaochen stopped cultivating. He leaped up and landed on a big tree outside Lu Ruyue's courtyard. The bright moonlight shone on the ground. Lu Ruyue was in the courtyard, practicing her saber techniques as usual. Saber lights filled the place and energy surged. Now that Lu Ruyue was a martial king, she could see that her saber chi was much purer than before. As the saber chi flew through the air, even the air seemed to be sliced apart, forming blurry ripples. Hu chi! Without any warning, a strand of resplendent saber chi suddenly flew towards the tree where Xiaochen was. It covered the distance of 500 meters in an instant. With a cracking sound, the thick tree was immediately cut in half, revealing Xiaochen, who was hiding behind the tree. Lu Ruyue flew over and saw that it was Xiaochen hiding behind the tree. She heaved a sigh of relief and sheathed her saber. She asked, Yichun, why are you hiding behind the tree? Xiaochen felt extremely embarrassed, and his delicate face immediately flushed red. His usual calmness had long since been lost somewhere. There was nothing more embarrassing than being caught peeping at someone. Xiaochen stood on the broken tree and stammered for a long time before saying, Indeed, why am I hiding here? This question is really strange. Lu Ruyue looked at the embarrassed Xiaochen and found it very funny. She smiled and said, Actually, this tree has a heavenly spiritual energy. When one stands on it, one can calm down. It is a good place to comprehend bottlenecks. Yichun, you are comprehending a martial technique, right? Xiaochen slowly calmed down and smiled. And that's right. I did not expect Ruyue to know this secret as well. This tree is indeed very useful. I nearly broke through my bottleneck. Lu Ruyue's flirtatious face revealed a mischievous smile. She said seriously, In that case, I have to apologize to you. I should not have interrupted you earlier and even broken this spiritual tree. I am truly sorry. Lu Ruyue's tone caused Xiaochen's flustered heart to calm down. He smiled faintly and said, It's fine. The tree was broken, and the spiritual energy leaked out. It is a good opportunity to break through my bottleneck. However, this tree will be useless in the future. Lu Ruyue nodded and said, In that case, you should properly comprehend your bottleneck. I will come back tomorrow morning to take a look. Xiaochen sweated profusely in his heart. This meant that he had to stand on this broken tree for an entire night. This tree did not really have spiritual energy. Even if he stood on it without moving, he would feel uncomfortable. Hu Qi. Xiao Qian leaped down from the broken tree and landed gently in front of Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue nodded and smiled. Young hero Yi. Why are you not continuing to comprehend your bottleneck? Xiao Qian smiled embarrassedly. Ruyue, can you stop laughing at me? Lu Ruyue burst out laughing and said, All right, I won't laugh at you anymore. Go in then. Why are you looking for me? After they sat down in Lu Ruyue's courtyard, Xiao Qian told her about what Lu Suifeng had told him. He told her about the matter of the inner disciple ranking competition being delayed. Lu Ruyue said softly, I know about this. There is no special reason for anyone to hold the inner disciple ranking competition. The manpower and resources required are huge. It would require the entire sect to do so. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion is unable to hold 2 grand events in such a short period of time. Xiao Qian felt suspicious and asked, Are you saying that there is something even grander than the inner disciple ranking competition? What is it? Lu Ruyue nodded and said, This matter is a secret for now. However, there is no problem telling you. Leng Liusu came out of closed-door cultivation. She is already a peak inferior grade martial king. Xiao Qian was slightly stunned before he reacted. Leng Liusu was only 17 years old, and she was already a peak inferior grade martial king. Aside from the word demonic, there was no other way to describe her talent. This was a realm that ordinary people could not reach in their lifetime. Unexpectedly, she did it at the age of 17. Furthermore, she was not just a martial king but a peak inferior grade martial king. The earlier a person became a martial king, the higher their future achievements would be. This was something that had already been proven. Back then, the Thunder King also became a martial king at the age of 17. At the age of 20, he became a martial monarch. At the age of 30, he saw through life and death and became a martial sage. At the age of 40, he became a martial emperor, ruling over the world. There were many experts in history. All of them had different characteristics. However, they all had one thing in common. They all became martial kings before the age of 20. If a cultivator could not become a martial king before the age of 25, their future achievements would be limited to that of a martial king. Back then, Murongchong had told Xiao Qian some things about Leng Liusu. He said that when she came out of closed-door cultivation, she would shock the world. It looked like it was true. The bloodline of the Saber Emperor was truly shocking. Lu Ruyue continued. The first elder has already sent people to inform the 3 holy masters. He wants to make use of this opportunity to get the people from the 3 holy masters to come and help the Heavenly Saber Pavilion seal the spatial crack. The people from the 3 holy masters will come as well? Xiao Qian finally understood why the end-of-year inner disciple ranking competition was delayed. If the 3 holy masters really came, the inner disciple ranking competition would be insignificant. The 3 holy masters transcended the world. The legends of the 3 holy masters were spread all over the Tianwu continent. In the eyes of the people, they were an untouchable legend. They had existed since the ancient era. After tens of thousands of years, their strength was unfathomable. They were the last hope of the Tianwu continent. There were several known times in history, and in the end it was always the 3 holy lands who led the people to repel the demon race, continuing the seed of humanity. The arrival of the 3 holy masters would definitely shock the entire Great Qin nation. At that time, all the noble clans and sects in the Great Qin nation would come to pay their respects. If the geniuses of the various clans caught the eyes of the 3 holy masters, they would be very lucky. With the Holy Land taking care of them, their status would automatically rise. The 3 holy lands: Phoenix's Passion Palace, White Emperor City, and Divine Martial Gate. Xiao Qian did not know why, but he instinctively felt a little repulsed by them. Furthermore, he was a transmigrator. He did not have any intention of worshipping them, so he was not interested. However, the opportunity to see the strength of the people from the Holy Lands piqued Xiao Qian's interest. He wanted to see how strong a holy soul cultivator with an unbroken inheritance was. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qian said, "Will the 3 holy masters come? If they come, which holy land will they go to?" Phoenix's Passion Palace, White Emperor City, or Divine Martial Gate? Lu Ruyue replied. It is very likely that they will come. The three holy masters have been searching for geniuses all over the continent. With Lung Liusu's talent, she will definitely attract them. As for which holy land, I am not sure. After this topic ended, the two of them chatted for a long time. There were several times when Xiao Chun could not help but ask about her wasting half a year. However, he resisted in the end. Since Lu Ruyue was not willing to talk about it, he would just bury this topic in his heart and keep it to himself. As the night grew darker, Xiao Chun stood up and took his leave. He said, I will go back first. No matter what, I will definitely obtain the top rank of the inner sect disciple rankings for Qingyun Peak. Lu Ruyue smiled gently and said, In that case, I thank you for your promise in advance. However, if you want to come and see me in the future, just come in directly. Although there are many trees here, not all of them are filled with spiritual energy. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, There's no need. I have already passed my bottleneck. To me, trees are no longer important. After the two of them spoke, they looked at each other and smiled gently. There was no need for words. To Xiao Chun, trees were indeed no longer important. Lu Ruyue had not only chopped down a tree outside the courtyard, she had also chopped down a barrier in Xiao Chen's heart. Since he liked her in his heart, then he should step forward openly. There was no need to suppress his feelings and think of all the worries. There was no need to be conflicted over whether to meet her or not. Regardless of whether he left Qingyun Peak or not, the person he loved was here. There was a worry in his heart. No matter where she went, they would know each other. After walking out of Lu Ruyue's courtyard, Xiao Chun felt as though a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He felt very comfortable. Although the two of them did not say it out loud, there was a kind of silent tacit understanding between them. They both knew each other's intentions. Xiao Chun slowly walked on the mountain path in the forest. Under the moonlight, he looked up and revealed a faint smile on his face. In the following days, aside from cultivating diligently every day, Xiao Chun would take some time out to come to Lu Ruyue's courtyard at night. The two of them chatted about everything under the sun. There was nothing they did not talk about. They chatted happily. However, they mostly talked about their understanding of the martial way. Lu Ruyue's accumulations as a martial saint were deep. This was especially so with her experience of breaking through to Martial King twice. She told Xiao Chun everything he needed to pay attention to when breaking through. Chapter 342. Advancing from Martial Saint to Martial King was a huge hurdle for early-stage cultivators. Once one crossed it, one would be able to enjoy the treatment of an expert anywhere in the Great Qin nation. The earlier one crossed it, the higher one's future accomplishments would be. Xiao Chun also told Lu Ruyue about his comprehension of states, Xiao Chen's understanding of states. Now, aside from some of the older generation experts, no one in the younger generation could compare to him in the Great Qin nation. This allowed Lu Ruyue to benefit a lot from it. When they got excited, it was hard to avoid arguments. The two of them would compare notes with each other, perfecting their understandings through actual combat. This kind of exchange was much more useful than Xiao Chen's usual thinking. After a week, Xiao Chun actually managed to completely comprehend the Wuxia opens heaven, which he had been unable to perfect in the past. The substantial gains in his cultivation allowed Xiao Chun to immerse himself in this kind of exchange. He would go to Lu Ruyue's courtyard almost every night. On this particular day, as the two of them were chatting happily, there was a sudden explosion in the sky thousands of meters above the heavenly saber pavilion. In the dark night, 7 huge meteors descended from the sky above Qingyun Peak. As they descended, they destroyed the 81 restrictions that the heavenly saber pavilion laid in the sky. Ear-piercing alarms reverberated throughout the entire Lingyun mountain range. It was as though there was an emergency. It rang out continuously. Who? Occasionally, figures would soar into the sky from the 7 main peaks of the heavenly saber pavilion. A strong aura reverberated in the surroundings. Their fighting spirits soared, causing people to tremble in fear. The expressions of Xiao Chun and Lu Ruyue changed. Unexpectedly, someone dared to barge into the heavenly saber pavilion so brazenly. Lu Ruyue had a grave expression as she looked at the summit of Qingyun Peak. She said, "Neither of us should act rashly. A battle of this level is not something we can participate in. Even without Lu Riyue saying anything, Xiao Qian could feel that horrifying pressure. The 7 meteors contained the aura of a martial monarch. Just thinking about it caused one to tremble in fear. There were only 10 known martial monarchs in the entire Great Qin nation. However, at this moment, 7 martial monarchs arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The strength of one martial monarch could easily destroy a city. With 7 martial monarchs, they would be able to defeat an army of 1,000,000. Martial monarch, the monarch of martial arts, was not a title that could be casually given. Even in the Great Qin nation, which had many spirit veins, a martial monarch was considered an expert. Furthermore, in the Great Qin nation, there had been no news of a martial sage appearing in the past 1,000 years. Martial monarchs were already the peak combat power. If any sect or clan had a martial monarch, they would immediately become a first-rate faction. As for the figures that soared into the sky from the 7 main peaks, they were all superior-grade martial kings. Given Xiao Qian's cultivation, if he rushed up, the shock waves of the battle could crush him to pieces. Xiao Qian did not know how many martial monarchs the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had. With this sudden crisis, he could clearly see the trump cards of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Qian looked at the sky and asked doubtfully, "Why are these people here?" Lu Riyue muttered, "Divine weapon." Boom! The 7 meteors in the sky pierced through the restrictions of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. A fiery light spread out and countless sparks quickly shot into the sky. Bang! 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 The sparks fell like rain, covering nearly half of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. There were intense explosions on the ground. Surging shockwaves spread out and dust filled the air. Countless buildings were destroyed, turning into rubble. Many cultivators were struck by the sparks. Before they could react, they were blasted to pieces, dying without a complete corpse. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion was in chaos. Many places were set on fire and the fire immediately spread. Sparks flew towards Lu Riyue's courtyard. When they saw the energy contained in the sparks, the two of them did not dare to clash head-on. They executed their movement techniques and dodged quickly. In the next moment, the previously perfectly fine courtyard was blasted beyond recognition. The shockwaves carried countless rocks over. The two of them turned around and sent out a few sharp saber chi, reducing the flying shockwaves and rocks to dust. After the sparks scattered, 7 middle-aged men in azure robes appeared before the crowd. 9 blue dragons were embroidered on their robes. The 7 of them emitted an overwhelming aura. Even Xiao Qian, who was a kilometer underground, felt a huge pressure. Many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on the ground, who were looking up, could not withstand this pressure. They fell to the ground, not even having the strength to get up. The aura of the 7 martial monarchs was equal to that of a martial sage. It could even stop the flow of a river. What more these martial saint cultivators? Who dares barge into my Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Are you reckless? Hundreds of martial kings from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion flew over. The person leading them did not show any fear when facing the 7 martial monarchs. Are you even worthy of speaking to us? One of the 7 green-robed martial monarchs snorted coldly and pointed. A ripple appeared in the air. After a while, it turned into a whirlpool and surged forward. Bang! The person who spoke was struck by the whirlpool and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. He cried out miserably as he fell from the sky. A bona fide peak martial king could not even retaliate before a martial monarch. He was defeated with just a finger. This was truly frightening. When Xiao Qian felt the intense fluctuations in space, he said indifferently, "This is the power of space. Martial monarchs and martial kings are simply not on the same level. All of you withdraw." The first elder, Jiang Qi, led the peak masters of the other peaks and finally arrived. However, Xiao Qian did not see Song Quebec. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. Song Ke only had one arm now. He was no longer a peak martial king. The hundreds of martial kings that had gathered earlier quickly retreated to the side and watched from a distance. Even they could not participate in this battle. When Jiang Qi saw the attire of the 7, his expression turned grave. He said slowly, "My Heavenly Saber Pavilion does not seem to have any grudges with you. Why are you here at my Heavenly Saber Pavilion?" The leader of the seven took a few steps forward in the air and said, "We are the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's 7 sage envoys under the Dragon King. I am Long Tuesday. We are here to borrow something from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Jiang Qi had already guessed what they were here for. However, he still said coldly, "Is this the attitude you have when you want to borrow something? Big brother, don't bother speaking nonsense with him. They are just a bunch of half-step martial monarchs. Why bother with them? Just kill them. What is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? How dare they compare themselves to our Divine Dragon Palace?" The person who made a move earlier said ruthlessly as a vicious look flashed in his eyes. Long Tu smiled gently and ignored this person's words. He looked at Jiang Qi and said, "My apologies, my 7th brother's temper has always been bad." His words were a little harsh. "I'm sorry, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has too many restrictions. We had no choice but to forcefully break through. As long as you are willing to lend us the item, I am willing to compensate the Heavenly Saber Pavilion tenfold for all the losses." Jiang Qi said sullenly, "If you want to borrow the divine weapon, you can scram now. I will only say this once. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion just because you are an inferior grade martial monarch." When Long Tu heard this, his expression turned cold. He said, "Since ancient times, the divine weapon belongs to those who are capable. Today my Dragon King has taken a liking to this divine weapon. I will say this only once. Obediently hand over the divine weapon. Otherwise, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's 10,000 years of foundation will be destroyed." The 7th of the Divine Dragon Palace's 7 sage envoys smiled coldly and said, "Just a few half-step martial monarchs and you dare to say that you can keep us here? Do you not know how the word death is written? Old man, I will start with you." Boom! Just as he was about to make his move, 7 scarlet warships suddenly flew over from all directions. The scarlet flags on the bow of the warships fluttered in the night sky. The scarlet flags were as beautiful as fresh blood. Even the night could not hide them. Instead, the dark night made the scarlet flags look even more bewitching. A person stood under each of the flags. They wore scarlet battle armor and had a scarlet cape draped over their shoulders. A scarlet bloodsucker saber hung at their waists. They did not hide their killing chi at all. 7 waves of killing chi soared into the sky and merged together, forming a vast sea. At some point in time, the dark clouds above had been dyed scarlet like blood. The terrifying murderous aura was almost tangible. From time to time, the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard coming from the blood clouds. The people from the Divine Saber Camp had arrived. For the first time, the expressions of the 7 people from the Divine Dragon Palace turned grave. Xiao! Xiao! The figures on the bow of the warships turned into 7 beams of scarlet light and arrived behind the first elder, Jiang Qi, at lightning speed. The Divine Saber Camp's first commander, Shi Mening, nodded slightly to Jiang Qi. He said softly, "The Divine Saber Camp Shi Mening arrived late and caused the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to suffer losses." Jiang Qi said indifferently, "It does not matter. It is good that you are here." When Long Tu saw the horrifying baleful aura of the 7 people, he was astonished. So, they are cultivators who use killing to prove their Tao. Could it be that they would cause others to feel fear? However, only 2 of them were martial monarchs. The other 5 were only half-step martial monarchs, so there was nothing to fear. Long Tu said sullenly, "The 6 of you go and get the divine weapons. I will block them." The other 6 people were very confident in Long Tu's strength. They did not hesitate and immediately headed for the summit of Qingyun Peak. Jiang Qi's expression turned grave as he said anxiously, "Block them." The many martial kings who were watching from the side immediately rushed forward and charged at the 6 people. All sorts of high-ranked martial techniques gave off resplendent lights in the sky, surging forward. The 6 people each sent out a palm strike and an azure flood dragon appeared. The 6 flood dragons roared ferociously and crushed all the strong martial techniques flying at them into the air. After that, the blue dragon's might did not decrease. As it moved, it swept away dozens of martial kings. Then, it flew into the distance like a cannonball. Boom! The few martial kings were knocked back 2,000 meters. Their bodies crashed into a mountain peak, and there were a few loud sounds. The mountain peak immediately collapsed. The 6 of them only used one move to easily knock back dozens of superior-grade martial kings. After they withdrew their attacks, the blue dragon roared and returned to their bodies. So. 7 scarlet warships quickly flew towards the 6 people. 100 Divine Saber Camp elite disciples jumped off the warships and formed a 3-dimensional formation in the air. At the same time, they drew their bloodsucker sabers and roared ferociously. All their killing chi merged into one. Chapter 343. As the 6 martial monarchs moved in the formation, they immediately felt a huge pressure. Even though they had killed countless people in their lives, they still felt fear in their hearts. Furthermore, the formation of these 100 Divine Saber Camp disciples seemed to follow some sort of natural law, suppressing the strength of the 6 martial monarchs. The 6 martial monarchs charged around in the formation. Their horrifying strength was unstoppable. However, they strangely discovered that even though they were moving forward, they were moving in circles. They were unable to break through the encirclement of these 100 martial monarchs. Long Tu took a glance and ignored the situation. With the strength of the 6 of them, it was only a matter of time before they broke through this formation. The true threat came from the 7 people before them, especially the 2 inferior-grade martial monarchs. They were the Divine Saber Camp's deputy commander, Xi Mining and Zhuo Yan. Jiang Qi and the others had already retreated far away. With their strength as half-step martial monarchs, they could barely participate in this battle. However, the Divine Saber Camp was very particular about cooperation. What they learned was completely different from what they learned. They could not participate in the battle at all. They could only watch from the sidelines just in case. Kill. The 7 of them attacked at the same time. The bloodsucker sabers in their hands released a scarlet light. Boundless scarlet clouds started churning in the sky. A sinister wind blew, and a baleful aura pressed down. Long Tu flipped his palm and a purple spear appeared in his hand. He swung it gently and ripples appeared in the air. An azure flood dragon coiled around the spear. The flood dragon opened its mouth and roared ferociously. It swung the spear 4 times in the air and blocked all the attacks of the 7. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! The weapons clashed and a horrifying energy spread out. Black cracks appeared in space. The few of them casually waved their hands and tore space apart. The black cracks extended for several kilometers before stopping. Everywhere the cracks passed, mountains were chopped in half. From the sky, it looked like a biscuit that was bitten off by a dog. The few of them fought in the air faster and faster. Xiao Qin's eyes could not keep up with their speed. He could only hear deafening roars. Bang! On the battlefield, a streak of blood-red light was sent flying backward. A fist-sized hole appeared on the forehead of a Divine Saber Camp cultivator. He had been stabbed to death by Long Tu's spear. A moment later, cracks spread from his wounds, and his body was quickly torn into pieces. Haha! Again! The Divine Saber Camp is only as a... Long Tu raised his head to the sky and laughed heartily. As his voice rang out, another spear swept out. The purple spear seemed to have come to life. It turned into a blue dragon and swept out wildly. A Divine Saber Camp disciple sent out a scarlet light that connected heaven and earth, trying to block this horrifying attack. Before the azure flood dragon even got close, it let out a furious roar that contained boundless holy might, shaking this person to the point where he felt dizzy and his legs went weak. Bang! In the next moment, the green flood dragon turned back into a hard purple spear. A dot of purple light appeared on the tip of the spear. Long Tu tilted his body slightly and pushed his hand forward, shattering the blood-colored light with lightning speed. This person quickly turned around and retreated. His speed was comparable to that of scarlet lightning. Long Tu snorted coldly and swung his spear forward. His right hand grasped the tip of the spear. The range of the attack immediately increased significantly. With a horizontal swing, the spear struck this person's chest. This person vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. He did not have time to control his direction and crashed into the spreading spatial cracks. This person could not resist at all and was cut into pieces by the spatial cracks. At the same time, the sharp attacks of the other 5 people filled the sky with scarlet light. The horrifying killing moves containing the state of massacre flew at Long Tu. Soaring dragon! Long Tu pulled back his spear and shouted. Suddenly, 9 azure flood dragons flew out of his body. As the 9 dragons soared, a supreme will of wind was contained in the azure flood dragons. Bang! 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 The flood dragon roared furiously, and the will of wind sprayed out, stirring up a gale and blowing away the torrential state of massacre. No matter how strong the state of massacre was, it was just a state in the end. It was not a match for a higher-leveled state unless the people of the Divine Saber camp comprehended the state of massacre. As the 9 dragons soared, the berserk energy contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It forced everyone back. This was especially so since the state was broken. The might of the killing move was greatly reduced. There was no rebound at all. Long Tu laughed maniacally and the 9 dragons returned to his body. His figure flashed and he arrived before a Divine Saber camp cultivator. He thrust his spear forward and a black hole appeared in the air. The power of this spear was very berserk. It directly pierced through space. The supreme will of wind started to spread out from the tip of the spear. A fist-sized black hole immediately spread out. Long Tu's figure flashed and he entered the spatial crack. In the next moment, a crack appeared in front of the retreating cultivator. A spear carrying an unparalleled force suddenly appeared from the void and pierced towards the cultivator's forehead. This spear came out of nowhere without any warning. There was no way to defend against it. It was a sure hit attack. Dang! Just as the spear was about to pierce through the cultivator's forehead, a scarlet saber flashed from the side. The saber struck the tip of the spear. However, the will of wind on the tip of the spear prevented it from moving at all. Shimenying's chaotic and unfocused eyes suddenly focused. 2 crimson dots appeared in his eyes, making him look extremely strange. The horrifying state of massacre on the saber started to increase rapidly. Finally, it exploded and formed a strand of will of massacre. Boom! The horrifying spear was finally knocked away. That cultivator took advantage of this opportunity to quickly retreat. Long Tu grasped the handle of his spear and slowly emerged from the spatial crack. He looked at Shimenying and smiled faintly. Not bad. You actually managed to evolve the state of massacre into the will of massacre. However, it is just a strand. Let's see how you are going to block my will of wind. Ha! Long Tu's spear swept out and a purple light burst out from the tip. Strands of purple wind blades appeared and tore cracks in space. Everywhere the wind blades passed, the cracks extended continuously. The pitch-black cracks were like a flower blooming. A horrifying flower filled with the power of death. Shimenying had a grave expression. He did not say anything. His scarlet pupils released a strange light. He brandished his saber and knocked back the purple wind blades. Countless wind blades were sent flying, creating long black spatial cracks in the air. Many of the idle martial kings in the air could not dodge in time and were immediately cut in half by the spatial cracks. The power of the spatial cracks was not something an ordinary martial king could deal with. However, the force of the wind blades was too strong. Every time he knocked back a strand, Shimenying immediately moved back 100 meters. His complexion also turned increasingly pale. When the Divine Saber Camp's deputy commander Zhuoyan saw that Shimenying was in a dangerous situation, he quickly flew over and worked together to knock back the scarlet wind blades. Long Tu laughed loudly and a purple flood dragon appeared on his spear. He charged at the 2 of them quickly before he ignored them. Long Tu shifted his gaze to the other 3 half-step martial monarchs of the Divine Saber Camp. He casually tore and a spatial crack appeared. Then his figure flashed out. Bang! 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 Long Tu executed the shocking spear strike that contained the will of berserk wind 3 times in a row. The 3 half-step martial monarchs had condensed their state of massacre to its limits. However, there was a natural difference between states and wills. They could not move the spear at all. Furthermore, Long Tu hid himself in the spatial crack. No matter where he hid, he would always appear beside them. Be it behind, to the left, to the right, or even to the front, he would thrust his spear at them. Bloody holes appeared in the heads of the 3 half-step martial monarchs with this shocking spear strike. They could not be any more dead. At this moment, Shimenying and Zhuoyan were still fighting against the soaring green flood dragon. The flood dragon was 100 meters long and its green scales were crisscrossed. Both of its eyes flashed with spiritual light as if it was a real flood dragon. The flood dragon roared ferociously as it wantonly flew in the air. As its dragon claws tore, it left thin cracks in space. Occasionally, it would spit out strands of azure dragon flame. Ximening and Jueyin turned into two beams of scarlet light. As they dodged the flood dragon's attacks, they left wounds on its body. When the saber technique containing the state of massacre struck the flood dragon, the wounds would not heal. The flood dragon's figure slowly faded. It would not be able to last much longer. After Long Tu dealt with the three half-step martial monarchs, he looked around and saw that the azure flood dragon was about to run out of energy. His expression did not change as he swung his spear through the air. A purple light gathered at the tip of the spear, and a long spatial crack appeared. Long Tu turned around and disappeared into the night sky. Ximening and Jueyin, who had dealt with the azure flood dragon, did not have time to catch their breaths. Suddenly a crack appeared above their heads. A purple spear containing a strong will of wind exploded in the air, descending towards the two of them. Dang! Ximening and Jueyin quickly moved to the side. They crossed their scarlet sabers in the air and blocked the spear strike that could split mountains. Long Tu's figure emerged from the spatial crack. He laughed loudly and shouted, "You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You think you can block it? Scram!" Long Tu's right hand, which was holding the spear, exerted some force. A purple light spread out from the tip of the spear. Instantly, the flood dragon carved on the spear glowed brightly. The will of wind became even more berserk. Bang! Ximening and Jueyin both vomited a mouthful of blood. The bloodsucker sabers in their hands could not withstand the force. They flew out of their hands and fell to the ground. Scram! With a roar, Long Tu's figure rapidly leaped forward. The space beneath his feet was like flat ground. Every step he took left a purple footprint in the air. Long Tu brandished his spear and struck Ximening, Jueyin and Jueyan's chest. Their bodies flew backward and crashed into a mountain a kilometer away, destroying half of it. When Xiao Chun saw all this, horror filled his eyes. At the same time, he was filled with doubt. They were all martial monarchs, but why was Long Tu able to beat the other martial monarchs to the point where they could not retaliate? Chapter 344. With a casual move, he could easily tear space apart. When his spear swept out, there was no way to block it. As for those half-step martial monarchs, they were as simple as slaughtering dogs. One spear for one without any hesitation. Will. Suddenly, a light flashed in Xiao Qin's mind. He remembered what Long Tu said. This was because of the will. It was just like how a martial saint who comprehended a state could easily kill a martial saint who had not comprehended a state. To a martial monarch, the state could no longer keep up with the development of their strength. Only a higher level will could bring out the might of a martial monarch. Lu Rui's eyes filled with anxiety. Occasionally, she would look at the summit of Qingyun Peak. The summit was currently very calm. It was very peaceful. First Elder, should we call out those supreme elders? This Long Tu's will of wind has clearly reached great perfection. Ximening and Jueyin are not a match for him. Indeed, if we still do not call out those supreme elders, there will be no chance to turn the situation around. The peak masters of the main peaks said anxiously. Jiang Qi's expression turned grave. He ignored the words of these people. After a while, he shook his head and said, "The Divine Saber Camp still has not used their trump card. The enemies that the Supreme Elder wants to deal with are not these people. Let's wait and see." Boom! Two scarlet lights shot up from the ground. Ximening and Jueyin started fighting again. So, the two of them stretched out their hands and the bloodsucker sabers immediately returned to their hands. The killing chi of the two of them spread out continuously. Their red cloaks fluttered in the air. The blood on their lips had not dried yet, but their faces were extremely pale. Long Tu looked at the two of them and smiled coldly. "You are at the end of the road, yet you are still putting on an act. Die." Xiao Chun swung his spear in the air and disappeared into thin air again, appearing very mysterious. Peerless blood shadow. Ximening and Jueyin shouted and the sabers in their hands moved in an arc. A scarlet crescent moon appeared on the tip of their sabers. Xiao Chen's gaze turned grave as he looked carefully. Back then, Murongchang's peerless lunar shadow was born from this peerless blood shadow. Now that he had executed the original martial technique, its might should not be weak. However, it was hard to say whether it would be able to injure Long Tuesday. Long Tu was in the void, and there was no way to track him. After executing the move, Their pale faces turned even paler, without the slightest hint of blood. The two blood-colored crescent moons whistled through the air, but they disappeared in a flash and actually entered the void. Poochie! In the void, there was a violent explosion. A pitch-black hole was torn open and a red light shone out. Bang! The instant the red light shone, the spatial crack rapidly expanded. A red full moon broke through the space and leaped out. In an instant, the scarlet light illuminated the entire Lingyun mountain range. The cultivators with better vision could see an azure figure moving quickly in the black hole in the sky. If they looked carefully, they would discover a trace of blood leaking out of the corner of his mouth. Xiaochen exclaimed in shock. Peerless blood shadow. Unexpectedly, not only did it stop Long Tu's attack, but it even injured him. The black hole quickly closed. The instant it completely closed, a resplendent purple light appeared out of nowhere in the sky. Long Tu was about to break through space and come out. Ximening and Zhuoyan's gazes were like lightning. The instant the purple light appeared, they quickly formed hand seals. Strands of perception locked onto each other. Long Tu's figure had just appeared when the scarlet full moon in the sky charged at him with a startling state of massacre. The speed of the full moon reached its peak. Everywhere it passed, space turned blurry and ripples appeared. Bang! Long Tu did not have any chance to dodge. His face filled with shock. The tip of his spear shone brightly as he thrust it forward, wanting to shatter this scarlet moon. However, the energy contained within this full moon was simply too vast. The two of them exhausted their essence and forcefully condensed their states into strands of will, infusing them into the full moon. Such a secret technique that forcefully raised one's state would have severe side effects on the body. However, at this moment they could not care so much. Unexpectedly, Long Tu's successful will of wind could not block this move. His body was instantly covered by the scarlet moon as he crashed heavily into the ground. Rumble! A 1,000-meter-wide pit immediately appeared at the foot of Qingyun Peak. Dust flew into the air and a huge force spread out. The entire Qingyun Peak started to shake violently. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this power was to be able to shake an entire mountain. Ximenying's complexion paled. He could not help but vomit another mouthful of blood. He ignored his injuries and said coldly, "Attack!" Right after he spoke, the 7 scarlet warships in the sky released a scarlet pillar of light that soared into the sky, connecting with the scarlet clouds in the sky. The trump card of the divine saber camp was finally going to be revealed. The endless red clouds began to tumble and surge, becoming brighter and brighter, as if blood was flowing through them. In an instant, a horrifying state of massacre spread throughout the entire Lingyun mountain range. It caused all the cultivators present to tremble. At the same time, the martial kings of the various noble clans in the Shihe province all felt this aura. They all soared into the sky and looked at the boundless scarlet clouds in the direction of the heavenly saber pavilion. Their expressions all changed. What's going on? The divine saber camp's heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation has been executed. What's happening in the heavenly saber pavilion? I have not seen the divine saber camp for hundreds of years. Now they are making a move. What is going on? Many figures gathered in the sky. They could not resist the curiosity in their hearts as they quickly flew towards the heavenly saber pavilion. The great Qin nation's imperial capital, where everyone was preparing to sleep in the middle of the night, suddenly discovered 10 huge golden warships had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. They were flying quickly to the west. A golden flag fluttered on the bow of the warships. There were 9 golden dragons embroidered on the flag, and the word Qin was written in the center. Among the 10 warships there was one that was especially huge. It was 1,000 meters long and 100 meters wide. Golden talisman scripts flickered around the hull of the warship. There was a person standing on the bow of the warship. He was 7 meters tall and looked very energetic. His aura was like a rainbow as he soared into the sky. The light he gave off was so dazzling that it seemed like it lit up the night sky. This was the leader of the Imperial Dragon Legion, the leader of the 10 martial monarchs of the Great Qin Nation, the Nangong clan's clan head, Nangong Lai. The entire Imperial Dragon Legion actually turned out in full force. In a secret room 1,000 meters below the imperial capital's imperial palace, an old man with white hair and beard suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed, as though he could see through the essence of this world. It is actually the people of the boundless sea. Haha. However, is the divine weapon really that easy to obtain? If it were so easy, this old man would have made a move long ago. How foolish. After a while, the golden light scattered and the old man closed his eyes again, ignoring him. Long Tu slowly stood up in a deep pit at the foot of the heavenly saber pavilion's Qingyun peak. His azure robes were already in tatters. His hair was disheveled, and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. You actually managed to injure me. It looks like you are seeking your own death today. I want the divine weapon. I will kill everyone in the heavenly saber pavilion, not leaving a single person alive. Long Tu looked at the boundless churning scarlet clouds above him and wiped the blood off his lips. Then he laughed maniacally. Long Tu's aura soared continuously. A horrifying might spread out into the surroundings without any concealment. His aura did not stop growing until it reached peak superior grade martial monarch. When the might of a martial monarch spread out, the grass grew stiff and the trees broke from the ground. The boundless aura crushed them into dust. Several heavenly saber pavilion disciples vomited a mouthful of blood under this horrifying might and fainted. Unexpectedly, this Long Tu was a peak superior grade martial monarch. When everyone saw this, their expressions changed greatly. When the first elder Jiangqi saw Long Tu unleash his full aura, his expression changed slightly. He had not expected Long Tu to be a peak superior grade martial monarch. What should we do now? Long Tu is actually a peak superior grade martial monarch. First elder, get the supreme elders out. Otherwise, the heavenly saber pavilion will suffer great losses, the people at the side said in unison. Jiangqi's gaze was deep as he looked into the distance. There were countless experts from various places watching from a distance. Jiangqi withdrew his gaze and shook his head. We can't do it yet. Let's hold on for a while. Let's see if the heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation can suppress him. Suddenly, the boundless scarlet clouds in the sky started churning very quickly. After a while, a blurry face formed in the scarlet clouds. Only half of the face appeared. The other half merged with the scarlet clouds. A huge scarlet hand suddenly appeared. The palm of the scarlet hand was the size of a small mountain, and half of the arm was over 1,000 meters long. It smashed towards Long Tu, who was on the ground with a soaring aura. Long Tu's expression turned grave. Although he was arrogant, he was not a fool. When the huge hand landed, his figure flashed and quickly retreated. Bang! The scarlet hand left a huge handprint on the ground. The outline of the 5 fingers was very clear. The deepest part of the handprint was more than 100 meters deep. Hu Qi! The scarlet hand gently raised its hand and used the back of its huge hand to move towards Long Tuesday. Long Tu moved like lightning, moving quickly in the air. Bang! The back of the scarlet hand gently touched a desolate mountain. Half of the mountain immediately turned into powder, and half of the mountain was gone. With such a huge force, no wonder Long Tu did not dare to clash head-on. Instead, he chose to avoid it. The scarlet hand was like a human arm. When it moved, it was incredibly fast. It was no slower than Long Tu, who had comprehended the will of wind. Furthermore, under the suppression of the heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation, the baleful aura in the air affected Long Tu's speed. He could not shake off the scarlet hand. A purple light appeared on the tip of the spear, and Long Tu tore open a spatial tear in the air. When the spatial tear closed, he entered it. Long Tu hid in the spatial tear, and he immediately disappeared from the night sky. The blurry face on the scarlet clouds frowned slightly. Then it roared. Although it was a roar, it was as intense as thunder. When it opened its mouth and breathed, it formed an intense tornado in the air. The huge scarlet hand pulled back slightly, and its 5 fingers clenched the air. In that instant, a spatial tear appeared, and half of the arm entered it. Chapter 345. Bang! 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 Loud sounds came from the spatial crack. An intense shockwave exploded in the air. Many black cracks appeared out of nowhere, spreading out like black streams in the air. Long Tu tore open a spatial crack and quickly emerged from it. His expression turned even more grave. Clearly, he had not expected this scarlet hand to be so difficult to deal with. The instant Long Tu emerged, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. When he turned his head back, he saw a huge scarlet hand crashing into him. It was the scarlet giant's hidden second arm. It shot out at lightning speed and opened its huge hand, grabbing Long Tu in an instant. The huge hand grabbed Long Tu's body and smashed him into the ground. It did not stop at all, causing the entire Lingyun mountain range to shake. Some of the old buildings could not withstand this force and collapsed. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out in all directions. The mountain peaks were directly blasted apart by the cracks, forming a huge crack in the sky from the center. Did he succeed? He was caught. With such horrifying force, he should have been smashed into meat paste. A few elders said joyfully. Jiang Qi shook his head slightly. He could sense that the other party's aura had not weakened at all. Instead, it had become even more vigorous. Pa! The other scarlet hand also emerged from the void. Then the two palms clapped ferociously. When the two palms merged, they had the strength to smash a small mountain into powder. When the two palms merged, even if the other party was an impregnable fortress, he should have been smashed into meat paste. Boom! Right after the palms clapped, an even more intense sound rang out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to burn and their internal organs to tremble. The sky was filled with bloody light exploding. Specks of bloody light sprinkled on the ground like raindrops. The two huge bloody hands were completely blown to pieces. 9 azure flood dragons circled around Long Tuesday. He smiled coldly and said, "Is that all you have? The heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation is only SOSO. Ha ha ha. Watch me break this formation." It turned out that Long Tu had not made a move all this while, because he wanted to test the limits of the Scarlet Hands. Now that he knew their limits, he no longer feared them. Hu Qi. Without the interference of the huge Scarlet Hand, Long Tu's speed completely recovered. He was so fast that the human eye could not even react to it. In the eyes of a regular cultivator, it was like teleportation. Xiao Chun brandished his spear, and 9 azure flood dragons circled around and roared. Then, he headed for one of the scarlet warships. A scarlet light descended from the sky and enveloped the scarlet warship, forming a thick, solid scarlet light. Break! Long Tu roared, and 9 azure flood dragons merged into the spear. The purple spear immediately lit up with a resplendent, fiery light. It was like a purple sun in the night sky, so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Xiao Qin's figure instantly vanished. A moment later, a huge bloody hole appeared in the blood-colored pillar of light. The pillar of light shattered, and the blood-colored warship inside broke in half and fell to the ground. Break, 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 break. Long Tu roared 6 times. His figure appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the void. His dazzling purple spear carried a destructive force as it pierced through the 7 blood-colored warships in an instant. No matter how powerful your magic skills are, how profound your formations are, or how vast your killing chi is, I only need to use one spear to stab you. I will use absolute strength to form an overwhelming attack. After the 7 warships were destroyed, the boundless scarlet clouds in the sky immediately dimmed. The scarlet giant sighed and slowly faded from the sky. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly saber pavilion is so useless, yet you dare to speak such arrogant words, looking down on the divine dragon palace. What other abilities do you have? Bring them all out. I Long Tu will break them with one spear. After destroying the 7 warships, Long Tu laughed maniacally. His voice was like rushing thunder, resounding everywhere. The entire heavenly saber pavilion could hear this arrogant voice. Such humiliation caused the blood of the heavenly saber pavilion disciples to surge. As one of the 3 great sects, when had they ever been humiliated like this? However, even though they were hot-blooded, they did not have the strength to back it up. They could only feel sullen in their hearts. After the heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation was broken, the 100 elite divine saber camp disciples surrounding the other 6 sage envoys immediately showed flaws in their formation. The 6 sage envoys grasped the flaws and used their strength to charge around. In an instant, they broke through the encirclement of the 100 divine saber camp disciples. Most of the disciples died from severe injuries. Big brother, do you need our help? Let's just destroy the heavenly saber pavilion together. The 7th sage envoy of the divine dragon palace said coldly, his eyes filled with hostility. Long Tu said indifferently, There's no need. The 6 of you go and retrieve the divine weapon. That side is the main point. I can handle this alone. The 6 of them nodded and immediately rushed to the top of Qingyun Peak at lightning speed. When the Peak Masters and Elders saw this, they said anxiously, "First Elder, if the Supreme Elder still does not come out and the divine weapon is stolen, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will perish." The First Elder had a resolute gaze as he said sullenly, "It is not time yet. The true enemy has not appeared yet." Boom! 2 figures soared into the sky from the ground. It was Shimening and Zhuoyan. They rushed over again and blocked Long Tu, who was preparing to destroy the heaven viewing platform's main hall. Dang! 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 The 2 of them gave off a red light and their eyes turned scarlet. Their strength increased wildly. They had actually used the minor heavenly demon body separating technique, which burned their life force. Their state of massacre was forcibly raised to the state of massacre. Their cultivation also soared to peak medial-grade martial monarch. When the 2 of them worked together, they managed to block Long Tu's surging attacks. How dare you clash with the righteous sex with unorthodox sex? Long Tu snorted coldly. His spear sent out blurry spear images, like countless azure-flood dragons roaring in the air. Even though the 2 of them executed the minor heavenly demon body separating technique, they could only hold on bitterly. This Long Tu was a peak superior grade martial monarch, only a step shy of becoming a martial sage. He was simply too strong. Unless a martial sage appeared, no one could defeat him. Pooh! The 6 azure-robed sage envoys landed firmly on the summit of Qingyun Peak. Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on a rock at the summit. His wrinkled face opened slightly when he felt the 6 of them land. His gaze was calm. He looked like an old man with a serene expression. A wooden box stood quietly beside him. The words like the Emperor descending personally were carved on it. The 7th of the 7 sage envoys cursed. I was wondering who the person guarding the divine weapon was. It turns out that it is just a cripple with a shattered martial spirit. Old man, hand over the divine weapon, and this Lord 7 will not make things difficult for you. I will send you on your way, and not let you feel any pain. Otherwise he... Wuxia. The 4 wooden boards on the wooden box shattered and fell to the ground. The divine weapon, the heavenly universe saber, floated quietly in the air. Lu Tianyu stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of the divine weapon, the heavenly universe saber. His calm gaze suddenly lit up, and his aura soared into the sky. In an instant, he revealed his sharpness. With a ka sound, the divine weapon was unsheathed. A dazzling light dazzled the eyes of the 6. A saber light flashed by. Before the 7th of the 7 sage envoys could finish speaking, a bloody wound appeared on his neck. His head flew into the air. He died without knowing why. There was no pain at all. The other 6 were astonished. When they saw the unsheathed divine weapon, they fled for their lives. They were shocked. Didn't the Dragon King say that the divine weapon could not be completely unsheathed? How did this old man manage to completely unsheath the divine weapon? This was completely beyond their expectations. The might of the divine weapon could even kill a martial sage. They were only martial monarchs. How could they dare to be impudent? They used all their means to flee. Long Tu, who was suppressing Shimening and Lu Tianyu, changed his expression. He forced the 2 back with one move. Then he moved as fast as lightning, heading for the summit. In the blink of an eye, Long Tu arrived at the summit of Qingyun Peak. When he saw the unsheathed divine weapon, he revealed an expression of shock. Xiu! Lu Tianyu remained expressionless as he watched Long Tu fly over. He gently brandished the heavenly universe divine weapon, and a simple resplendent saber chi flew at Long Tu's day chi. Chi! Everywhere the saber chi passed, space was sliced in half. The empty space was like a piece of tofu, sliced in half from the middle. Long Tu's expression changed drastically. This was no longer a power that he could control. Even if he used his full power, he could only tear a crack in space. If he were to view space as a rock, he could make a crack on the rock, but the other party could easily cut the rock in half like tofu. The will of the divine weapon had already locked onto Long Tuesday. He had no chance to dodge this saber strike. Ha! The purple spear lit up with a resplendent light. A crescent-shaped azure energy appeared. The will of wind in the energy was condensed to the extreme. Countless cracks appeared in the void. Long Tu used all his strength to block this move. Wuxia. There was no earth-shaking sound or overwhelming energy fluctuation. That strand of saber chi that sliced through space easily destroyed Long Tu's full-powered strike. At the critical moment, a jade pendant on Long Tu's chest burst out with a bright light. It emitted a solid light barrier that encased him. It was not strange for a martial monarch expert to have one or two life-saving secret treasures. Bang! The light barrier instantly shattered, and the jade pendant on Long Tu's chest shattered into tiny pieces. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth as he flew back a kilometer. The sharp saber chi did not lose any momentum. It flew quickly towards the horizon, flying all the way to the distant starry heavens before disappearing from everyone's sight. "Big brother, are you all right?" Long Tu asked anxiously as the other 6 caught hold of him in midair. The 6th of the 7 sage envoys said, "Big brother, are we still going to retrieve the divine weapon?" 7th brother is already dead. The situation had changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, Long Tu was still in high spirits, wanting to sweep through the entire heavenly saber pavilion. Now, he was easily defeated with one saber strike and severely injured. Kaxie. At the summit of Qingyun Peak, Lu Tianyu still sat cross-legged on the rock. His body did not move at all, and his expression was calm. The divine weapon returned to its scabbard with a huang-dang sound. The first elder Jiang Qi had a suspicious expression. He could not understand how Lu Tianyu managed to draw the divine weapon. Boom! Chapter 346. Lu Tianyu held the divine weapon in his right hand as he stood upright on the ground. Then he pointed with his left hand. Several dozen strands of saber chi revolved around his fingertips. The saber chi spun continuously, shooting at the 6 people in the air like an awl. In the pitch-black night sky, the awl-like rotating saber chi tore a spatial crack that was even darker than the night sky. The 6 people immediately scattered in the air. They executed their movement techniques and moved around, trying to avoid this strand of saber chi. Lu Tianyu's right hand, which was holding the divine weapon, flipped his palm over and faced it downwards. The divine weapon spun quickly and the condensed saber chi immediately scattered, chasing after the 6 people. The sharp saber chi danced wildly in the air. It was so fast that it was like silver lightning tearing open spatial tears. The 6 people executed their movement techniques to their limits. The people below could not see them at all. They could only see a blurry light flickering in their vision. Miserable cries came from the air. The sharp saber chi was hard to defend against. It broke through the protective essence of the 6 people and left horrifying wounds. Using the might of the divine weapon, Lu Tianyu toyed with the 6 people in the palm of his hand. Hu Qi. Just as the 6 people were covered in injuries and were bitterly holding on, there was an intense spatial fluctuation. Suddenly, an intense spatial fluctuation appeared. Above the 6 of them, a huge spatial gate suddenly opened. Seeing the spatial gate open, the 6 of them immediately became overjoyed. A huge azure dragon image peeked out from the door. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the 6 people. After that, the huge dragon head quickly retreated into the spatial door. Lu Tianyu snorted coldly. "You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think my heavenly saber pavilion is?" Boom! Lu Tianyu held the divine weapon in his right hand and threw his left hand into the air. His ordinary arm immediately grew infinitely large. Just as the azure dragon was about to enter the spatial door, Lu Tianyu exerted force with his left hand and grabbed the dragon head. He exerted force with his left hand and grabbed the dragon's head. The dragon's head shook and roared, causing the sky to tremble as it tried to break free. The scabbard of the divine weapon gave off a bright light. Lu Tianyu's left hand seemed to have the power to tear the sky apart. No matter how the dragon shook and roared, it did not move. "Get back here!" Lu Tianyu shouted and pulled with his huge hand, pulling the huge blue dragon out of the spatial door. Bang bang bang! The huge azure dragon image's 1,000-meter-long body tumbled in the air, shattering countless mountains and pavilions in an instant. Boom! Lu Tianyu had a grave expression on his face as he swung his huge hand behind him, tossing the horrifying dragon image towards the desolate back mountains of the Lingyun mountain range. A towering mountain peak was smashed into smithereens by the dragon. The ground in the distance was covered in dust and rocks flew everywhere. The image of the dragon slowly dissipated. The 6 people in the dragon head vomited blood from the immense force. Their injuries worsened as they struggled to stand up from the ground, wanting to escape. The first elder's expression turned cold. He said, "Divine Saber Camp, heed my orders. Do not let a single one of them off." Roger. The red figures on the ground quickly leaped towards the back mountains of the Lingyun mountain range and surrounded the 6 severely injured people. After Lu Tianyu pulled the huge dragon out, he looked at the spatial door that was about to close. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he drew the heavenly universe saber again. A strand of resplendent golden saber chi shot out from the saber. Just as the spatial door was about to close, it shot into it. Hu Qi. Millions of kilometers away in the boundless sea, a strand of golden saber chi suddenly appeared in the sky above an island. Then, it headed for the splendid palace on the island. Everywhere it passed, the buildings of the palace crumbled. The golden saber chi directly chopped them in half. Several unlucky green-robed cultivators were chopped in half for no reason. The golden saber chi cut through everything like a hot knife through butter. It immediately flew to the main hall of the palace. A middle-aged man in azure dragon robes sat on a dragon throne in the main hall. This person looked very majestic with a high nose and large eyes. He exuded the air of a ruler. With one look, one could tell that he was a person of high status. His chi and blood flourished and his eyes shone brightly. When the middle-aged man saw the golden saber chi breaking through the palace and flying towards him, his expression turned grave. He clenched 2 fingers on his right hand and shouted. A strand of azure-colored dragon chi came from his fingertip. The dragon head on the fingertip roared ferociously. It finally blocked this indestructible and unstoppable golden saber chi. Bang! The azure-colored dragon chi and the golden saber chi clashed, giving off an intense explosion. The raging energy immediately reduced the entire main hall to rubble. Only a lonely dragon throne remained in the vast palace. Blood leaked out of the middle-aged man's lips as he sat on the dragon throne. His complexion was somewhat pale. That strand of golden saber chi had not scattered yet. It clashed continuously with the azure-colored dragon chi at the fingertip. The middle-aged man shouted and suddenly stood up. Then he pushed his arm forward. There was a melodious explosion, and the golden saber chi turned into countless motes of light. The motes of light were like a torrential storm as they spread out in all directions. The cultivators that rushed over were covered in wounds, their bodies mangled. 7 strong figures blasted the motes of light into nothing and landed beside the middle-aged man. When they saw the blood leaking out of the middle-aged man's mouth, they were astonished. The Dragon King, who was like a god to them, was actually injured. All of them quickly knelt down and said in fear and trepidation, "This subordinate is incompetent and caused the Dragon King to be injured." The middle-aged man known as the Dragon King took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood off his lips. Then, he looked at the handkerchief and entered deep thought. Then he casually tossed the handkerchief into the air. There was an explosion of energy, and the handkerchief immediately turned into countless pieces of cloth. He said softly, "Get up. From today onwards, the 7 of you are the new holy envoys of the Divine Dragon Palace." The hearts of the 7 people kneeling on the ground trembled. They did not feel any joy. They knew that the 7 holy envoys that went to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion probably would not return. 7 martial monarchs had died. The Divine Dragon Palace had suffered a heavy loss. The Dragon King looked into the distance, his eyes filled with infatuation. He muttered to himself, "The strength of the divine weapon is indeed strong. Unfortunately, this person did not even bring out 1/10 of its might." Back in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lu Tianyu, who had just executed his shocking saber strike, immediately sheathed the divine weapon. The scattered wooden boxes pattered back together, completely covering up the aura of the divine weapon. Under the rock, countless black tentacles extended all over Lu Tianyu's body, making his face look very sinister. Lu Tianyu frowned and closed his eyes. Then he started an endless battle with the tentacles. Reporting to the first elder, the 6 people who barged into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion put up a stubborn resistance. The Divine Saber Camp suffered heavy casualties and could not capture them alive. "We could only kill them. A divine saber camp high official reported in a sullen voice as he flew to Jiang Qi's side covered in injuries. Even though the martial monarchs were severely injured, the destructive power of the divine saber camp still shocked this high official. Jiang Qi looked at the scene of desolation, the dead and injured Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples, and the rubble of the Lingyun mountain range. He said with a sullen expression, "Chop off their heads and hang them on the city walls of Saber City forever." "Roger." That person replied and immediately left to carry out the order. Not long after the man had left, the first elder's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of the peak masters and the members of the elders' council, who were following behind the first elder, all changed at the same time. They saw 10 golden warships outside the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's restrictions flying towards the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When they were about to touch the restrictions, they accelerated. Bang! 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 The golden horn of the ship was like a sharp knife. 10 sharp knives slowly broke through the tough restriction, and a deafening explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The Imperial Dragon Legion's flagship is actually flying over. What is Nangong Lai trying to do? A few of them exclaimed. Jiang Qi said calmly, "Pass the orders to the Supreme Elders. Tell them to come out and welcome them." After Jiang Qi spoke, he led the group towards the warships in the sky. They were as fast as the wind and arrived before the flagship in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qi looked at Nangong Lai, who was clad in golden battle armor and had an exuberant qi and blood soaring into the sky. He said coldly, "Nangong Lai, what are you trying to do?" Under the fluttering golden banner, Nangong Lai looked at the devastated Lingyun mountain range. He smiled gently and said, "Brother Jiang, there is no need to be anxious. I just saw that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is facing a great enemy, so I came to help. With the Imperial Dragon Legion's help, we will be able to eliminate the remnants." Jiang Qi smiled coldly. "Many thanks for General Nangong's kind intentions. The enemy has already been dealt with by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. General Nangong can return now." Nangong Yen laughed loudly. "I have good intentions. Brother Jiang, why are you chasing me away in such a rush? Today's enemies have already been defeated. What about tomorrow and the day after? Such a huge loss. I'm afraid the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not be able to endure it for long. How about this? Our Imperial Dragon Legion will send a warship to guard the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for a long time, helping the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to defend against the enemy. The Imperial Dragon Legion is still quite strong." Hu Qi! Hu Qi! Right after Nangong Yen spoke, aside from the largest flagship, the other 9 warships opened their cannons on both sides. Ancient demonic energy cannons revealed their malevolent faces. Countless golden talisman scripts appeared around the warship, flickering with a dazzling light. The few elders behind Jiang Qi all had sullen expressions. Rage burned in their hearts. Nangong Lai was blatantly threatening the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after seeing the heavy losses. The royal clan and the 3 great sects had always been on guard against each other. The royal clan of any empire did not wish to see a power that could threaten the royal clan. However, aside from being on guard, the sects and the royal clan relied on each other to a certain extent. There had to be strong sects within a nation. The more sects there were, the stronger the nation would be. However, there was a precondition. The royal clan had to have absolute power to suppress these sections. Otherwise, they would always be a hidden danger in the eyes of the royal clan. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which possessed a divine weapon, was such a sect. 20 years ago, the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was an absolute genius. The sect was filled with talents and experts. The sect was the strongest of the 3 great sections. With the might of a divine weapon, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was a peak power in the entire Tianwu continent. The people of the royal clan felt immense pressure. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not very lucky. When the demonic calamity broke out, nearly all the experts of the older generation died. The genius pavilion master even died in battle. The strength of the entire sect was greatly reduced. Chapter 347. In order to prevent the resurgence of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the royal court had been looking for an opportunity to make a move. Now, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was in trouble again. The Qin Emperor decisively made a move, wanting to station a warship in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was like stabbing a sharp knife into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It could greatly restrict the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's development. Jiang Qi's expression remained calm when he saw the golden warships firing on all cylinders. He said indifferently, "Nangong Lai, it looks like you really like to play with fire. In that case, I will play with you." Nangong Lai's eyelids sank. He thought to himself, could it be that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion still has some trump cards? Impossible. Nangong Lai shook his head and said indifferently, if they really had a trump card, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not have been reduced to rubble. How could a great sect watch as their own sect was destroyed like that? Even if they had won, they would have used it already. After the consecutive battles, they probably did not have much combat prowess left. Nangong Lai continued to smile indifferently. Brother Jiang Qi, it was not my idea to station a warship in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. You should know whose idea it is. I hope you will not make things difficult for me. Jiang Qi said indifferently, in that case, get him to come and talk to me personally. Before Nangong Lai could say anything, an adjutant at the side shouted, how dare you speak to His Majesty like that? Is the Emperor someone you can meet whenever you want? How dare you speak to Elder Jiang Qi like that? Why are you still not apologizing to Elder Jiang? Nangong Lai pretended to reprimand the adjutant. After that, he turned to Jiang Qi and smiled. My subordinate did not know the rules. I will teach him a lesson for Brother Jiang later. Jiang Qi's expression was very calm. His eyes did not change. He said indifferently, there's no need. He is already dead. Nangong Lai's expression changed. He looked to the side and saw a tiny wound on the adjutant's neck. The faint wound looked negligible to the naked eye. The adjutant did not feel any pain. He did not even notice the wound on his neck. You want to take my life? You cannot do that, the adjutant said indifferently as he looked at Jiang Qi. However, the adjutant saw shock in Nangong Lai's eyes. The adjutant turned his head to look suspiciously. However, he saw a headless corpse wearing golden battle armor standing behind him. Why does this corpse look so familiar? The adjutant's last thought as his head flew into the air. Bang! Nangong Lai punched the air in front of him to his right. This punch was clearly in the air, but it produced a deafening sound. The huge battleship shook uncontrollably under the force of this punch. The void shattered, and a blood-red figure emerged from the crack. He wore a ghostly mask with a faint smile on his face, and his right hand held a cold mask. The scarlet figure gently floated and appeared at the top of the ship like a ghost. When Nangong Lai saw this person, his expression turned grave for the first time. He exclaimed in shock, Shimenjan, you are actually not dead yet. Shimenjan was the previous commander of the Divine Saber camp. Now he was more than 190 years old. Before he went into seclusion, he was already a peak medial grade martial monarch. Shimen smiled faintly. Little brat Nangong, do you really wish for this old man to die? Boom boom boom. From the east, south, west, and north, four powerful auras rose one after another. These auras soared into the sky, spreading out endlessly. They were all the auras of peak superior grade martial monarchs. When Nangong Lai saw these people, his expression changed drastically. He muttered to himself, Shan Manjun, the previous two peak masters of Jade Maiden Peak, Xiaofeng, the previous peak master of Qinduan Peak, Songbai, the previous peak master of Biyun Peak, and Lu Xiaohe, the previous peak master of Gongyu Peak. Not only were these people not dead, but their auras were also flourishing. Their qi and blood surged. Clearly, they had not gone through a huge battle. They were all at their peak. Among the four, a white figure slowly floated over. It was the Jade Maiden Peak's Shen Manjun. Nangong Lai looked at the otherworldly Shen Manjun and did not dare to be impudent. Before he became famous, she had already become famous throughout the entire Great Qin nation. When Nangong Lai was young, he had even secretly worshipped Shen Manjun. Originally, he thought that she had died long ago. He did not expect her to appear before him in one piece. Nangong Lai Jiang Qi said that the Qin Emperor cannot come personally. In that case, can I make the request? Shen Manjun asked indifferently as she looked at Nangong Lai. Nangong Lai cried bitterly in his heart. He had not expected the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to have 5 martial monarchs in perfect condition. Furthermore, there was a martial monarch who was even more horrifying than him. With the strength of the Imperial Dragon Legion, it was not impossible to defeat these people. However, the price they would have to pay would be too high. Furthermore, the Qin Emperor did not intend to destroy the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He only wanted to take advantage of the situation and suppress the other party's strength, taking things step by step. It was not an all-out war with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Starting a war with a sect would have too many implications. It would be hard to avoid the suspicions of the other two great sections. Nangong Li's expression kept changing. After a while he slowly calmed down. He smiled gently and said, "Senior Shun, this is really just a misunderstanding. Since the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has resolved its crisis, the Imperial Dragon Legion has no intention of remaining." After Nangong Li spoke, he took out a row of wooden chests and said, "There are 10,000 medial grade spirit stones here. Consider it compensation for the Imperial Dragon Legion for breaking the restrictions. Goodbye." Jiang Qi received the wooden chests and felt humiliated in his heart. He wished he could smash the wooden chests into smithereens. Shun Manjun, who was beside him, placed her hand gently on his shoulder. A gentle wave of essence spread over, calming his agitated heart. Jiang Qi quickly thanked her. "Many thanks, ancestral martial aunt. Jiang Qi is useless, causing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be humiliated several times." Shun Manjun smiled gently and said, "You have already done very well. Don't blame yourself. There is still hope for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The news of the 3 Holy Masters should arrive tomorrow." The 10 golden warships of the Imperial Dragon Legion immediately turned around and left. Before the gazes of the experts of the Shiha province, they slowly withdrew from the Lingyun mountain range. He came and went in and out in a hurry. Many people scratched their heads as they watched, not knowing what was going on inside. The Imperial Dragon Legion came out in full force. It was clear they wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, not long after they entered, they retreated safely. It did not seem like there was a dispute. Halfway up Qingyun Peak, Xiaochan saw all this. He shook his head and thought to himself, in the end, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has declined. Although the Imperial Dragon Legion left behind 10,000 medial grade spirit stones, they could come and go as they pleased. In the eyes of the world, it was easy to tell who was strong and who was weak. Lu Ruyue looked at her ruined courtyard and shook her head. She smiled bitterly and said, "Yi-chan, I am homeless now." Xiaochan collected his thoughts and smiled gently. "You can come to my place and stay for a while. There are still empty rooms in the courtyard. You can come back after the courtyard is repaired." Lu Ruyue smiled and said, "It is settled then. I will go to the summit to see my father first. I will see you tomorrow." Xiaochan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lu Ruyue to agree so straightforwardly. Originally, he was just saying it casually. By the time he recovered his wits, Lu Ruyue had already gone far away. Xiaochan revealed a faint smile and shook his head slightly. Then, he quickly headed to his courtyard. This unprecedented battle gave Xiaochan a lot of thoughts. This was the first time he saw the true destructive power of a peak human cultivator. The so-called splitting mountains, moving rivers, and draining seas were not just legends. In the past, he had only heard of it. Now that he saw it for himself, he truly felt the shock in his heart. Furthermore, this was only the strength of a martial monarch. There was still the martial sage Emperor Wu. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. I still have a long way to go. Sooner or later, I, Xiaochan, will become such an expert. No, I will be stronger than these people. I will rise to the heavens and reach the peak of cultivators. My name will be spread through the ages, just like the Tianwu Emperor from 10,000 years ago, and the Thunder King from 1,000 years ago. Xiao Qin's emotions surged. He swore in his heart that he would definitely achieve this. The sun was high up in the sky. The weather was pleasant. There were no clouds in the sky. In a place with abundant spiritual energy in the back mountains of Qingyun Peak, Xiaochan sat cross-legged on the ground. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The purple essence circulated quickly in his meridians, breaking through all the obstacles along the way. It was an endless cycle. There were 9 main meridians in a cultivator's body. When a cultivator condensed their martial spirit, they would instantly open up. The 9 main meridians were very important. They were the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. The so-called essence circulating in the meridians was actually a cycle in the 9 main meridians. After that, as a cultivator's cultivation realm increased, there would be new branch meridians outside of the main meridians. The number of branch meridians in the human body could be said to be as many as the stars in the sky. With every increase in cultivation realm, there would be many more branch meridians. These branch meridians were the expansion of the main meridians. It was like the countless branches of a tree. The more branch meridians there were, the more flourishing the tree would be. It was the same principle for cultivators. The more branch meridians there were, the more vigorous and surging the essence in the body would be. The so-called essence circulating in a great cycle referred to the essence circulating in the 9 main meridians once before going to the various branch meridians and returning to the dantian. It grew and multiplied endlessly, forming a virtuous cycle. After every cycle, the quality and quantity of essence qi would increase. This was the essence of cultivation. However, Xiaochan felt a headache over this branch meridian. He felt very depressed. Not long ago, Xiaochan relied on the rich spiritual energy of the Lingyun mountain range to finally reach the peak of the 5th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Just as he was preparing to break through to the 6th layer, suddenly, he discovered that the branch meridians required to cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation were not fully opened. 4 of them were still sealed. This way, the path of the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation would be incomplete. There was no way to form a cycle, and he would not be able to cultivate the 6th layer. Now there were 2 solutions. The first was to temporarily give up on cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He would wait until his cultivation realm increased and these branch meridians opened up before he attempted to break through. In reality, most of the cultivators in this continent did the same. This was because many cultivation techniques had very strict requirements on cultivation realms. Furthermore, the person who created the cultivation technique did not do it on purpose. Only when one reached the corresponding cultivation realm and cultivated the corresponding cultivation technique could the cycle progress gradually. It would not result in a situation of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Chapter 348. There was another method, which was to use essence to forcefully open these minor meridians. Once the minor meridians were opened, he could cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. This way, Xiaochan's strength could increase rapidly in a short period of time. However, the difficulty of breaking through was not mentioned. Forcefully opening 4 minor meridians in one go would definitely leave behind some hidden dangers. If not dealt with properly, it would greatly affect his cultivation in the future. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated a major cycle in his body, Xiaochan opened his eyes. A purple light flashed in his eyes, illuminating the dark forest for an instant. The light flashed for a moment before it was hidden in the depths of his eyes. As he looked at the purple lightning-attributed energy in the air, Xiaochan casually waved his hand. The purple energy instantly formed a whirlpool and gathered on his palm, forming a clump of purple flame. Xiaochan pushed his hand forward and purple flame shot out. The trees in front of him were silently burned to ashes without a sound. Bang! In the end, the purple flames crashed into a mountain wall and immediately blasted open a large hole with a diameter of 100 meters. The mountain gently shook a few times and a piece of rock fell down with a crashing sound. A casual strike could have such an effect. In the past, Xiaochan would have been a little proud. However, after seeing the strength of a peak martial monarch, Xiaochan knew that this was not worth mentioning. In the eyes of a true expert, it was like child's play. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaochan stood up and muttered, "I am now a peak medial grade martial saint. I need to open 4 minor meridians. When I advance to superior grade martial saint, I will open one of the minor meridians. When I advance to peak superior grade martial saint, I will open another one. When I advance to martial king, I will open the remaining 2. That is to say, I can only truly cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation when I advance to martial king." This was a difficult choice. Forcefully breaking through would be risky. If I waited until I advanced to martial king, it would waste too much time. Never mind, I will not think about it for now. I will go back and discuss it with Lu Ruyue and hear her opinion. Xiaochan shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about this problem. Then he walked towards his courtyard. At this moment, 3 days had passed since the startling battle in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. During these 3 days, everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was very busy. They repaired the destroyed palaces and buildings, and also treated the unlucky disciples who were affected by the aftermath of the battle. As for the elders, they were even busier. Not only were they busy giving orders to these trifling matters, but they were also very busy. He also had to calculate how great the loss was this time, comfort the people, compensate the families of the deceased, and so on, a series of things that he had to worry about. In these 3 days, all sorts of rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion spread throughout the Shiha province. Many experts had personally witnessed the sudden heavy losses. Furthermore, the Imperial Dragon Legion could enter and leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as they pleased. There was no way to hide this. As the rumors spread, they became even more ridiculous. Someone said that the Supreme Elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had all died in battle, more than half of the core disciples were dead, and the first elder was killed by the enemy. All sorts of rumors magnified the losses of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiao Chan thought about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's decision to postpone the inner disciple ranking competition at the end of the year, he could not help but think that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined. A portion of the small sects and clans that maintained a subordinate relationship with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion also felt uneasy. What made Xiao Chan feel strange was that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not provide any explanation for these rumors. They did not care about the rumors in the outside world. They focused all their attention on repairing the destroyed buildings and treating the disciples. In Xiao Chen's opinion, although the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined, it was still the strongest power in the Shiha province. They had 5 supreme elders who were martial monarchs. This already left the other powers far behind. Furthermore, there was a mysterious expert who wielded a divine weapon. Furthermore, they firmly controlled a spirit vein that could continuously produce spirit stones. With such accumulations, their position as the strongest sect in the Shiha province could not be shaken. In this disaster, the only one that suffered a greater loss was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Divine Saber Camp. However, although the 2 commanders were severely injured, they survived in the end. However, Xiao Chan could not be bothered with these things. He only thought about them when he was bored. He spent most of his time cultivating. Even without circulating his movement technique, Xiao Chan moved very fast. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his courtyard. Lu Ruyue and Bai were currently playing Gamoku at the stone table in the courtyard. Gamoku was something that Xiao Chan had created when he was bored. It could be considered a nostalgia for that world. Whenever he had free time, he would play a few rounds with Bai. Bai was very intelligent. She only needed to explain the rules to learn it. Furthermore, she improved very quickly. It would not be easy for Xiao Chan to defeat her now. Xiao Chan walked over quietly and looked at the situation on the board. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyue had the upper hand. Bai was busy thinking of countermeasures. She looked very adorable. Lu Ruyue looked at Xiao Chan beside her and smiled gently. "You're back. Seems like your strength has improved again." Xiao Chan smiled and replied, "I ran into some trouble. You play first, I will discuss it with you later." When Bai saw Xiao Chan arrive, she immediately smiled joyfully. "Elder brother Yi-chan, quickly teach me how to play. Elder sister Ruyue is too incredible. I have not been able to defeat her even once." Ever since Lu Ruyue arrived, Xiao Chan told Bai to call him by his alias. Although Bai did not understand why, she still did as she was told. Xiao Chan gently patted Bai's head and smiled. "Use your own brain. You cannot rely on others to guide you when playing Go. You have to train your thinking." Bai pouted and said, "Elder brother Yi-chan just likes to side with elder sister Ruyue. He is not willing to help Bai." Xiao Chan shook his head and smiled faintly. He ignored Bai's words and walked to the side to rest. After a while, Bai, who had lost to Lu Ruyue again, put away the Go board and said, "Woo, elder sister Ruyue is too incredible. Bai will not play with you anymore. Bai, go and look for elder sister Xiaomeng." Even if Xiaomeng and Xiaoyang worked together, they would not be able to defeat Bai. After she spoke, she put away the Go board and skipped out of the courtyard. She did not seem dispirited at all. Clearly, she did not care about winning or losing. After Bai left, Xiao Chan opened his eyes and walked over to Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue asked. What trouble did you run into? Let me see if I can help you. Xiao Chen nodded and told Lu Ruyue about the difficulties he faced when cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in detail. After Lu Ruyue heard it, she frowned slightly. Her face, which was filled with a mature charm, revealed a contemplative expression. After a while, Lu Ruyue relaxed her frown and revealed a smile. She said softly, let's see if we can do it this way. Opening 4 minor meridians in one go is indeed risky. However, if we only open 2, the risk will not be as high. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He said, are you saying that I should wait until I become a peak superior grade martial saint before forcefully opening the other 2 minor meridians? Lu Ruyue nodded and said, that's right. At that time you will be breaking through to Martial King. If you can cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, breaking through to Martial King will be much easier. When preparing to open the minor meridians, remember to prepare some spirit herbs for nourishing the meridians. If you can buy medicinal pills for nourishing the meridians, that would be for the best. A forcefully open meridian is much weaker than a naturally open meridian. If it is not well protected, this minor meridian will slowly be crippled in the future. On the other hand, if you take good care of it, there will not be any hidden dangers in the meridians. Xiao Chen's mind suddenly became clear. Although he still needed some time to cultivate to peak Martial Saint, it was much faster than cultivating to Martial King. Furthermore, according to Lu Ruyue's method, breaking through to Martial King would be much easier. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He thanked her. Rua, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have helped me greatly again. Lu Ruyue smiled gently. When she saw Xiao Chen's happy smile, she felt happy for him as well. That's right, my father wants you to go to the summit tonight. He has something to discuss with you, Lu Ruyue suddenly said, as though she recalled something. The night sky was dark and filled with stars. Xiao Chen looked at the summit of Qingyun Peak. His eyes were filled with hesitation. If there was one person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion that could make Xiao Chen feel fear from the bottom of his heart, that person would be Lu Tianyu. Regardless of whether it was someone as strong as Song Ke or someone as powerful as the First Elder, although Xiao Chen feared them, he did not feel any fear. This was because he could see through these people. He could tell where their limits were. Since he knew their limits, naturally he had nothing to fear. However, there was only Lu Tianyu. If Xiao Chen could avoid meeting him, he would do so. When Xiao Chen first arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this person gave him a scabbard to help him cover up the traces left by the Thunder King on the Lunar Shadow Saber. With one glance, Lu Tianyu saw through Xiao Chen's identity as the Thunder King's inheritor. After that, he half-coerced and half-bribed Xiao Chen into sending him into a different dimension. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Before Lu Tianyu, Xiao Chen did not have any secrets. Such a person was terrifying. No matter how unwilling he was, Xiao Chen had to go. This person could not even afford to hide. Xiao Chen calmed his emotions and pushed off the ground. He dashed up the steps leading up the mountain. When he arrived at the cliff, he used the gravity spell and soared into the air. After a while, he landed firmly on the ground. A strong wind blew endlessly at the summit. Xiao Chen's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He could not even keep his eyes open. Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on that strange rock. When the wind blew past him, it was like he was air. There were no ripples at all. The two of them stood on the summit, one quiet and the other moving. The difference in their cultivations was clear. Lu Tianyu opened his eyes. His somewhat turbid eyes looked at Xiao Chen quietly. Lu Tianyu's face was filled with wrinkles. He looked even older than before. There were signs of aging between his eyebrows. Lu Tianyu's gaze made Xiao Chen's hair stand on end. He quickly asked, "Senior, why are you looking for me? I hope you can tell me." Chapter 349. Lu Tianyu was not in a rush to reply to Xiao Chen. He looked at Xiao Chen and revealed a smile on his aged face. He said in a drawn-out manner, "There is something I would like to ask for your help with." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Senior must be joking again. You can even draw the divine weapon. Is there anything in this world that you can do? I am just a mere martial saint. How can I accept such a favor?" Without hesitation, Xiao Chen rejected Lu Tianyu's request immediately. Now that he no longer owed Lu Tianyu a favor, there was no need for him to put himself in danger. Lu Tianyu's favor was not that easy to help. Lu Tianyu was not surprised at Xiao Qin's rejection. He stared at Xiao Qin without saying a word. Lu Tianyu's gaze did not contain any irrelevant thoughts. He allowed Lu Tianyu to roar, not saying a word as he looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin felt very uncomfortable being stared at by Lu Tianyu. After a while he could not take it anymore and said, "Tell me what you need help with first." Lu Tianyu squinted his eyes and revealed a smile on his face. He said, "I just know that young hero Yi is young and promising. You have the heart of a bodhisattva and love to help others. You will take pity on an old man like me." Xiao Qin interrupted.